Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, but I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Under his unitary executive theory.
That would be a very expensive flight. I think that's highly likely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. An explosion in the global economy, an expansion in the global economy that is truly beyond all precedent.
Elon, can that expansion?
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi, guys. Hi. Hello, guys. Hello. I know you heard Musk there for a bit. I was testing out the sound on that. Okay. How's everyone doing? I know it's an early one. It's a very early one today. I'll be on for a while, so I'll be on for quite a long time today. There's some stuff happening. I'm hoping to get more viewers by. I'm just being open with all of you. Hoping to get more viewers by watching some of Jack Smith's testimony against Donald Trump. It won't really mean anything because they're not going to do anything about it, and no one's going to really care. But so I thought we could listen to a little bit of that, and then later we will get into like our regular scheduled stuff. All right. So we're going to be doing a little bit of watching the testimony. Right now they're on a break. They had started earlier, but now they're on a brief recess. So, but then when they come back, we'll get back into that. All right. All right. So who do we got here? First of all, who do we got here?
They
First
will
of
only
all,
be
yeah, I know. That's the thing, guys. It's always like, yeah, I know. Okay. Anyway, let's see here. Hello, Big Braden. You're the first one, Big Braden. Shocking. TJ. Hello, TJ. Welcome back, TJ. You weren't here yesterday. I was sad, TJ. I'm glad to see you here. Theme song for yes. Hello, Raccoon Boyo. Glad to have you here. Sir Bartholomew. Wonder if this will be one big nothing burger. Oh, it will, Sir Bartholomew. No doubt it will. No doubt it will. Okay. No doubt it will. Elaney. Good morning, Elaney. How are you doing, Elaney? Da, da, da. Guys have barely read any theory. Uh, who are you? Sorry, Sir Bartholomew. Right before you, Elaine, said Family Guy. So when you literally Family Guy, and then your first word is guys. What are you referring to? Are you who hasn't read much theory? Okay, Big Braden. They must really have nothing on Mamdani because I saw people were criticizing him for installing a bidet. I know I know he's doing actually a lot of good. Maybe we need to go over some of the things he's already done. Okay. Um, no, you're right. Global. So I'll get to that in a second. Global. That's a good point. All right. Thank you, Global Solidarity. Always love having Global. Global has been with us for a really long time, and we don't. Anyway, Global, you're like one of the originals by now. Okay, I love having you here, Global. All right. Ba-da-ba-da. Okay. Big Braden, I saw that one. TJ, are we going to forget he's a liberal Zionist now? TJ, I'm not convinced he is a Zionist. He might be, but it doesn't. I don't think he is. I understand. I get it though. I understand that perspective. But he also is the mayor of New York, which has very little say over that. But I don't think, at least in American terms, he's not a Zionist. Okay, compared to a lot of folks. All right. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. Loiso. Hello, Loiso. Like your cat thing here. Mumps ASMR. Oh, that sounds horrifying. Hello, Matt Sci Guy. Welcome, Matt Sci Guy. Okay. All right. The president is. I know, Sir Bartholomew. Yeah, the president is criminal. Oh, okay, cool. Quick recap. That's kind of what I'm expecting, to be honest, guys. Hello, Winterlinde. Guten Tag. All right, or whatever time it is there. Okay, we need viewers. Okay, yes, you're right. I do need to do that, Global. I need to collaborate with other content creators. I don't want to complain to all of you because I don't know. It sounds self-indulgent to complain. Yeah, I wish there was more time in the day. I also I contacted some creators. None of them have gotten back to me except for one. Got back to me, but we haven't been able to work out a good time. All right. If anyone has any content creators they recommend I collaborate with, please let me know because I would love to collaborate with someone, but I don't know. Okay, we'll figure it out. Um, yeah, that's true, Global. That's very true. Okay. Uh, can we send memes? Absolutely, Bogos. Yeah, send memes into the Twitch chat. Yes, you may. Yes. Okay. As long as it's not like a virus, Bogos, please. Okay. What happened? What would happen? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai here. Early evening. Perfect stream to start the work day with. Oh, thank you, Body Swap. Thank you. It might not be the best stream though today because we're going to be watching some boring stuff at the beginning. You now have the qualities to be famous. Most do not care about sexuality because the whole planet is bi. Just society. That's true, Global. No, I mean, Global. I just need. I don't. I contacted some other creators, but no one has ever responded to me. I don't know if it's because I'm still too small. I only have 11,000 subscribers. and my rate of subscription has gone down drastically because I'm only doing live streams. I don't know. Maybe I need to do more videos with my dad, but that's a good point. Okay. Um, all right. Let's see here. Okay. Early evening. Gotcha, Winterlinde. All right. Guten Abend then, I guess. Okay. Uh, Big Braden, I think it really is exactly, Big Braden. I think it's an optics thing. Okay. Um, let's take a look here. What did Bogo send us? Oh, that's funny. Okay, one second. Hello, Burnjabi. Can I send a PragerU meme video? Yeah, absolutely, you can, TJ. Uh, Seduce Austin Show and make him pull Hassan for you. Oh, I would love to do that. I'm not his type, though. I think Austin is very attractive. Unfortunately, Austin likes twinks. I am not a twink. I am very old. Okay. But I'd love that. All right. Um, okay, Bogus for those who watch Sinners. I love Sinners. It's gonna win a ton of awards. Oh, you're a few hours from Minneapolis, Burnjabi. It's currently cold there, so oh, good God. How dare you, Matt Guy. Matt Winterlinde, I've contacted Kyle Kalinske. I've contacted what's his name? National Rational. That one, I forget his name. I've contacted the guy at Humanist Report. I've contacted Sam Cedar, which some of those are bigger people, but I also contacted I've contacted other people too. My those are really big ones that I contacted. They're big, so they might be too big. But I've also contacted some like medium and small size ones. Okay, but all right. What is an optics thing? Okay, yeah, you're right. They are TJ, but there are other ones I've contacted. Those are the ones I most remember because they're the big ones. So I wasn't really expecting responses from them, but there were like other ones too that are smaller, so I can't remember them off the top of my head. Um, okay, all right. Let's see here. I could, Elena, I could start a beef with Destiny. I don't know if I'm feeling that, but okay. Is it TJ? Yeah, no, you're right, TJ. I also need to be better at finding a niche because I kind of jump around. Um, it's a problem. I don't know what to do. We can let's talk about this at some point. Okay, we can talk about it sometime. You were mentioning that they have contracts that prohibit such. Oh yeah, that's fair. I didn't know that, Global, but there are other ones too I've contacted. I literally just can't remember them because they're smaller. Like Armchair Historian. Who else? I've done other ones too. Okay. Collaborate, Bogos. Preferably not debate. I don't really find the value in debating, but like collaborate with to some extent. Okay. Uh, I will say, I think I'd mentioned this before. I know I'm kind of stalling the stream here, but I mentioned this before. But I actually was weirdly enough early on in my streaming thing. I got contacted by someone from the Young Turks, and then I responded, and then they never responded back. So that was weird, but okay. Um, maybe because they finally saw, they actually watched my content, and then they're like, "Ooh, that's two left." Okay, I haven't tried Cynical Historian Burnjabi. Maybe I should. I should do that. Okay. Um, all right, Victoria. Hello. Oh, hello, Victoria. Okay. So I should. I also you should have outrageous titles for YouTube videos. Guys, I am not good at this stuff. I have been trying so hard to come up with better titles. It also takes like um it also takes so much time to have to make videos and stuff and then create the thumbnails. Maybe I need to use AI to create these things. I'm not even joking. Maybe I need to get AI to cut my videos for me or something. Um, I do not. I haven't, Louise. I'll try that. I'll try that. Daily dose of democracy. Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, you know it, TJ. It takes a lot of work, and people don't understand that. Um, and I will say okay, fair, TJ. I won't do the AI for cutting and stuff. I will say like it takes a lot. You do have a edge sometimes, but then you end up changing to black. I don't know what you're referring to, Matt Guy. Okay, but okay. And like, okay. Also, the videos I have been posting are getting like no views, when I cut videos from my live streams, they just don't get views, and I think it's because they're better in live, okay? Also, like, I'm not doing reactions videos with my dad. Those get a lot of views and get me more subscribers. Right now, every day, I'm either losing some subscribers or only gaining 1 or 2 because I'm not posting any new big video reactions, okay? Anyway, I need to figure something out. But now that I'm streaming all the time, it's really hard to find time to make videos to post on YouTube. Okay. All right. Anyway, so guys, that winter, there's a guy, guard the leaf. Okay, you know what? I'll go back and look at these recommendations, folks. All right, but okay. Regardless, regardless, I wish I had as much success with my first video. The first video I did, which with my dad, which was had like 600,000 views on it or whatever. But oh well, which was not monetized. But anyway, okay. All right, guys. Yes, I do that, Victoria. I absolutely do that, which is why I'm not sure what Matt Saigai means because who knows which title he's seeing. I try out. I have. I do uh, the A/B testing for all my titles. So, all right, guys. I was talking to another like leftist, and they were considering posting to Rumble because you would basically have a monopoly on truth on that site, or like you'd be in a beef all the time. Unfortunately, negative attention. That's a good point, Elaney. That is an interesting point. Maybe I should try out Rumble. Okay, guys. Yeah, bad press is still press. All right. So let's see here. Well, I want to see here. Is the video back on? Let's see.
Stroking the wounded ego of a lawless, twice impeached, convicted felon president.
Okay. So they're still waiting for that to come back on. So for those that are new who have just arrived, let me put the scene up here so you can at least see what I'm looking at. We're going to have a long stream today. Okay, we're going to have a very long stream today. I might take a break briefly sometime in the middle so I can get some food, but then I'll be right back. We're going to be okay. We're going to be what's the term? We're going to be watching some of the what's going on, the thing going on Capitol Hill where Jack Smith is being questioned. If it gets really boring, we're just going to stop watching it. It's going to be useless anyway. Yeah, there you go. Nothing would be generated by AI. It would just be cutting the videos for me, so I don't have to cut them. It's etc. So maybe I should do something like that, but that also will cost money. Okay, anyway, maybe we can talk about this, folks. So I agree, TJ. So we're gonna watch some of that. We're gonna be chatting. If we get 1 super chat, I'll put on the jester collar. If we get to 3, I'll put on the jester hat. If we get to 3, I'll put on the collar. If we get to 5, I will paint my face. Today sounds like a good day for painting a face, right? A great day for painting a face. So we will if we get to 5, I will paint my face. Yay, all right. And if we get to 7, we will, I guess, play a game, and then if we get to 10, God knows what we'll do. I'll think of it by the time we get there, okay? I just make up shit on the fly. All right. So all right, if that makes sense. Yes, big brain. All right. Okay. Became famous for street interviews. That's true, global solidarity. I actually want to go to more protests and tape those because the one I went to got tons of views. The one protest I was at got tons of views. All right. Okay. So guys, let's once we're gonna watch a little bit of this. Obviously we'll chat while it's going on. I'll see what else is going on in the meantime so that we don't get stun locked here. Okay. And then later we're gonna have a would you go to I would, Bogos. That's a good idea. Maybe I should go to protest in my jester outfit. That was actually recommended to me last time, and I didn't because it was raining. Maybe I should. I think that would attract attention, don't you, Bogos? Maybe it would. Okay, I should do that. But then I'm also worried people won't want to talk to me because they'll think I'm jesting them, which I might be. Anyway, okay. So again, folks, one super chat would be a jester hat, 3 jester collar, 5 is jester makeup. All right. Okay. Bogos, by the way, are you in the United States? You don't have to tell me, Bogos. I'm just curious. I like knowing where people are from. They might think you're making slide or whatever. Yeah, exactly, Bogos. Exactly. Exactly, Bogos. That's my concern. Not that it really matters. Like, I don't really care if they do, but all right. No, you have to go to right-wing protest in the jester costume. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, gotcha, Bogos. Excellent. Okay. All right, you guys. So, let's put this on.
As it was done
Again,
consistent
right
with
now, this is
department
not
policy.
live. This is
You're
clips
correct
from
in that
earlier.
that policy has since changed.
They
It's-
changed
know-
the policy based upon
You know what, guys? Fuck it. Okay, fuck it. I don't want to deal with this right now. Let's watch something else, and then when it comes back on, we'll go back to it, I guess. Okay, it just seems like it'll be kind of boring. I'm already annoyed by it. Let's find something else to look at while we're sitting here. Make more reels and shorts that can be circulated. Yeah, good luck. All right, Matt Steig, I'll try to find the time to do that. Okay, I do occasionally, but it's very hard to find a time. Okay, and it's also very hard to find the time to post anything on social media. Okay, can we do street interviews for you to post? Absolutely, Macy. That's a great idea. Thank you, Macy, for that, for the super chat. That's one. That'll get us the jester hat, okay? That's a good idea, okay. You're kind of stressed out. Why are you stressed out, Elaney? What happened? You okay, Elaney? Oh my God, Big Braden. Okay, guys, I got to read what Big Braden just said. Thank you so much, Macy. Yeah, guys, if you can do street interviews, that's okay, Elaney. How are you doing, Elaney? You doing okay? All right. So, hello, gluteal myalgia. Glad to see you here. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad, Elaney. All right. Where are you from, Elaney? Are you in the U.S. too? Yeah, Big Braden, you would not be. Okay, guys, Big Braden says, did I tell you, CR, I made a bunch of Americans angry online by telling them they didn't win the Vietnam War? Big Braden, you would be shocked at the number of Americans who still think that we did win the Vietnam War, okay? Because of all the propaganda. We lost. We were defeated. Hello, Henry G. We were massively defeated, militarily, by the way. But a lot of Americans say, oh, well, we weren't really defeated. We were just politically pressured to leave. That's defeat. I don't know what else to tell them. That's defeat. You were defeated. Yeah, and we lost. Like, we couldn't win militarily unless there's one way we may have been able to win, and that was by killing every single person in Vietnam, which, no thank you. So we lost. But there's so many Americans, like, who don't understand that because there's this idea of American exceptionalism. We can't win a war. Someone just sent me something. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you very much for the $100, the $100-bit dono there, okay? So, all right. Yep, Macy. Yep. So, really stupid. Yeah, like, there you go, glutamyalgia. Like, okay, it's just stupid that we did that. People still think that. I even had a professor in college who was a conservative, and he kind of made the argument that he admitted that we lost, but he's still like, but I still think it was good for Vietnam. And you know what his example was of why it was good for Vietnam that we had been there? He put up an image of a giant billboard in Ho Chi Minh City, a billboard with a Coca-Cola advertisement on it. And he said, look, we still had a positive impact in Vietnam because they have our products there. And I'm like, what the hell do you mean? What do you mean? Like, that makes no sense. Okay, so, all right. Yeah, Henry G. They do. We lost to the Taliban. We did, Henry G. Absolutely. Elaney, I mean, America loses wars because they fight concepts, not enemies. War on terror, war on communism, and drug war. Yeah, I know you're right, Elaney. All right. Yeah, like, I don't get it, Big Braden. I don't get it. How? Okay, it's whatever. There's always an excuse out there for these things, right? All right. So, guys, if we get 2 more super chats, we'll put on the jester collar. And then if we get to 5, I'll put on the jester makeup. All right. Let's do this, guys. That's funny. Okay, let's do this. I don't know if I don't want to watch the Jack Smith shit. I
saying
kind of
that,
wanted to, I was hoping to lure people in here by having this up. I know, right, glutamyalgia? So, but I don't think anyone, I don't know, I'm not getting many people, so that's okay. We will
in apparent contravention of a
is it back
federal
on?
statute saying that
If it's back on, we'll watch a little bit of it.
Of that particular.
It doesn't appear to be back on yet. Okay, if they're still in recess. All right, so we're going to talk about a whole bunch of things today, folks. We have a bunch of news items to talk about. I was going to do it later, We also are going to talk a little bit about social control in the Roman Empire, which sounds kind of random, but okay, etc. No, SoCal. I mean, like new people, not like your like you people, yeah, my community members. I mean, like I want people coming in from the outside. So I thought I'd try to stream this live. Okay. All right. So, but it's gonna be a very long stream today, SoCal. Very long stream today. So, all right. Let me see here what we
Said it
can watch.
didn't
Let's watch
happen.
something while we're waiting for them to
And
come
they-
back on. All right. Let's find something to watch here. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. All right.
Watch this clip of
I thought I found something we could. Oh, let's watch this. I
Kunduz
wanted to watch
Hospital.
this. So while we're waiting for the Jack Smith to come on, I mean, you people, gluteomyalgia. Okay, exactly, SoCal. All right. So this video I found, and why not? Speaking of Vietnam, why not watch this video? This is called "Every Major U.S. War Crime in 20 Minutes." Now, I can pretty much guarantee you that there's no way these are all America's war crimes. You probably couldn't fit that. Probably couldn't fit that into 20 minutes. That'd probably at least take a week. So, but hey, I guess if we're saying major American war crimes, no, I don't, Bogusman. I do not think it's a good strategy. Speaking of protests, what do you think when people try to block other protesters from doing interviews at protests by saying, "Don't talk to the guy, he's a right-wing troll"? Yeah, I don't think that's a good strategy. Yeah, I just don't. But that's something that we could have a debate on, but I don't think it's a good strategy to block people from talking even to right-wing people at a protest. Now, if they're literally there just to cause a problem, then maybe, but I'd have to see the situation. Okay. All right. Everyone ready? Yay.
airstrike. This is one of the most recent ones in the video, as it happened on October 3rd, 2015.
Pinkertons,
On that
yay.
day, an American military gunship attacked a hospital in Kunduz,
Okay, I'm going to start over.
Hospital airstrike. This is one of the most recent ones in the video, as it happened on October 3rd, 2015. On that day, an American military gunship attacked a hospital in Kunduz, Afghanistan. This was not a military base.
Body
It
swat.
was a trauma center run by the famous aid group
oops.
Doctors Without Borders. For about 30 minutes, the aircraft circled overhead, firing repeatedly and precisely at the hospital buildings. The gunship fired 211 shells in total. Inside, the scene was a nightmare. Some patients burned alive in their beds because they could not move.
Sounds like Gaza. Jesus Christ.
Doctors lost their limbs or were decapitated by shrapnel while trying to operate. As people tried to run from the burning buildings to escape, they were shot from
God bless America, land that I love. Okay. Okay.
the air. By the time the attack ended, at least 42 people were dead, including doctors, nurses, and patients. The hospital had given its exact GPS coordinates to the U.S. military just days before, specifically to prevent something like this from happening. Even while the bombs were falling, hospital staff were frantically—
Well, you see, here's the problem, guys. The terrorists were using the patients and the doctors and the nurses as human shields, obviously, right? I mean, clearly, they were using those things as human shields, right? Right? I mean, we're also, plus, guys, obviously those are freedom bullets, right? We are granting liberation to these people and granting them the blessings of Western democracy with our bullets. Okay? Okay. Oh, that's interesting, Winterland. I'll take a look at that, okay? All right.
calling military officials, begging them to stop, but the strikes continued. After the attack, the American explanation changed several times. First, officials said they were protecting troops on the ground. Then, they claimed the Afghan army had asked for the strike. Finally,
Gotcha,
the U.S.
Winterland.
commander admitted it was a specific decision made by American forces, but called it a tragic mistake caused by human error and broken equipment. Some officials
Oh.
tried to claim that Taliban fighters were hiding
God,
in the
I love
hospital,
this
using
country.
civilians as human shields. Doctors
Yeah.
Without Borders flatly denied this, explaining that they had a strict no-weapons policy and that the compound was full of doctors and patients, not soldiers. In the end, President Obama apologized, and the military—
Yeah, again, this is why, folks, not a big fan of President Obama. I could list many war crimes he committed. And I know, there are a lot of left people out there, liberals, who love Obama, think he's a god on earth. Sorry, not really, okay?
punished 16 people with administrative discipline, but no one was ever charged.
Isn't that great? That sounds so just.
With a crime. The Pentagon concluded that because it was an accident, it was not a war crime. The doctors and the United Nations called for an independent investigation, arguing that a
Oh.
military cannot fairly investigate its own actions, but that investigation never happened. Mahmoudiya killings.
Elaney, I have to use the language of America, okay? People don't know the difference. You guys know the difference between left and liberal, but I mean like left, because on our spectrum, people think liberal means left, okay?
On March 12, 2006, in a small
Hello,
house near the
pizza.
village of Yusufia in Iraq, something truly horrific happened. 5 American soldiers from
There
the
you go, Henry G.
502nd Infantry Regiment left their checkpoint and walked to the home of an Iraqi family.
Oh, God. Oh, no. I know what's happening. Oh, my goodness. There you go, Gluteal Manager. They're pretty liberal with their aim. All right. Well, you know, one thing you got to say about liberals, they're very good at liberating people from their lives. Okay, liberating souls from human bodies. Okay, heads from babies, you know, whatever. Okay, so here we go. I know what's about to happen. You know, I really should give content warning before I start showing you all America's war crimes, right? Okay, content warning. Content warning.
The family included a 14-year-old girl called Abir and her 6-year-old sister Hadil and their parents. Their 2 younger brothers were away at school that day. These soldiers had been watching Abir from their nearby checkpoint for some time. They often saw her doing chores in the garden, and some had harassed her before, staring at her or
Oh my
making
God,
gestures
she's
that
16.
scared her family. Her mother had even planned to have Abir sleep at a relative's house to keep her safe. One soldier, Stephen Dale Green, had even touched Abir's face during a house search, which
Oh my God, it's like, oh.
terrified her. Green himself had told a reporter just a month
14?
earlier that killing people in Iraq felt like nothing to him, like squashing an ant, and that he had come there wanting to kill. That day, the soldiers were drinking alcohol mixed with energy drinks, playing cards, and talking about doing what can't be said here to a beer and killing Iraqis. Green kept pushing the idea.
Why are there so many pedos in the United States? Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have just blurted that out. But I feel like we're a country full of, you know, I don't know if I can say this much on stream. Why does it seem like we have a disproportionate number of people who like abusing children? Like, okay, you know, I'm sure there are people like that all over the world. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my God.
Of them changed their looks to look less like U.S. soldiers, and they headed to the house in broad daylight. Brian L. Howard stayed at the checkpoint, but knew what was planned. They separated the family
Drusilla.
into different rooms. One of them grabbed the little sister who was outside, while another one shot and killed the parents and the sister. The mother struggled, and her arms were broken. Then, 2 soldiers took turns doing what they had planned to Abir. The soldier who shot the family came in after
There
killing
you
the
go,
others,
Macy.
said he had just killed them all, and called it awesome. He then did the same thing as the other 2 soldiers to Abir,
Right,
and
Louise.
then killed her. To cover it up, they poured petrol on her body.
No, you're
and
actually right, Global. It's about power in those cases. That's a really good point, Global.
set fire to the lower part. The fire spread, and they burned their bloody clothes too, throwing the murder.
Oh, guys. Quickly here, we're going to pause. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll come back to this. I know this is super interesting, but they did just restart the hearing.
Both
Let's see.
said the first time they
No, they
ever
didn't.
heard this
Am I lying?
this
I'm
story
lying. They haven't
was
restarted the
when
hearing.
Miss
I
Hud-
completely just lied.
Donald Trump
Here we
has
go.
said you are
Here we go. So we're gonna watch a little bit of this, guys. We'll get back to that other stuff later. All right. So hello, Plant Sunshine. All right. Sorry, I'm not trying to hide. No, TJ, Aaron is not calling. We're just gonna go back to we're gonna watch the hearing a little bit. If it's too boring, we'll go right back to the war crimes thing. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. We will finish watching the war crimes video. I'm not trying to hide the reality there. This was what we were going to watch, Rich. So let's watch a little bit. It'll probably be boring and awful. We'll quickly change out of it, okay? Matt Saigai, thank you. You know what, Matt Saigai, thank you. We'll put on the collar. Guys, I'm feeling really, really jestery today. So if we get 2 more, I'm going to put on the makeup, and then I'll be full jester mode, and I'll be very excited and happy. All right, let me put this on. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for your beneficence and your kindness. All right. And where the hell is my stick? Where's my stick? You know what? I'm going to put this on so you guys can hear it.
totally compromised. A political hitman.
How you dare, you big Braden. Yes, so Victoria, Jack Smith was responsible for investigating Donald Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection. And he ended up finding that he felt that Trump should be held accountable and should be indicted for crimes. But that got buried. So this hearing is the Republicans calling Jack Smith forward so that they can investigate him. So it's supposed to be a revenge hearing where they're just harassing Jack Smith for daring to investigate Donald Trump. Luckily, though, in these hearings, you get to hear both Democrats and Republicans. I don't know if that's lucky, but so there will be people defending him. So that's what it's about. It's about Jack Smith, who you will see here in a second, being grilled by Republicans because they don't like him because he investigated Donald Trump and said he should find, they should find him guilty of a crime. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Jack Smith, I mean, he himself did do stuff, Big Braden. He launched this he had a massive case against Trump, but no, it didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere because a Trump judge named Eileen Cannon, who was basically a sycophant to Trump, basically buried all of it. So Jack Smith is a good guy and he did a great job, but it didn't end up working out at all.
Left-wing radical, a criminal, a fully weaponized monster, and that you should be considered mentally deranged and thrown out of the country.
Second.
Just this week, he called you a sick bastard. Unfortunately, the rules of decorum prevent me from saying what I think of Donald Trump. But he is not
Just
the
say
only
it,
one
Jerry
to launch
Nadler.
attacks
Jesus.
against you. Chairman Jordan has
Cowardly
accused you
Democrats
of
everywhere.
abusive
1 second.
surveillance and accused you and your team of partisan and politically motivated prosecutions. Despite the mountain of evidence that you laid out in the special counsel's report and in your court filings, President Trump's supporters are convinced that the only reason your team tried to hold him accountable is because you have a vendetta against him. I want to address these allegations today. You have had a long and distinguished career with the Justice Department, including serving as the chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section for 5 years. While leading the Public Integrity Section, you led investigations and prosecution of public figures and political leaders from both parties, Republicans and Democrats. Can you give us a couple of examples?
All right, guys. Where did my glasses go?
Sorry about that. During my time as the chief of public integrity, I investigated
Thank you, Louise.
cases
Really, thank you.
involving, both Republicans and Democrats. The standard in all of those cases was the same: follow the facts and the law.
So this
No
is
matter
Jack
what
Smith
party
here.
you're in, it mattered the facts of the case.
Guys,
In
I'm already
doing
going to
that,
get bored with this.
there were
Okay, we'll
cases
watch a
I
little
brought
bit, and
against
if it gets really
Democrats
boring, I'm
and
just going to go
cases
back
I
to the
brought
war
against
crimes, okay?
Republicans. There were also cases
Exactly, Sir
that I
Bartholomew.
investigated and did not bring against Democrats and Republicans.
It might be
Party
Big Brain. It
affiliation
might be
played no role
McCarthyite.
in my investigations.
Don't worry, I have a
think
treat
of,
for you. I'm going to be streaming for a very long okay, guys, for those who just came in, I'm going to be streaming for a very, very long time today, okay? So I started early, but I'm going to be going for longer. Oh my God, Matt Saigai, thank you. Thank you very much for those extra ones there. I don't know, how many do we have now? We're almost to 5. We might even be at 5. Are we at 5? Okay.
multiple cases of prominent members of Congress that we investigated who were Republicans, who, upon reviewing the law and the facts, I decided not
Was that AI voiced, Loiso? Was the other video AI voiced? I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice it was AI voiced.
to go forward in those cases. And the same could be said with people on the Democratic side. I've always tried to follow the facts and the law in my career.
When it comes to deciding whether to pursue a criminal prosecution of an individual, what factors do you consider?
Oh, God, that's
Primary
awful.
factors are the facts and the law. As a federal prosecutor, in making a prosecutorial decision, you're guided by the federal principles of prosecution, which guide one not only to look at the facts and the law, but the federal interests. And that is exactly what we did in this case, as set forth in my final report.
Does partisan politics play a role in your decision whether or not to prosecute someone?
None.
To be clear, did partisan politics play a role in your decision to charge Donald Trump?
It did not.
What does it do to the justice system if political leaders place pressure on prosecutors to file charges against their political enemies? What are the implications if prosecution decisions are based on politics, not the law?
Oh, yes,
I
it's
think it
the
weakens the rule of
voiceover
law
is
in our
AI on that
country
video, okay? But
because
everything
it
else is
weakens the
made by humans,
mechanism
it says.
for
Just
us
the voiceover is
to,
not. All right, anyway.
The very people. And then Jack Smith also puts on his team the people responsible for getting the phone records of dozens of members of Congress. People like Thomas Wyndham, very people. And then Jack Smith also puts on his team the people responsible for getting the phone records of dozens of members of Congress. People like Thomas Wyndham, who, when we deposed him,
I hate Jim
took the
Jordan.
fifth
He's from
71
Ohio.
times.
He's the guy that found out that, like, at Ohio State University, there was a coach assaulting students, and then he ignored it and didn't tell anyone. Oops, I don't know what just happened there. Okay, he's a horrible guy, and in other ways, too. Also just a sycophant for Trump.
We've actually referred him to the Justice Department for obstructing our investigation. Jack Smith then gets a gag order in his investigation on President Trump from Judge Chutkan without filing a single affidavit with the court from a witness.
There was literally a report that he walked in a room and saw a coach assaulting a student and then turned his back and walked out and pretended he didn't see anything because it would be too embarrassing for him to even get involved with it.
Or a potential witness that they felt threatened by statements from the president. Stop and think about it. Jack Smith restricts the speech of the former president.
Really? Congratulations, Raccoon Boy. How's it going for you?
While he's a candidate for president. Thank goodness Mr. Smith was slapped down on appeal and the order was changed.
Which Nick Shirley
In fact,
thing,
just 2 weeks
myalgia?
ago, the Washington Post editorial page. Jack Smith would have blown a hole
Okay, you
in
know
the
what?
First
I don't know
Amendment.
if I
Just
can
read
stand this anymore.
2 sentences from this. Mr. Smith seemed unconcerned about interfering in the democratic process by seeking to muzzle a candidate for high office. 3 appellate judges, all nominated by Democrat presidents, ruled that Mr. Smith's proposed gag order infringed on President Trump's First Amendment rights. And of course they did. And this wasn't the only time Mr. Smith lost in court. In the classified documents case,
guys, I can't do it. I'm sorry. I tried. This is why I'm never going to get more viewers in my channel. I just can't. I can't stomach the liberal shit. I'm sorry. Like, what is the point? Why am I doing this? What's wrong with me? I'm losing my goddamn mind. I thought, you know, I was just doing it for the views, folks. I was just doing it for the views, but we're not getting any extra views, and it's so boring. Why would we get any views? Why would we get any views anyway? It's like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I don't know. Can we? Do we agree? Do we agree that we don't want to watch this anymore? Can we collectively agree, like a hive mind, that we don't do that? We're not going to watch this. Okay, let's collectively agree as a hive mind. We're not going to watch this. Okay, you know, it's just, yeah, we can find a highlight video or something. You know what? Here, look, I just found this. I just found this. Let's just switch over to this really fast. Okay, thank you. I have a treat for you. Thank you. Go full crash out for some views. I should, Macy. Yeah, you're exactly. But that's the thing. You're right. I need the Tangerine Tyrant. I really wanted there to be a Trump press conference today because at least we can. Yeah, we gotta. Well, you know, because then you'll get more views if Tangerine guys on. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have a treat for you. We know that's not true. I have a treat for you though. We all know that you don't like me. Okay. I know exactly, Stanley. We need an actual guys. Now, if I were actually in that room, now that would be interesting. If I were the jester actually in that room, that would be fun. Okay, let's briefly. I just saw this. Hello, Stanley. By the way, I just saw this, and you know, I just saw this in my feed. It's Pete Buttigieg. You know, let's just quickly watch Pete. I can't stand Pete Buttigieg. I can't stand him. I'm also sick of there being gay people out there who like him, even though they know nothing about politics except that he's gay. And they're like, oh, well, he's gay. He's great. I'm not joking. There are people out there like that. And I'm just like, no, Pete Buttigieg's not on our side. Pete Buttigieg is a corporate hack. Pete Buttigieg is really good at talking, but that's about it. Okay? Do not like Pete Buttigieg. So let's see what kind of bullshit he has. Now, I will say, on a side positive note about Pete Buttigieg, I kind of like the beard. I think it works for him. But still, not a fan of Pete Buttigieg. Let's just see what corporate nonsense he's spewing right now. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Pete is a moron. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, exactly. He was a talking head before the election. He still wants to be president, etc. Whatever. I don't care. He's another lib. He's another corpo dem. Okay. I know, guys. I know. Trump failed. I don't think he was a good transportation secretary. Actually, as a matter of fact, I know he wasn't a good transportation secretary because I'm from Ohio. And the East Palestine train explosion happened in Ohio, and he did practically nothing to fix it. As a matter of fact, Uh, as a matter of fact, I'm so sorry, Jamil. Well, okay, Jamil. Jamil, did you? How was he as mayor? He may have been good as a mayor, Jamil, but I would not make a good president. Like, okay, let me explain to you. So there was this train crash in East Palestine, Ohio, where there was this massive explosion of chemicals that leaked into the community and was causing all sorts of problems. He got in front of a camera and was asked, what kind of things can we do to fix the standards for trains and shit, which is what we need. We need like a bunch of new standards for trains because they're deeply dangerous for the sake of saving money for these corporations. You know what he said? He said we need more diversity. We need more diversity in when it comes to conductors of trains, when it comes to workers on trains. And you know what's really funny about that? First of all, okay, that has nothing to do with the safety issue. Second of all, the conductors, I think it's like the conductors union or the train engineers union, okay, is the one of the most diverse um what is it? Fields in the United States. Do you see what I mean? It's one of the most diverse employment areas in the United States. Like, okay, so you're clearly not even thinking this through. Your go-to is, oh, it's not diverse enough because you've been bribed by the corporations. Anyway, so I just thought that was funny. Okay, yeah, that's just okay. Anyway, not a fan of Pete Buttigieg, all right? And then the media drools all over. Exactly, Global. Uh, lawn lawn trains make much more profit, and they're basically giant bombs. They like, okay, you should watch what's his face? The guy that kind of looks like a bird. And was originally from the UK. John Oliver. Watch his sketch on trains. It's really scary and interesting. Okay. Anyway, so let's see what Pete Buttigieg says. Okay.
A lot of folks are asking whether the president's behavior today toward Norway, Denmark, and Greenland is something to take seriously, or whether it's a deflection from the president's failure to help with America.
So Jamil, I do want to know though if you think if he was a good mayor. He may have been a good mayor, all right? And Jamil, I didn't know you were from Indiana. That's awesome.
America's domestic economic problems here at home. The true answer is that it's both. So this is going to be
I
just
know.
another
Guys,
one
and
of
that's the thing. Guys, I'm sorry. I know I've said this before, and okay. We all know that being gay doesn't make you a good person or a politician, right? Like, or being black, or being Latino, or being a certain skin color. We're all human beings, right? So just because you're a gay guy doesn't mean you're going to advocate for things that people are good for people, right? I know, shocking, shocking. I'm saying this because the Democratic Party seems to think so. And the mainstream media seems to think that. And one of the things that drives me crazy about Pete Buttigieg is that and it's not his fault, it's the mainstream media's fault. Whenever he's on mainstream media, they're constantly talking about how he's gay. And like, you'd be the first gay man president. You'd be this, you'd be that. And I'm like, that doesn't matter. Who cares? Why are you hyper focused on his sexuality? It doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Loizo, right? All right. Yeah, exactly. I have a treat for you. Then why didn't the Biden administration fix those policies? Because they were, and by the way, if you look at who paid for Pete's presidential campaign and such, big transportation did partially. So I have a treat for you. Then why didn't they fix those regulations during Biden's campaign, by Biden's administration? You see what I mean? Like, okay, I just am sick of it. I'm sick. Okay. Um, Anyway, moving on. So would you say that Harris was a DEI VP pick since Biden said she would appoint? Yeah, partially bogus, partially, but like, I I don't like using the term DEI because a lot of people misuse it. Yeah, but like, she was just a bad pick, right? But you also saw the same thing happen there, where people were screaming about how she's a woman and she's black, therefore she must be a good pick. That does not mean you're a good pick. Like, it just drives me crazy. It's also kind of dehumanizing. It's dehumanizing because it's like, uh, don't we like, okay, it's just dehumanizing to me, right? To kind of view people only through the lens of their gender or their race to begin with. Like, okay. Anyway, I just don't like it. Okay. All right, moving on.
Those weeks when we've got to deal with more than one thing at a time. Everyone on the news right now is talking about Greenland, and I will come to that in a minute. But first, we've got to be clear about something playing out right here at home.
She has such like Kamala Harris was. You guys are gonna get me ranting now. I was so infuriated when the Democratic Party all got behind that lunatic. I mean, got behind Kamala Harris. Like, it was like, guys, it reminded me of like reading documents about the old monarchies of Europe and how, like, before the king died, there'd all be when the king died or the queen died, there'd be all these disputes about there'd be all these disputes about what is it? Like who's going to inherit the throne, who's going to inherit the throne, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what it reminded me with Kamala Harris. It's like like the Democratic establishment established in advance that, oh, she is the rightful inheritor to the throne. She is the rightful inheritor. She shall inherit the throne from Biden. And it was the one like, and the Democratic Party's always screaming about the Republican Party being not democratic. How undemocratic is that? How undemocratic is that to be like, no, we're just basically going to appoint her. We're going to put all of our resources behind her. Like, okay. And I just couldn't stand. Yeah, no, Hunter Harrison's a big problem too. Trump failed. Okay. Louise, it's possible. Louise, I do partially disagree. Let's put it this way, Louise. Yes, I'm not saying that misogyny wasn't part of the reason that she lost. Okay. Same thing with Hillary Clinton. It probably contributed somewhat, but I think it's really missing the point to say that that is the reason she lost or that is the reason that Hillary Clinton lost. Because you know what that also implies, Louise? When the Democrats say it, it implies, well, then we should never run a woman for president. Because clearly, if we're up against a fascist and we know putting a woman in to run means a woman will lose, then we should never have a woman running, which is also kind of weird. So like, okay. Who would I have preferred to be the Democratic candidate? Oh, Bogos, that's hard. Like, okay, in 2024, there are lots of, honestly, I would have liked Jon Stewart. That would have been nice. But if I had my choice, within reason, Jon Stewart would be a good one. Let's see here. Elizabeth Warren. Hey, I'd be okay with Elizabeth Warren running too. Okay. There are other people out there that would have been a better choice. Let's put it that way. All right. Hell, you could have made Tim Walz the front runner. Okay. The presidential candidate. He's still a bit too lib for me, but hey, that would have been better than Kamala. All right. Yeah, exactly. TJ, there's not really anyone, but like, if I had to choose someone to run who would beat Trump, right? Okay, we can. There's other people too out there that would have been good.
Millions of Americans' health premiums have shot up this month, and it doesn't have to be this way. A few days ago, the House actually voted to extend the tax credits to keep premiums lower. That was led by Democrats, but it passed the Republican.
Guys, okay, I know. You're right, Gluteal. She did kind of backstab. She backstabbed Bernie Sanders. That being said, I'm not going to hold a grudge because I'm not going to hold a grudge. She kind of was playing politics. I don't like it. But I think she would still be good for running for president. I really do. I think Elizabeth Warren would be good for running president. And she'd be more progressive than others. But regardless, there's not really any good choices. But if I had to choose someone, it would not have been Biden or Harris or any corporate Dem. I would have wanted someone, hell, even AOC. I don't know, she probably wouldn't have run, but someone different. Okay. Whatever. That's actually fair, Louise. Warren's age might be an issue. Okay. That's true. Oh, you know what? Also Bernie. I forgot about Bernie. He was probably too old though in 2024. I don't think. Yeah, Bernie would have been great, but he was. I don't think he was a bit too old at that point. I think. Um, yeah, that's fair, guys. We could debate these things. Yeah, glutamyalgia. All right, guys. So yeah, I love Bernie Sanders, guys. I love Bernie Sanders. I know he's not perfect, but he's like been consistent for most of his life on everything. I know he's a bit old now, though. Unfortunately, vote glutamyalgia. There you go. Okay, let's continue.
House because some Republicans joined in after feeling enormous political pressure from all of us. So, are your premiums going to come down now? Well,
yeah,
no, not
your
until
point,
the
Louise.
Senate passes it too. And right now, Senate Republicans are refusing. But this is very important to understand. With one phone call,
I know, Macy.
one tweet, Donald Trump could change that. If he tells the Senate Republicans to make it happen, they would do that. But he's not. So, let's make it very clear that Donald Trump
he has such bottom energy, guys. Such bottom energy. With full respect to bottom, such bottom energy.
If he tells the Senate Republicans to make it happen, they would do that.
Yeah, exactly, Lois. So that's my point. Like, I don't want to, we shouldn't run someone just because they're a woman or just because they're black or just because, but like, if they're good, then yeah. But that's what I'm looking for. Okay.
But he's not. So let's make it very clear that Donald Trump is standing between millions of Americans and lower health insurance premiums, which is why so many people right now are deciding they might have to drop insurance altogether just to make mortgage or rent. Now, again, on the House side, pressure worked, so do not let up. Don't let up on Senate Republicans, and don't let up on the White House that those Senate Republicans tend to obey. So that's one thing on the home front. But meanwhile, the president sent an unhinged message to Norway, like take away the car keys level of crazy message.
Okay, he's boring me. Meowzor, do you think they realize they're cucked up, or do you think they think that they're doing a good job at responding? I don't know, Meowzor. I got to tell you guys, I don't know. Okay, I have a treat for you. I have not seen Chasten or whatever the hell his name is. Chasen, that sounds funny. That sounds like a bottom name. Anyway, so maybe he is the bottom. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay. Yes, I have a treat for you. Okay. So, Meowzor, I don't know. The Democrats are so foolish. All right. I think they know they messed up, but I don't think they're going to learn anything from it. I don't think they're going to learn anything from it. I just don't think they're going to learn anything from it. Okay. Like, they just don't seem like they are. They're already pushing Gavin Newsom. We're already pushing for Gavin Newsom to run again. So I don't know. I don't know if they've learned or not. And then they're still pushing out people from the party who are fighting back and trying to change things. All right. Remember, folks, they refused, by the way, for a long time. The Democratic leadership refused for a long time to back up Zoran Mamdani's run. So, like, okay, there's a bunch of crap. That Newsom Shapiro, oh my God, we should talk about it. Mark Kelly, okay, Mark Kelly is a corpo dem, isn't he? All right.
Basically saying because the Norwegian government didn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize, the Danish government needs to give him Greenland or else he will punish all of Europe. This isn't just crazy and embarrassing, it is dangerous. These are our allies.
Oh God, I'm thinking such homophobic thoughts right now about people who are just like, look at how he casts his eye down.
Troops from Denmark.
He casts his eyes down. Look at this. Wait for it.
These alliances have kept us safe for generations. Tearing them up makes all of us less safe here at home. And
well, we're not. He's not really doing it anymore.
Is even vaguely threatening its own
allies.
He keeps
leaning his head forward
That's
like
a destabilizing event.
Very sub behavior.
For the entire Western world.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole. It's during the day stream. I shouldn't make these comments during the day stream. All right.
Then, of course, we're facing the continued presence of federal agents on American streets in places like Minneapolis. The courts recently made it clear that many forms of ICE retaliation...
You're right. I'm sorry. I have a treat for you. I'm sorry. I will stop shaming the fan. Excuse me, okay? All right, you guys. Okay. I'm done with this, okay? Oh, by the way, so I have a treat for you. Are you a part of the fam? I have a treat for you. Yeah, that's true, Hazard, okay. Okay. Yeah, you all know. Okay. We got to vote. Tee hee hee. I know. This is like, all right. I can't do it. I can't do it.
In a way that is, gives a fair reading of the strength of the case.
And you have no question but have been successful before jury.
My
Oh, I love it. I have
review
a
of the
treat for
case,
you. Love you. Love you. I have a treat for you.
I came to the conclusion we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay. All right. Let's find something else to watch. I'm done watching Pete Buttigieg. I'm just kind of wandering around the internet at this point, guys. I was gonna wait to do the other stuff later, when we're farther on in the day when more people are here. So let's see what else we got here. What else can we watch here? I don't really want to listen to the rest of Pete Buttigieg's bullshit. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. All right. Are you making lists, CR? What do you mean am I making lists? By the way, how many, you know what? Let me do, speaking of lists, I'm going to ask all of you a question. I'm going to ask all of you a question. How dare, no, I am organized, SoCal. I have a bunch of things to talk about, but because I'm no longer watching that goddamn Jack Smith hearing, which is boring as, you know, I don't know, watching paint dry. Okay. Are you, I'm doing, plus. Okay, so I'm just asking everyone a question just for the sake of, I promise you. All right, so I just started a poll. Just answer. You don't have to. I started it in YouTube. I will now start it over in Twitch as well. Are you LGBTQ? I just want to see how many LGBTQ folks are watching. Okay, and then I'm going to send the poll to the government and report all your names. All right. Okay, how the hell do I? There you go. Poll. All right, there we go. Question. LGBTQ plus. I'm just curious how many LGBTQ folks watch me. I'm sorry, God damn it. No, that's right. LG. God, I can't type. Ugh. Whatever, you guys get it. Okay, question mark? All right. Yes. No. I'm having trouble typing. Okay, there we go. All right. So I just put plus just so I don't have to LGBT plus. All right. Here you go. Start poll. All right. I'm just curious. Half of you said yes. Ooh, those are on the 18 votes. Half of you are LGBTQIA plus. Fantastic. All right. What else we got here? We got, only one said yes and one said no over on LGBT. God, why does it? I'm having trouble typing today. Okay, we got two. Oh, wow. Even tie. Oh, wow. Apparently, guys, our Twitch community is much straighter than our YouTube community. Thank you, Body Swap. Body Swap, you know you're my favorite, right? You know you're my favorite now. Oh, Toya, I get it, Toya. That's cute. I don't have any polls on my. That's weird. It's on there. No, 6. Okay, wow. Very straight over on Twitch. Very straight community over there on Twitch. All right. Yeah, I guess the straights are dominating Twitch. The 6 people say no, 3 people say yes over on Twitch. But on YouTube, we got 10 say yes, 10 say no. Okay, well, Matt Saga, you're going to mess up the stats, but okay. Okay, there are only 2 types of casual revolt fans, queer or in denial. Oh, Raccoon Boyo, I totally agree with that. Okay. All right, I think we're all queer deep down, folks. All right, that's cute. Pogos, Jesus. All right. I'm heterophobic. I'll stay on. Good job, Asmit. Welcome, Asmit. Okay. All right, guys. So thank you. That's curious. So we do have quite a few queer people, quite a few LGBTQ folks, and we have 10, and then we have 13, and then we have 16 straight people. Okay. Wow. Disproportionate. I love I'm growing my little queer community here. If we add Loiso to that number, that would be 4. Okay, interesting. That's fun, guys. I love that for us. All right. Well, that's good. end that poll. All right. Okay. So thank you guys. That's lovely. Thank you all for giving me your personal information. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to need to start segregating people. Okay. All the straight people go over to Twitch. All the gays, you can stay on YouTube. All right. We don't, we should definitely separate. I'm just kidding. All right. Love you all very much. Okay. Let's see here. I don't know. What else should we watch? You know what? Screw it. I know a couple of you were yelling at me and
So I
saying,
think a lot of
"Oh, it has it's
should
AI
conduct an
voiceover." I don't give a shit. At least the drawings aren't AI. I want to finish watching this. We're gonna watch every major U.S. war crime in 20 minutes. Let's finish watching it, shall we? Shall we do it? Okay. Screw you, Loiso. Screw you, SoCal, for not wanting to watch it. Fine, fine, fine. Yes, it's an AI voiceover, but it's drawn by human beings and it was written by human beings. It's just AI voiceover. Okay. So it's just like it's just like text to speech, except that they just wrote down the script and then AI said it. Okay. Who cares? I'm doing it.
Hurt him for speaking up. Investigations started, and the soldiers were arrested. Green had already left the army for mental issues, so he was tried in a civilian court. He was found guilty of rape and murder, but got life in prison instead of death because the jury could not agree on the death penalty. He later
Oh my God! What is
died
wrong
in
with
prison
this
by
country?
suicide. The others faced military trials. Barker pleaded guilty, admitted hating Iraqis, and got 90 years with possible parole after 10. Cortez also pleaded guilty, apologized in tears for the pain he caused, and got 100 years with possible parole after
Well,
10.
at least something happened, I guess, because of that. I guess. Doug, I did not, but I'll take a look.
Spielman was convicted and sentenced to
dare you,
110 years with possible parole after 10. Howard, who helped cover it up, got 27 months. Another soldier who knew but did not report was discharged. Kanikati Massacre. American troops had just entered the town of Kanikati in Sicily. The German army had retreated, leaving behind a lot of destruction. So desperate and hungry, local people gathered at a bombed-out
Yeah,
factory.
Sir Bartholomew, we're not watching the... By the way, folks, welcome everyone. Let me just quickly do a little thing here. If we get one more super chat, I will put on the jester makeup, okay? Just one more. We were going to be watching the Jack Smith hearing. I couldn't stomach it. I'm sorry. I just couldn't sit through it and watch it. So we're kind of jumping around. We're kind of jumping around a bit, watching some things before we get into the main part of the stream. Right now, we're watching a video of a collection of American war crimes. Yay! All right. And you donated? Did you, Victoria? I'm sorry. Did I miss it? Was I too busy being homophobic? Okay, Victoria. Yes. Thank you, Victoria. Okay. Thank you, Victoria. So I will put on the makeup now. So we're just watching some stuff about American war crimes. All right. And then if we get to, okay. Lois, so how dare you? It's hard to keep track. Okay. Thank you, Matt Saiga. All right, whatever. Okay, so we will continue this, and then we'll get into the main part of the stream in a little bit here since I started so early. I'm going to be streaming for a long time today, folks, so strap in, okay? Strap in for a good time. All the horror that awaits us. I'm sure you're all deeply excited. Oh, Matt Saiga, I wish that were true. Okay, let's continue while I'm putting on the makeup. This is going to be really dark, by the way. I'm going to be putting on jester makeup while we're watching a video about war crimes. This is like Death of Stalin the movie or something. Okay.
To take whatever supplies they could find. They were filling buckets with food and liquid soap just to survive the chaos. An American commander named Colonel McCaffrey arrived at the scene. He was supposed to be in charge of keeping order. Instead, when he saw the crowd, he demanded they leave immediately. When the people didn't move fast enough, the colonel ordered his own soldiers to fire into the crowd of unarmed families, but the soldiers refused to shoot, as they saw that these were just civilians. Furious, Colonel McCaffrey pulled out his own handgun and started shooting people himself. He killed at least 8 innocent people, including an 11-year-old girl.
Oh, wow! Oh, my God! Isn't that great? Oh, my God! Love it! Oh, Jesus Christ! God help me! Someone save me from this country. Please, let me flee to your country, all right? Drusilla, how's your shed looking? Can I come live in your shed? Victoria! You're looking lovely today, Victoria. So how's that guest house that you have? I don't know if you have one, but maybe I can come leave the country. All right, I can go on vacation and then not come back. I can hide out in a favela. All right. I think I would do well in a favela, don't you, Victoria? All right. Okay. Let's watch this.
Most shocking part is that the colonel got away with it. He was never punished and lived for another decade before dying of natural causes. For years, this massacre was completely forgotten, and the truth only came out because the son of a witness finally decided to tell the world what he had seen. Tiger Force atrocities. The Tiger Force started as a small group of elite soldiers in Vietnam, trained to be fast and deadly. But by May 1967, this unit had turned into something monstrous. The mission was supposed to be about finding guerrilla fighters, but it became something totally different. The commanders wanted high numbers of enemy kills, and one colonel even ordered the troops to reach a specific number of kills to match the unit's name. This created an environment where soldiers felt like they had a license to kill anyone they saw. For 7 months, they went on a rampage where unarmed people were hunted down and killed, even if they weren't guerrilla fighters. The reports from that time describe a nightmare. Soldiers were executing elderly people and women in the rice fields as they begged for their lives. They threw grenades into...
Well, that's... this is a great country. Folks, what you don't understand is that, I don't know if you know this, that is how you spread democracy, though, right? That's how you spread liberty and democracy to all. Sometimes, sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, right? You got to you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. You know what I mean? So, sometimes you got to mass murder people. Hello, G-Man. You came in at an awkward time here, G-Man. Okay. Hello, G-Man. Hello, I Bright Love. All right. This is good. Love this.
Underground shelters where families were hiding, turning those bunkers into mass graves. Prisoners were tortured and executed routinely. Some soldiers began cutting off the ears of the dead and wearing them on necklaces as trophies. Two friends from Arizona, Sammy Ibarra and Ken Green, became the symbols of all of this. After Green was killed in battle, Ibarra went over the edge and started mutilating bodies. Instead of being punished, Ibarra was actually congratulated in a military newspaper for getting the unit's 1,000th kill. Not everyone went along with what was happening, though. A soldier named Gerald Bruner actually pointed his rifle at a fellow soldier to stop a killing, but his commanders treated him like he was the problem. Others who tried to report the crimes were told to keep quiet. One military journalist was threatened with death by his own commander if he spoke up. Even the medical staff suspected what was happening, but were too afraid to investigate. Years later, though, the army actually did investigate. From 1971 to 1975, they gathered sworn statements from soldiers who admitted to the crimes. They found proof of routine murder, including the killing of 2 blind brothers and many civilians. However, in the end,
guys,
nobody
what
was
war
punished.
was this? I missed it. What war was this? Where was this happening? Was this Korea, Vietnam? What was this?
Some think it was because by 1975 the war was ending and the government wanted to move on. Likely afraid of a massive scandal, the files were buried. It took decades for reporters to uncover the truth.
Okay.
They went back to Vietnam, found the old grave sites, and spoke to witnesses. Al-Hamdaniya murder. On April 26, 2006, a group of U.S. Marines went into a small village in Iraq called Al-Hamdaniya, not to fight, but to look for an insurgent. However, when they couldn't find him, they made a decision to just get someone else. There was someone called by the locals as Hashim the Lam, a disabled man who walked with a metal bar in his leg and had poor eyesight. The Marines broke into his house while he was asleep and dragged him away from his family. Before they grabbed him, they stole a shovel and an AK-47 from a neighbor's yard to use as props. They tied the disabled man's hands, forced him to walk to a hole in the road, and shot him to death. To cover their tracks, they fired the stolen gun into the air to make it sound like a battle was happening. Then, they untied his hands, planted the shovel and the rifle next to his body, and filed a false report claiming they had shot a terrorist who was digging a roadside bomb.
Oh my
When
God.
his family found him the next morning, he had been shot in the mouth.
I'm having trouble not laughing. I'm not because it's funny, but because it's so evil that it's almost like cartoonish. Like, okay, Jesus Christ. Oh, all right. Yeah, to a dark, twisted warrior such. Yeah, there you go, Bogos. All right, literally. Team America shit. Yeah, basically. Okay. Oh, good God.
And his face was so swollen and beaten that he was almost unrecognizable. The truth eventually came out, and 7 Marines and 1 Navy medic were charged with murder and kidnapping. However, the justice system struggled to hold them accountable. Most of the men made deals to testify against each other in exchange for lighter punishments. The leader of the group was convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 years, but that conviction was later overturned due to legal errors. He was retried and convicted again, but in the end, the jury decided he didn't need to serve any more prison time. Gorla Massacre.
You're right, Global.
On October 20th, 1944, children at an elementary school in Milan were running down the stairs toward the air raid shelter while bombs were being dropped on the city when a sudden explosion caused a tragedy. At the time, Milan was heavily bombed because it was one of Italy's most important industrial cities, and its factories were useful for
Okay, guys,
supporting...
what color should I do beneath the eyes? What color should I do beneath the eyes?
the war. The 451st Bombing Group of the 15th Air Force was assigned to bomb Milan, even though it was known to have a poor record, since earlier in the war, planes from the same group had accidentally bombed the town of Vinafro, killing 40 Italian civilians and 17 Allied soldiers. Although they were investigated and criticized, no officers were punished because commanders feared it would hurt morale in future operations. Nonetheless, on the morning of October 20th, 1944, 111 American bombers took off from southern Italy. 2 bomber groups hit their assigned target.
Okay. We got most of people are saying green, black, or purple. Green, black, or purple. Green. Green. Sorry, I'm just checking here. Green, green, green. Purple, purple, purple. Black, yellow. Black. Doesn't count, Matt Saga. You already said it once. 1 red, 1 blue. Oh, we could do an American flag shit. Hello, Reconquista. Welcome. Why the heck is your name Reconquista, Reconquista? Just curious. 1 green, 1 black. Okay, let's do that. We'll do 1 black and 1 green. That sounds like a okay.
And then it was the 451st Bombing Group's turn. They were supposed to strike the Breda factory. The lead aircraft made a fatal navigation mistake. Instead of turning left toward the target, it turned right, sending the bombers directly over the densely populated neighborhoods of Gorla and Prokoto. Realizing they could no longer reach the factory, the lead plane still dropped its bombs and ordered the others to do the same. All the bombs from the second wave fell on civilian areas. This attack, later known as the Gorla Massacre, killed about 614 civilians.
Jesus
Among the
Christ.
dead were 184 children who were inside the Francesco Crispi primary school when the bombs hit. Air raid sirens had sounded earlier, but many people didn't have enough time to reach shelters. After the bombing, there was internal criticism of the 451st Bombing Group, but there were no real consequences. No one was punished, and Milan was devastated.
Of course not.
The children came to be known as the Little Martyrs of Gorla. Fascist authorities used the bombing for propaganda, calling the Allies murderers of children. Thuibo killings. On January 31st, Company H of the 2nd Battalion 1st Marines approached the small village of Thuibo at midday. Suddenly, they came under heavy fire, including from a .50 caliber machine gun. Pinned down, their captain, Edward Banks, called in airstrikes and artillery and asked for reinforcements. Even with help, though, they could not advance.
Old name and pick from the past. Gotcha. I can't see your pick there, but hello, Reconquista. Hello, meow, blue, blue. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm almost done here. I did 1 eye green and then 1 eye black. All right, there we go. 1 eye green. This one's black. I'm just quickly fixing it here. No, I did not like the Dresden bombings either, G-Man. I got to tell you, nor the Hamburg bombings there. As a matter of fact, was it the Dresden or Hamburg? Oh, I think it was Dresden. The Dresden bombings was so furious, the Allied bombing of Dresden, that it caused a fire cyclone and was sucking people into it because the oxygen was being sucked into it. And it was so hot, like 50,000 people died, civilians. Now, all right, there we go. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay, I think this looks good. This looks okay. It doesn't look bad. It could be better. Could be better. I know. I hate it here too, Asmund. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it was, Lois. So as a matter of fact, it's funny. You know, we always talk about whether the bombing of the nuking of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was, justified or not. Obviously, I don't think you ever need to nuke a city, but you have to understand we had killed that many people by bombing cities with fire bombs in Japan already. Like that, they actually were kind of low. That was kind of the same number of people that died in those 2 cities that died from other cities we had already bombed in Japan with using conventional bombs because they had paper and wood construction. So we would just use fire bombs and burn down entire cities of Japan. No one ever talks about that though, right? Okay, let me do the mouth. What color should I do the mouth, guys? What color should I do for the mouth? All right. What thing we think here? That was happening a lot. Yeah. Exactly. A lot more died from conventional. White defending how dare you, J-Mac, come in here and say that? We did drop fly. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Jizz white. That's not how you spell that, Matt. Like, I hope you know. Orange. Okay, we can do orange. I'll go with orange. Yeah. They were going hard for that. They definitely were. Okay, we'll do orange. Now, guys, I want to point out here, I know I've talked about the nuclear bombings before. And just to be clear here, as a historian, we do know, and this is not me justifying it, I'm just giving you what the other people, there's some historians who say, well, if you look at what the Japanese were doing, our mass murder, okay, I'm trying to not phrase this in a biased way. Our mass murder wasn't as bad as their mass murder because they killed a lot more people in their mass murder. I don't really buy that argument, but that's one argument that gets made. But another thing too, going against that argument, is the fact that Japan is an island. If you really want to, if you don't want to have to put troops on the island, yeah, if you don't want to have to land troops on the island because you're afraid of the casualties that will take place, which was one of the excuses that the American government used, was that the Japanese were going to fight to the last man on the home island, which would have been caused the death of a lot of American soldiers, which is possible. It's possible that would have happened. You know what you can do? You can just surround the island and cut it off from the outside world. And then, well, that's easy. Now they're going to have to negotiate with you. Alas, that is not what we did. We decided to nuke them. And okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Loiso. Yes. And that's what I'm saying. If you wanted to get them to surrender, you could surround the island. Like, there are other ways to have tried that. Okay. Yeah, just blockade it with the Navy. Like, you don't have to go straight to nuclear bombs. Yeah, and the USSR was also invading the Sakhalin Island. Like, and by the way, we could talk about this for days, okay? All the things that went into the dropping of the bomb. Whatever the case, not a fan. Don't nuke a city, okay? Just don't do it. Okay. I want to point out, too, that the Soviet Navy was not very significant at this time. So, like, if you don't want the Soviets to take Japan, then block them off too. Don't let them take Japan. Like, okay, there's like all these ways. There's all these things we could talk about in regards to the dropping of the two bombs. It's there you go, Meowzord, right? And I will point out that this stuff is still talked about by historians. Like, I swear every year a new book comes out arguing one way or another over these bombs because the documents are kind of unclear. There are multiple different perspectives written at the time from multiple different government people, and we don't really know what the private conversations were that took place that we don't have any records of. So it's a lot of this is debated. Okay. All right. Bombings could very well have been the Loiso, you're right. Okay. Bombings might have been the least civilian death option, but my point, Loiso, is that we don't know that. It could have been that they would have surrendered if with just with like a longer blockade. There's other options you can approach first before you nuke two cities. You actually wipe them cities off the map. Okay, it does, Loiso, but this is complicated. Okay, I'm not so like we don't know that for sure though. Like you could also, fewer people might have died. They may have surrendered faster. We don't know. That's like the bunch of things that are unknown. Yeah. So this is why I'm saying it's unclear. I'm not supportive of anyone ever being nuked, but there's a lot of historical debate about these things. All right. Even then, yeah, Matt Saigai, I would support a blockade. I absolutely would have supported a blockade of Japan. Absolutely. No problem doing that. Okay. Because as much as I'm not a fan of what that would do, the Japanese Empire was murderous and was murdered millions of people in China and was an imperialist, violent power. Not that the United States wasn't, but a blockade would have been a better approach than in my opinion, than landing troops or nuking two cities. Because if you nuke a city, that also causes deep problems later on because of the radiation. So even if people died because of even when people died, because of what's the term? Um, what's the term? I'm having a mind blank here. The blockade. That at least wouldn't be set into the ground and killing future generations. Okay. How many civil? I don't know, Loiso. I'm not. I don't have the perspective of what the people at the time would have been thinking. But I don't know, Loiso. But I would have tried other things first. I get it, Loiso. I get what you're trying to say. In war, especially in a war during World War II, where there is a theory out there, folks, by Karl von Clausewitz. Okay, and I think that this is what Loiso is going with. I could be wrong. Karl von Clausewitz said that you have to go to the most dramatic steps first in war because that will save lives in the end. You better be pretty severe. You probably better do one of the worst things first because that'll save more lives. So it may have actually saved lives to drop the nuclear bombs because if we hadn't, maybe we would have had to do it anyway, and there would have been death. There would have been death and destruction afterwards. You see what I mean? So it's very complicated. Okay. I'm just saying, exactly. That this is what I'm saying, guys. Okay, to be clear, to be very clear, okay, to be very clear, none of these things are good. All right. I am not saying that I support war or mass killing or death. I'm talking about in the context of the time where there was already a war taking place and there was already mass amounts of death. What would have been a better way to end that war? It could not have been just stopping suddenly the attack on Japan, all right? Because the Japanese military was still in China. So you see what I mean? All right. Yeah, it's Unit 731. Okay. Um, okay. So, well, the purpose, TJ, is just historical. I'm a historian. We like debating historical things. And that's not to, I'm not trying to justify what the United States did, okay? You me tell you something else. Uh, yeah, but that's my thought, Loiso, right? How do we know that there wouldn't have been fewer deaths if we didn't drop the nukes, right? Because, see, it could go both ways. I personally think there would have been fewer, but you could also make the argument there would have been more deaths without the nukes. Um, exactly. None of us know. So we're just kind of having fun theorizing here. Okay, guys. Anyway, can I also talk to you about something else? In talking about something else that doesn't get talked about in regards to the World War II. If you want to talk about something bad the United States did, okay. Yeah, Unit 731 was horrific. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Malzord. And like, I'm not trying to say, like, by the way, I'm acknowledging, I'm saying all of this in hindsight. I am not one of the people that was around at the time. That may have appeared to them at the time to be the best option. I'm just saying, in hindsight, maybe I would have done something different, but we don't know. Okay. So let me show you all something. Okay. America, quote unquote, liberates the Philippines. It is, Asmit. That's why I'm saying I'd be okay with a blockade because that would kill people, but I think that would be a better option than nuking. It wouldn't. That's still not a good option. You see what I mean? Okay, American Philippines. America, quote unquote, liberates the Philippines. Something that doesn't get talked about a lot is so during. Lois, so I understand you have very strong feelings about this, okay? It doesn't mean you're right or that I'm right or that anyone's right. It's all just theoretical talking. America liberates Manila, Philippines. And I already said, Loiso, that the radiation is bad. There were, for many years after this radiation, there were children being born in these cities that were mutated and had like extra limbs and died in childbirth and shit. So I suspect starvation might have been less harmful over time, but I don't know. It's just theoretical. Yes, I know. Okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm not talking about this with all of you anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it. All right. Hello, Mithril. So let's do this. America liberates Manila, Philippines. If you want to talk about something that isn't talked about much, it is this. I want to see if I can find. All right. Yeah. So, okay. We got this, right? Yeah. Agent Orange is causing generational mutations. Matt Saigai, what the fuck are you talking about, Matt Saigai? Okay. What are you talking about? Yeah, starvation kills, will affect birth and things like that. People that are born, but not only for one generation. Not the same with radiation. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Here we got something that doesn't get talked about in World War II. Okay. So this is horrible. Let's not even talk about this. Okay. This is so America, quote unquote, liberated the Philippines in World War II. All right. Liberated the Philippines in World War II. So this is that quote, right? So Japan attacked the Philippines and took it. It had been an American colony. We owned it since the Spanish Civil War. I mean, the Spanish Civil War, dear God, the Spanish-American War. And Japan attacked it and took it, and then we vowed under General MacArthur that we shall return and retake the Philippines, bring it back to America, and then free the Philippines from the Japanese, and then we'll grant the Philippines independence. Okay. Well, we did end up re-landing our troops in the Philippines during World War II, but you have to understand this was a colony of ours, so we didn't actually have to deal with the deal with we didn't actually care about the civilians living there. We really were caring more about getting rid of the Japanese, less about the civilians. So, in our effort to liberate the capital of the Philippines, named Manila, we didn't really care at all about civilians, and we ended up killing 100,000 Filipino civilians trying to destroy the Japanese in that city. No one ever talks about it. Okay. No one ever talks about it. No one ever talks about it. Okay. No one ever talks about how America murdered. America, they were murdered. Okay. That 100,000 Filipinos were murdered in America's effort to quote unquote, liberate them from the Japanese. So, by the way, that is a more than like the nuclear bomb kill, one of the nuclear bombs would have killed. So, literally, all the talk we do about nuclear bombs is kind of moot in a lot of ways because we killed many more people using conventional warfare than we ever did with nuclear bombs in that war. All right. And, okay. All right. So, thank you so much, G-Man. Thank you so much, G-Man. All right. Okay. So, like, who here has anyone here heard of that? How American forces, in their efforts to liberate the Philippines, killed 100,000 Filipino civilians, or the city of Manila, and by the way, didn't evacuate the city, kept the Filipinos in the city. All right. All right. Okay, yeah. Like, it's pretty disturbing, okay? And no one ever hears about it, all right? Okay. Matt Sai guy, I did not say starvation. You know what? I don't want to debate this anymore. You're not listening to me, Matt Sai guy. No one is listening to me, and you're all taking it way too seriously. Okay, this is all just a debate. It's irrelevant. It's just a historical debate. It doesn't really matter. Okay, it doesn't matter at all. I don't know why everyone's getting so passionate about it, and I don't know why Matt Sai guy is complaining so much about it. Okay, all right. I know you listen, G man. It doesn't matter. Guys, I don't have a monopoly on truth. So just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I am wrong or right. Okay, it's just something I think about. Okay, yeah, I know, right? Me neither, Big Braden. I find it kind of. I know you are Fox. I just kind of. Anyway, I didn't know it would get so much pushback. Okay, no, Loy. So that's not what I said. See, this is what I mean. Everyone, okay, come on. Okay, so you all can have your own opinion here, right? Okay. So that's something else, guys. Just always think about that. No one ever talks about what America did in the Philippines. Okay, fair, Loy. So that's okay. You can disagree. All right. You all can disagree with me. All right. Um, all right, you guys. So it is surprising. I will say it's surprising to me that me saying I don't like the idea of dropping nukes on these cities. Thank you, G-Man. That is because I do care about civilians. And I do know that cutting off the island from trade and stuff would kill people, but not like there is a chance still there of surrender before many people die. But anyway, regardless. So moving on. So, okay, guys, let's go on here. I've kind of got stun locked. My apologies. All right. Okay, guys, let's move on to the regular part of the show. Okay. There you go. Okay. All right. Okay, I mean, why talk about the Philippines when Trump invades a new region or country every little week? TJ, the stream here is that I'm a historian. We talk about history, we talk about politics, and to understand the present, it is important to know about the past. It just is. One of the things I do in this stream is I talk about the past to give context to the present, right? So we do talk about history a lot in here as well. We don't have to constantly talk about what's happening right now, because it's not really useful unless there's context, and we're all about education, etc. All right. Okay. Thank you, Outer Signal. Okay. So, okay, guys, did I miss anyone saying anything here in chat? The G-Man, thank you so much, by the way, for sending those subscriptions. Okay. Thank you, really. All right. So, guys, what I wanted to do now, okay, let's watch this. So I wanted to share this with you guys. We're going to be talking today about social control a little bit. Okay. Now that it's later in the day, I think we can start this. All right. All right, you guys. So let's watch this. Well, not let's watch this. Let's talk about something. Okay. You know what? No, first, let's do this first. Okay. There's some news items I wanted to cover, and then we'll get into what I wanted to talk about. Okay. I know, right? Meowzord, I know. I knew you would like that. First of all, first news story I wanted to talk about with all of you. All right. Here we go. Okay. There was an autopsy done. There was a Cuban man, a Cuban migrant, found in an ICE detention center who, a Cuban migrant found in an ICE custody that died in an ICE custody, and the autopsy revealed that it was murder. All right. So autopsy finds Cuban immigrant held in ICE custody died of homicide due to asphyxiation. Okay, I have amphetamines, folks. I'm currently medicated. Okay, a Cuban migrant held in solitary confinement at an immigration detention facility in Texas died after guards held him down and he stopped breathing, according to an autopsy report released Wednesday that ruled the death a homicide. Okay, yeah, shocking, right? Geraldo Lunis Campos died January 3rd following an altercation with guards. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said the 55-year-old father of 4 was attempting suicide and the staff tried to save him. That is such bullshit, guys. Such bullshit. But a witness told the Associated Press last week that Lunas Campo was handcuffed at least as at least 5 guards held him down and one put an arm around his neck and squeezed until he was unconscious. Just a side note here, folks, that kills people. That kills people. All right? Okay? His death was one of the least 3 reported in little more than a month at East Camp, Montana, a sprawling tent facility in the desert on the grounds of Fort Bliss, an Army base. The autopsy report by the El Paso County Medical Examiner's Office found Lunas Campos's body showing signs of a struggle, including abrasions on his chest and knees. He also had hemorrhages on his neck. The deputy medical examiner, Adam Gonzalez, determined the cause of death was asphyxia due to neck and torso compression. Great. 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 Remember what I said earlier, folks? It does not take much to turn a holding camp or a detention camp into a death camp. It just doesn't take much. You already have all the things set up there, right? You just start killing people. And we're not seeing that done in mass, at least at the moment. But, okay, all right. There you go, Loy. So, Carl, that kills people. I love that series, all right? Yeah, you just got to make it a little more deadly because, guys, once you start doing that, you can get away with it legally easily because you all are in it together. You're all in the, okay. Yeah, I think they are testing to see how much they can get away with. All right. So the report said witnesses saw Lunas Campos become unresponsive while being physically restrained by law enforcement. It did not elaborate on what happened during the struggle, but cited evidence of injuries to his neck, head, and torso associated with physical restraint. The report also noted the presence of petechial hemorrhages, tiny blood spots that from burst capillaries that can be associated with intense strain or injury in the eyelids and skin of the neck. Oh, great, great. Gotta love that. All right. No, you're right. Exactly. It could be being on mass, Fox Emma. We don't have evidence yet, except for there's a bunch of people that have disappeared. All right. God. So the government ended up providing conflicting accounts of what happened. Okay, they basically said that Campos violently resisted the security staff and continued to attempt to take his life. So they're saying that they were saving him from suicide. I'm not sure how it saves you from suicide to asphyxiate you to death. Right? I don't know what that's about. Okay, okay. Right? He stopped breathing and lost consciousness. By the way, guys, I want to make it clear here. This guy, I'm telling you this because this is a talking point I've heard coming from the right wing. This guy was apparently convicted in 2003 of a sexual contact with a person under 11. So, I say that because he is thought to have been responsible for assaulting a minor. It is not unusual in a prison system for someone who has sexually assaulted a minor to be murdered. And I can imagine that those security staff probably really had it out for him to begin with because of that. All right. So does that mean it excuses him being murdered? No. No, we don't execute people extrajudicially. All right. I'm just saying it almost adds more credence to the fact that it was murdered because these guys probably didn't even view him as human anyway. He was like the extra subhuman to them because he was an immigrant and he had been charged with a sex crime against a minor. Okay. Correct. So like this kind of, anyway, so something else interesting. All right. And I've already heard right-wing people saying that they are okay with him being murdered because he was a sexual predator. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not. Exactly. Doesn't excuse it. I don't care. No, I'm not saying they have morals, Alyssa, at all. But like that is a easy way to dehumanize someone is if you view them as a sexual predator against children, you're much more open to being murdered. Okay. Like, and by the way, we don't know if that's verified. I would have to look up his record and stuff. I don't want to get into that, but like, so, all right. Like in most prisons, sexual predators are murdered or killed pretty quickly. They have one of the highest rates of being killed because even other inmates don't like them. Now, but like, so anyway, it just shows that it might be they feel emboldened, so they can just murder people they don't like. All right. Yeah, and we don't know if he really was. All right, so that's great. Okay. Um, G-Man, it's a cultural thing, I would say, in the United States. In a lot of places it is. One of the most demonized, and by the way, folks, this sounds bad. I don't even like talking about this. But like in our society, uh, uh, sexual assault against minors is considered one of the worst taboos imaginable. Okay. And I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying so a lot of times people who are convicted of those crimes are really viewed by society as the worst of the worst of the worst. I think a lot of us here probably feel that way too. So it's kind of a yeah. And I will say though, even mass killers don't get as much hate I've noticed as people who abuse children in the United States. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Big Braden. Okay. So, okay. Right. Yeah, honestly, like a lot it is viewed as worse than murder by a lot of people, okay? And some people and I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just saying in this society especially, it's very much a horrible thing, okay? Definitely a bad thing too. It's a horrible thing to do. All right. So, okay. All right. So that's one story I wanted to talk to you about. So this guy was murdered by ICE. Let's go on to the next story here. A report came out, guys, in the I think it was the Wall Street Journal. Okay, so I know, and by the way, that's another good point, guys. Um, I know, G man, it's a strange in America. It's a cultural thing. I don't know how else to frame it. Okay, um, I think they're all bad. I think mass killers are just as bad as people who assault children and things like that. I don't like any. I don't like any of those things. Right, but okay. Um, One other thing here that Sir Bartholomew brought up. If the right wingers are going to present this as we're protecting children from someone who's assaulting people, all right? Uh okay, what do we think it's enabling to have all these people in these camps? Well, remember that video of that ICE agent taking that woman into that porta potty? If it was a woman, which I heard someone say it wasn't, but regardless, taking that person into a porta potty. We know that there are tons of assaults that take place when you set up facilities like this. So it is simply bullshit to think that for right wingers to cheer on the killing of a child sexual predator while allowing the institutional setup of facilities that enable sexual assault on a mass scale. It's insane. Okay. Hello, Dolly Boy. All right. All right. Here's a report that came out. All right. Here's a report that came out. Trump seeking. This was actually reported in the Wall Street Journal. There was a pay block on this, so I wasn't able to actually read it. So I had to find a site, Al Jazeera, reporting on the article. Trump is, it was been reported that Trump is seeking regime change in Cuba by the end of the year. Yay! More lashing out of the American empire. Yay! Love that for us. Love that for us. Okay? I know, Big Brady. It's disgusting. And it's like I'm telling you, it seems like the United States has a problem with sexual assault of children. Like, it seems like we have an extra large number of those people. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But like just from all the shit we keep seeing with the Epstein files, with the church scandal, which happened everywhere, but a lot of it was in the United States. Like maybe Big Brain, maybe it's that the money enables it, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Okay. Um, I agree, Asmit. Okay. So let me read you this. The United States President Donald Trump aims to remove Cuba's leadership and is actively seeking government insiders in Havana who are willing to make a deal with Washington to put out the communist regime. Okay. Yeah, outer signal. So, according to a report in the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. newspaper, quoting unnamed U.S. officials, reported on Wednesday that the Trump administration does not have a concrete plan for Cuba, but that the recent abduction of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro by the U.S. military was left behind as a blueprint and a warning for Cuba. Oh my God. Okay. By the way, folks, we tried this once already called the Bay of Pigs invasion, and it didn't work out so well. It failed miserably, actually. All right. We tried to assassinate Castro before he died hundreds of times, probably, and never succeeded. All right. Yeah, right, G-Man. Yeah, the isolationist no more wars president here. Okay. All right. So can the government survive till then, though? Because I feel like Canada is a closer goalpost. You guys aren't going to like this, but I don't think we're going to invade Canada. I really don't think we're going to invade Canada. The Trump administration has not been talking about that, at least unless I'm wrong, has not talked about that forever. And it seems like that is a very slim possibility because Trump wears his intentions on his sleeve. He's always saying out loud what he wants to do, and he has not said he has not, at least recently at all, said exactly. By the way, we've tried to, we would definitely go after Cuba before Canada. And let me point out, okay, this, if abuser guy and guy's side is our side equals hate level, max hate level, guy's side, stop. No, there you go, Loiso. So anyway, we also have tried to invade Canada, by the way, 2 or 3 times in the past, the United States has. And guess what happened every single time? We lost. We lost. And it's not talked about much, but we've lost every other time we've invaded Canada. Now, this was a long time ago. Anyway, I just don't think he will invade Canada, but probably he may invade Greenland, Cuba, definitely. All right. Okay. I have a treat for you. I think we are going to invade. I think we might invade Cuba. We already sent troops into Venezuela. Okay. We already sent troops into Venezuela. I have a treat for you. Okay. Yes, but G-Man, he briefly mentioned Canada. He hasn't, like, it hasn't been one that he's hyper fixated on. I'd more suspect him invading Mexico than, he might invade Canada. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think that's one of the least likely ones. All right. Okay. So let's try this. Okay. Trying to find here. A U.S. official told the newspaper that meetings have been held with Cuban exiles and civic groups in Miami and Washington, D.C. I know it would be for you, Sir Bartholomew, in a bid to identify a government official in Cuba who might want to cut a deal. Trump has also directly threatened Cuba, writing on his Truth Social platform earlier this month, "I strongly suggest they make a deal before it is too late." All right. Okay. Trump has also, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. David Smith, an expert in U.S. politics and foreign policy at the University of Sydney's U.S. Studies Center, told AI Al Jazeera that the White House may be too optimistic in thinking that threats alone will be enough to topple the Cuban government. All right. So basically, it was leaked that the United States, Trump is planning to overthrow the Cuban government by this year. Okay. So that's no good. That is no good. Okay. How dare you, G-Man? Yeah, it would be, though admittedly it's possible that we would invade Canada. We would lose, but what do you expect? Right? Yeah. So, okay. So there you go. That's great fun. Oh my God, I feel so bad for Cuba. The United States has just been Nazi level towards Cuba for a long, long time. Long, long time. Okay. So, all right, guys. That's another story I wanted to talk to you about. Let's talk about this third story here. All right. Woo! Oh, I'm dying. Don't worry. Okay. Whew. It is not. It does not have nukes. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm just dying here. Oh, all right. So something else. The People's World, which is an international socialist newspaper, is talking about there have been massive organizations basically forming coalitions in Minnesota, and they are expecting on January 23rd to shut down the state. Tons of unions and stuff have decided to get engaged in this. Tons of other organizations are going to try and shut down the state on the 23rd, which is tomorrow. So we will see what happens. Apparently, a ton of unions are involved in this. Like I said, a bunch of nonprofits are involved in this. We will have to see if it works out. Responding to an invasion of their neighborhoods by thousands of ICE agents, a powerful coalition of labor, community, and faith organizations has mobilized for a statewide shutdown in Minnesota this Friday, January 23rd. Their main demand is that ICE must completely remove from their neighborhoods, their workplaces, and their state. That's a good demand. Okay. If Loiso, I got to tell you, I agree with you. Loiso says, I'm a predict it does nothing, but I'm itching to be proven wrong. Yeah, I don't think it'll do much, but I wanted just to tell you all that there are people trying to organize. I really don't think it'll amount to much, and only a 1-day shutdown isn't going to do much. But so just to let you know here, uh, okay, this Friday action will include a Truth and Freedom March, building upon the massive turnout of at least 10,000 people in South Minneapolis. Okay, boo. There's also going to be other demonstrations going on. The Truth and Freedom March is sponsored by an array of organizations from trade unions to faith groups, community organizations. Did someone just donate something? I thought I heard a donation. Okay. Uh, like Black Lives Matter and Indivisible, peace groups like Veterans for Peace and Jewish Voice for Peace, and a range of political organizations, including the Communist Party USA and the Democratic Socialist Party of America. So we at least they're trying, guys. They're trying to do a coalition and stuff. There might be protests going on near where you are, and I wanted to give you all the name of a website. All right. So I recommend everyone, if you don't have this, save this. You can even get it on your phone, I'm pretty sure. It's called mobilize.us. Mobilize.us. And what it does, it's a platform for informing people of protests going on, political actions going on, and you can set it to your location, and it will tell you what kind of protest and political actions are taking place near you at any given time. Okay. So it's a great resource if you want to get involved in protest and resistance. So for example, like right here, right now they have events, a bunch of events going on. The online events, in-person events. You can do you can go to one of the protests listed on here. Okay. So I recommend, guys, you do go to mobilize.us. All right. Thank you, TJ. At least save it on your computers. I will even give you the address. Okay. I am not, by the way, not getting paid for this. It's not like an ad or anything. It's literally a good site. Okay. So I just sent it to you. If you guys want to get involved in your local communities or go to a protest or do anything, you can go here. This will be helpful. All right. I know, Sir Bartholomew, but this at least will get people connected. And I know, guys, peaceful protests may seem not like a good idea right now or whatever, but this will also allow you to connect you with organizations who are doing organizing and stuff like that. Okay. And if you go to some of these events are not protests, they're organizing events. So there's all sorts of things happening here. Okay. So a bunch of things you can do if you're curious by going to this site. All right. Highly recommend it. You can see what's going on around you, and you might be able to get involved with the protests happening tomorrow. All right. Okay. Yay. All right. Great fun. Is there anything else happening in the news we can talk about? CNN. All right. Okay. This is good. So Zelensky is now saying Europe is too reliant on the U.S. and needs its own armed forces. Okay. By the way, something else that happened, Trump is freezing federal funding in more than a dozen Democratic states. Great. Great. Love that. Because, so funding for a bunch of different programs. That's good. I can talk about the collapse of agricultural. Is that true? The agricultural exports are collapsing in Israel? Oh, what a shame. Terrible. What a shame for Israel. Agricultural exports collapse Israel. Oh, no. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, no, guys. Oh, those poor settlers. Oh, my goodness. Uh, that is so sad. Yeah, not petty or vindictive at all, Mithra, okay? Like, Israeli, what is this? Mondovice? Okay, I don't even know what this is. Israeli agricultural exports face looming collapse as world rejects produce. Oh, no, guys. Oh, what a shame. That's really sad, guys. Yeah, oh my God, those poor Israeli farmers. You know, I know it's really a shame because they have plenty of blood that they can use on their crops at this point. So they're really not. It's sad that they can't sell those crops produced by with blood other places. Maybe the slaughter of all those children. All those sacrifices is basically. All the sacrifice of those children for the sake of the crops is like, it's a shame that that's not panning out the way they hoped. All right. What a shame. Thank you for telling me about this. Was it you that said this, TJ? God, this is so sad. Oh my God. This is just depressing. Oh my goodness. Oh, where are you know what? Why does my mood seem to be rising now after all that shit? Okay. Gotcha. Excellent, TJ. Love it. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, tough luck to them. Real big problem. Yeah, real different spin on blood orange. Real shame there. Real shame. Okay, and the Israeli, yeah, this is okay, real shame. Okay, thank you for telling us this. Dave, thank you for telling us. All right. That's good news. Oh wow, look at this. Oh wow, would rather go broke than sell to Gazans. Okay, buddy. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Okay. Sure. Please. That's when, guys, when racism works in your favor, when they're so racist and they're such big Nazis that they're willing to completely collapse their agricultural industry. You know what? That's kind of karmic, I guess you could say. Good. Yeah, then go broke. Bye. Bye. Go broke. Okay. I'm fair with that, right? Ooh, yeah, those evil Gazans. Oh, yeah, you're right. You better not sell to them. Oh, yeah, all those babies and children. Oh, you're right. They're scary. You know what? We really should push this line, folks. We should push this line. Actually, don't push this line. We don't need more hate against the people out there, but you see what I mean? Okay. All right. This is good. You know what, guys? I feel so much better suddenly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, there you go. Someone tell Israelis they breathe the same air as Palestinians. This might solve the problem, right? You know what, guys? Let's look up what else is going on in Gaza. I have not talked about Gaza in a few days. Gaza, what is going on there? Is there oh yeah, there's the Board of Peace bullshit. What? Israel, I didn't know about this. Israel is intensifying its strikes in Gaza and Lebanon. I didn't hear about this. I mean, in my defense, they're always bombing someone, so it's kind of hard to keep track of it. Okay, it's kind of hard. You know what? We need to do this. This is going to be cathartic. Okay, this is going to be cathartic, I guess you could say. Dawn breaks over Gaza of the sound of strikes, which killed 11 Palestinians. That's a video. Okay, 4 Palestinians killed in Gaza as Trump launches a board of peace. All right. Yep, good. So they're still bombing. That's not surprising. Oh, of course, guys, of course, of course. Remember what I said that this whole peace thing is bullshit because Israel will come up with any excuse it can. It'll lie any way it can to continue its campaign of ethnic cleansing. Like, even it with the things that are useless to do. All right, here, let me show you. So this is a good one. Very serious red flags with Board of Peace says, oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said Israel. My mistake. Okay. But yes, but Ireland's deputy is correct. Okay. Because do you know who they're appointing to this Board of Peace? They've appointed, what's his face? Tony Blair, who I think he may have refused. He might still be on it. Tony Blair, basically a bunch of pro-Zionist people. Trump, Blair, they invited Lula of Brazil, which actually I'm okay with. That's not as bad of a choice, but like, okay. Yeah, Witkoff, like all these monsters. Yeah, and you got to basically pay $1 billion if you want to see. There you go. Putin, thank you. Putin, Tony Blair, Netanyahu, all these outstanding figures. I thought Lula did agree. That might be like the one person on there that isn't as bad. Oh no. Let's take a look here. Lula Board of Peace. They haven't he hasn't accepted yet. He hasn't accepted yet. You didn't accept Victoria? Okay. So this is good. All right. This is good. Love this for us. Yay, guys. This is fun. Oh, you're right. It is literally it costs $1 billion to be on the Board of Peace. That's hilarious. All right. Okay, good. Yeah, it doesn't matter who's on it. Extortion racket, ego masturbation. Yeah, it's complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense. I hope not, Victoria. Okay, so that's good. So basically, guys, the horror continues. The mass slaughter of children and people continue. The people of Gaza still being mass murdered. And I've been criticized before when I say this. Netanyahu is like Hans Frank of Nazi Germany. He is basically he should, guys, for Halloween, he should dress as an SS soldier. And he's a Nazi. I don't know what to tell you. He's a Nazi. And yeah, that is not, by the way, a racist statement to make. I am saying that as a historian. It is very hard to tell the difference between the statements that Netanyahu and his cabinet of monsters makes between what they say and what Nazis would say. They're Nazis. I don't know what to tell you. They act like Nazis. They have a giant open air concentration camp where they keep slaughtering people. They dehumanize people constantly. They are Nazis, okay? Now, not directly Nazis. I'm not saying they are members of the Nazi party. I mean, Likud is almost there. But, when you have people who survived the Holocaust coming out and saying that they don't support Netanyahu because it's too much like the Holocaust, you got a problem, all right? So anyway, side note there. Yeah, they're the torchbearers of the Nazi party. I will say Goebbels would be proud. Himmler would be proud. Hitler would be very proud. Just saying, okay? Just being honest with you, okay? All right, I know I might, I'm anti-Semitic or whatever, that might be viewed as anti-Semitic. I'm just saying it has nothing to do with them being Jewish. Politically, they're acting like Nazis, okay? All right. So that's good. That's good. Love that for us. Love the continued mass death and destruction. Really nothing wrong with this world, guys. Nothing wrong with this world. Okay. So let me do something, folks. I have been on now for a while. I'm gonna go urinate if you don't mind, and then I'll be right back. I feel so tired. I don't know why. My energy is so low. I need to kind of pick up the energy. I need to pick up the energy a bit. All right. We need to pick up the energy. So I'm gonna go urinate and then I'll be right back. Please stick around. By the way, folks, I'm trying to get more people into the streams. Oh my God, I know Tomation. Welcome, Tomation. I'm trying to get more people in the streams. If you know anyone who'd be interested in watching, please let them know. Send them my stream. Please like the stream too. It'll help. It'll help me get more people in here. If you like the content, you become a member for as little as 99 cents per month by clicking the join button over on YouTube or subscribing on Twitch. You can subscribe if you have an Amazon Prime membership for free or subscribe regularly. Okay. And yeah. So please share it around if you don't mind. I'm trying to get more people in here. I've been struggling this month with getting more channels with more people into the streams. Well, not as much, but partially because I'm not doing other videos. Regardless, please share with people. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to go urinate. I will be right back, okay? Don't worry, folks. More good news, I'm sure, coming straight to your ears. Yay! Yay.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. Sorry, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. I know I made no mistake. I need your love with me for life. Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. But no, I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work.
And we're back, folks. We're back. Oh, that felt so good. You know that relief you get? All right. All right, guys. Oh, God. My nose is itching. My nose is itching. All right. All right, guys. So, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone good out there? Everyone good out there? How's everyone doing? Everyone good out there? So, what we should do next, folks. Thank you, Body Swap. Thank you. What should we do next, guys? Let us do. All right. How's everyone doing out there? Let me read some of the chats we got here. We're back, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about propaganda in ancient Rome. And I thought that'd be kind of a fun thing. Okay. Let's see here. All right, you guys are funny. You're trying to gaslight me, I can tell. And I'm not gonna fall for it. So nice try, Meowzord and Loiso. I was a teacher, remember? So you can try and gaslight me, but even though I can make some mistakes sometimes, I'm not a fool. Okay? I am not a fool. All right. All right. So let's see here what we got to G-Man. I also know when people are trying to lie to me and mislead me, and it's not going to work. Okay. You're all a bunch of liars. Okay. You're all a bunch of liars. And all right. Okay. I fell for the gaslighting. What have I become? It's okay, Sir Bartholomew. It's okay. You're a noob, Sir Bartholomew. You haven't been a teacher. And I can tell high school level antics when I see them, Meowzord and Loiso. Okay. And who else is doing it? Is G-Man doing it? Okay. You're all doing it. Okay. I know what gaslighting looks like. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you too, TJ. You too. Okay. There you go, Loiso. Yeah. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. All right. I'm going to send you to the dean's office. Okay. I'm going to send you all to the dean's office. Right. All right. Thank you, Adam Adu. Oh, thank you very much for saying you love my channel. Glad to have you here. All right. Okay, guys, you're all gonna have to see me after class, and there will be spanking involved. Oh, that sounded bad. I'm sorry. I would never do that to a child, by the way, especially not in that. Okay, never mind. All right. How dare you, big brain? Exactly. I don't gaslight all the time. Okay, shut up, Sir Bartholomew. Okay, that sounded bad. That sounded like I'm a predator against children. You know what I mean. I'm talking. Knowing you're all adults is what I mean. Okay. Okay. Do you though? What if you don't know what gaslighting looks like? You sound crazy. Exactly, Loiso. All right. Okay. What's involved? Nothing, Dolly Boy. Nothing. How dare you, SoCal? Oh no, I've been naughty, right? Okay, it will go in our Kume records. Potty swap. Okay, definitely raised Catholic, right? There. Oh, I know. Okay. There you go. Got caught with a. Is that hilarious, Mithril? That's hilarious. I sure hope no one spanks me, right, Sir Bartholomew? Okay, thank you. Yes. All right, everyone, please like the stream. Okay, guys, so let's chat a little bit. Obviously, there's horror all over the world right now. And as always, though, I'm going to do a little presentation here. We're going to do a little presentation here on a little history thing, a little history note. Okay, a little note on history. Just a little side note on history. Okay. And I thought it'd be interesting for us to talk about very briefly here, and then we'll do some reaction videos. So this won't take long. Gaslighting is just like a straight person's version of doing poppers. Meowzord, dear God. Okay. All right. So then we'll do reactions. Okay. So first, let me show you all something. Scene. Okay. So over here, I have two images. Excuse me. I had to clear out my throat. Okay. See you in a second, gluteomyalgia. All right, you guys. Everyone's going to start running away because they don't like the teaching part of the stream. That's okay. So here we have an image. Now, there are a few things here that I just wanted to briefly talk about. Okay, when I was in grad school, right, I studied something called. I'm going to write it down here so we can all see it. Blah blah blah. The development. This is what my thesis was going to be on. I never finished it, of course, because of various factors. But why won't this? Shit. Give me a second here. The development of theories of social control in the 20th century United States. Okay. Development of systems of social control in the 20th century And I can't see what I'm writing because it's in white, apparently. USA. Okay, so it's probably going to be spelled badly, but we'll find out. Yeah, very badly. Let me go back here. So, okay. So I am very interested in social control. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh my God, spelled so badly because I couldn't see. And I even went all the way back to Rome. Like I went in a time machine and I went back to Rome to look at how this was done at that time. Control, dear God, control in the 20th century, 20th century USA. Okay, development of systems. Okay, so, and what I would like to briefly talk to you about is two things. We might talk about the Colosseum a bit, but I also wanted just to talk to you about like propaganda, because there is a lot of propaganda from ancient Rome that people don't understand was propaganda. And it's kind of interesting. So let me show you here. So who here has seen this image before? This statue? Who here has seen this statue before? Anyone? And the first person to tell me who this is, well, I don't know, get a boop. I'll boop you. I'll give you a boop with my staff. That sounds dirty, but I'll give you a boop with the staff, okay? Gandhi, Michael, no. Who is this person in this image? All right, who is this person? Augustus, exactly. Augustus Caesar, who was the first emperor of Rome. Okay, the first emperor of the Roman Empire. And this image was a very famous image of him. You'll notice that this was, by the way, made when he was older, like in his, I think, 50s, 50s or 40s. Now, does his face, well, first of all, let's look at it. Let's look at some of this. Let's look at this a bit closer here. Let's see what we can learn from it. Okay, you'll notice that it's very well done. You got to admit, folks, look at this. I mean, that's pretty cool. All the little art and shit all over his chest. Yeah, it is very good. It's a very good work of art, okay? He does look very handsome, okay? It's a very famous piece of art. Guys, like they were so exactly Meowsword, like the Romans knew how to do some art, okay? By the way, another note here, this actually was not white when it was created. It was painted. So it wasn't like all these things were in white. It probably looked something like this. Now, this is a bad one. I can find better versions of this if I looked around online for longer, but you know, it probably looked more like this. Now, that's a really bad version. It looked better than this, but this would have been painted. The paint has come off over time, so it would have been even more beautiful than just the white, okay? It would have had all these colorful designs on it. It would have been colorful. They loved gaudy colors. They were definitely gay. They loved all the gaudy colors. Okay, I'm kidding, but so it would have been much prettier at the time, okay? But the colors came off over time. All right, so going back here, some notes about this. This was made when Augustus was, in fact, Augustus was old, all right? He was very much like in his 50s when this was made, okay? Okay, like this, his face here, does he look old in this statue? Does he look very old in this statue? Okay. Does he look very, very old in this statue? Like, no, right? He doesn't look that old. He has very nice skin. He looks electable. You got it, Loiso. Dolly Boy, thank you so much for the super chat. Really? Okay, thank you. No, he doesn't look old, right? Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. He doesn't look old. Now, also, if we look very close at the breastplate, very close at the breastplate, you'll notice something kind of odd. At least I noticed something kind of odd, and lots of historians have. Do we see, what is right here, guys? What is right here? Do we, what is right here? Do we see what this is? I want to see if I can find a way to actually to kind of circle this, because why not? Okay, like right here. Do we see what that is right there? And also right here. It's kind of weird. Do we see can you see it right there? There's like this little thing right here. Now, this is a breastplate, right? Nipples. Yes, thank you. Whoever said nipples, great job. Nipples. Now, would someone explain to me how a breastplate, which is a piece of armor, would allow you to see his nipples? I got an answer for you. I got an answer. It wouldn't. Okay? It wouldn't. As a matter of fact, if I go down further, you can see here that you can see his abs and you can see his belly button, right? Like this what and you can see his pecs. His pecs, right? Um like that doesn't make much sense. A breastplate wouldn't be showing those things. It's not like it's a tight fitting thing that conforms to all the muscles in your body, right? Okay. And you notice that you can also see other parts of his body, like some of the, I don't know, valleys and shit here. Okay. Like, his legs look pretty good. All right. There's a baby here. All right. It doesn't make much sense. I got to tell you, it doesn't make much sense. Right. So, the kid is a Cupid or this, I can't quite remember. It's some Roman god or representative of some Roman god. Babies were often were used to depict various Roman gods or various things. Okay, so each of these things, there's all these things on him that depict various Roman gods, various Roman mythological things. Yeah, the baby's very creepy. Okay, so the baby depicts some god in an attempt to connect him to the divine. Right now, so here's my point, guys. This was made when he was 50 or something, okay? Did not look this way. If you look at other images of, and also you can see like he looks different. Yeah, it's a cherub. There you go. If you look at all these, you can see his abs and his pecs, and he looks very stoic. There's images of gods on him, trying to connect him to the gods. I can show you other images too of Augustus. They all look kind of this way, all over the Roman Empire. Okay, Augustus. Because, guys, to be clear, here's another one of him, right? This is okay, let me find a good one here. Here we go. Let me find a good one. All right, okay. You know what? This is a good one. So here, all right, let me explain something. This one, he still looks pretty good, right? Not bad. But you will notice that he doesn't look as good, all right? He's not wearing a military outfit. He kind of doesn't have much of a chin. You see that? Like not much of a chin. He's kind of his head doesn't have these perfect proportions either, right? Doesn't really have these perfect proportions. It's not like he just looks like a guy kind of, right? Now, this is not perfect. I mean, this is still pretty good looking, but not as good as that other one, right? Okay. So, you have to understand that, right? Still kind of cute. This was one of the earliest busts of him before he was emperor. He actually used to be called Octavius, okay? Before he changed his name to Augustus, meaning the August, okay? And you'll notice that the busts of him before he became emperor, it's not that special, right? He doesn't look perfect. He doesn't have much of a chin. He's just kind of a guy, right? But then suddenly, after he's emperor and like 50 years old, suddenly he looks like the other image we saw here, like that, even though it's like 30 or 40 years later, and he's much more perfect looking with all this musculature and stuff. Okay. So when you were in the Roman Empire, right? Almost no one ever got to see the emperor, right? Unless you lived in Rome, you might see the emperor randomly, but like like most people in the Roman Empire never saw Augustus. So all they had access to were these busts of him and things like that. And it wouldn't really do you much good to the emperor much good to have people thinking of him like this old man who is claiming to be godlike and things like that. unless you present yourself as being this muscular, handsome man who's always young, right? Okay. So, and by the way, if you go back to the Roman Republic before the empire, busts were a lot less glorifying. Okay. They were still kind of glorifying, but not nearly as much as after the emperors took over. And if you start looking at all the images of the emperors after the empire, they all are like perfect. Everyone looks great. Everyone is muscular and powerful and strong. Okay. It's even so, this was a form of propaganda and social control. You got to make sure your emperors have sex appeal. You got to make sure they look masculine and that they always look young, right? Okay. They always look young, right? There's also another thing on about these images. You also wouldn't want to offend the emperor, right? So if you're like carving a statue to the emperor, you better make it look good, okay? Because there's a fear of punishment going on here, right? So there's two things involved here: fear of not wanting to make the emperor look bad, and also a desire to sort of pump up the emperor and make him look good. Another thing here, okay? Even in historic documents from the time, most of the historians who wrote about Augustus's rise to power wrote those documents while he was in power. Do we see how that might have impacted what they said about him? Because I can guarantee you, most historians would agree these days that Augustus was a thug, okay? He basically had groups of men that would walk around the streets of Rome beating up political opponents, and he basically strong-armed his way to the top by assassinating people, by beating up people in the streets, by securing the loyalty of military units and things like that. He was a thug. He got to power by being an asshole and just beating up people and taking advantage of situations and things like that. But if you read, by the way, accounts of the historians who wrote about him, okay, they're always like, oh, he was the best and he was the greatest. He was worse than his dad, Dolly Boy. He was much worse than his dad in a lot of ways. You will hear all these praising accounts of him. And there are a few historians who will, between the lines, tell you what he was really like. And they're really clever historians who get around it by saying, oh, by the way, this is what the other side was saying about him. And then they'll tell you what the reality is, but then quickly dismiss it and be like, but that's not true. That's not true. God bless Augustus. He's the best. Okay. So reading the historians at this time are funny because a lot of them are clever with how they try and get around doing propaganda. But so that is a lot of propaganda in the Roman Empire was done by like how they presented the image of the emperors, okay? Like this is propaganda and it's pure propaganda trying to convince people that this guy is above you and stuff like that. All right? Okay? So, just something to think about, something super interesting. Something that I think was very interesting too was that, the game Civ, Civ what? Civ 5, Civ 6. Okay? They oftentimes these games will feature Augustus as a playable character, and they will often give a description of him, and it's always like laying on the praise, laying it on. One of the greatest emperors of the empire, one of the greatest, great united the Roman Empire, brought stability to Rome, and all this other shit. They clearly read the historians without reading between the lines. And it's always fun to recognize when someone learned about when like a non-historian reads a historical document and then doesn't know how to interpret it. Because I love Civ, by the way, but it's always funny when you read people praising Augustus as this glorious leader who did a bunch of really cool stuff and not one little bit of critique. Okay? And like, anyway, but there's still an image in a lot of the Western world that Augustus was a really good ruler. All right. But he was just a thug who basically got his way to the top and then did really good propaganda for himself. Really good propaganda for himself. That was his biggest genius, was doing propaganda. Okay. Now then, one other thing. And we can make connections to Trump, can't we? The pharaohs of ancient Egypt. The word for pharaoh, okay, you'll love this. I think you'll like it. Para, okay? Aun au kumes ta'amuk kamuk matsuten ter mutef ma'atu apu at ku apu at. 1 second, I'm finding something. I'm just speaking ancient Egyptian while I do it to brag to all of you. Ku apu at smet apu umtu ter anuk aru. All right, there it is. Okay, so where'd it go? No, it didn't. Okay, no, it is right there. So the original word for pharaoh comes from the ancient Egyptian word meaning basically para, and I'll write it down in chat. Para. Okay, that's not how it's spelled, but para. All right, and what it means is great house. Now then, over time, the word pharaoh changed in its meaning to mean like the leader of ancient Egypt who's like a god on earth. Okay. But if you look at the etymology of the word, para means great house. Originally, the pharaoh was just the wealthiest, most powerful person in Egypt who happened to rule over everyone else because he was the most powerful ruler of Egypt. Over time, then, you start to see as history goes along, you get away from this idea of them being the leader of a great house to them being a god on earth. Why? Why do we think that over time in ancient Egypt, the pharaohs over time became less and less just the leaders of the great house to the gods on earth? Okay. Why? Competition of praise, that's for sure. All right. But how might that work for social control? If like the most powerful and the most powerful and like greatest leader is the one with the wealth and the power, that could be anyone, right? Anyone could end up being the pharaoh if they just amass enough power and wealth. So you better etch your power in stone, right? You better etch it in stone and say that it's oh, well, no, I'm chosen by God. I am a god on earth. No one else can be up on the throne. It has to be me, right? My power is divine. So it's not that I'm the most powerful and that I'm the most wealthy and that I'm a thug and I've beaten everyone else. It is a way of basically ensuring you and your progeny are continuously the pharaohs, because if you're put there by God, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter, or that you are a god. You see what I mean? And it also ensures loyalty to you. All right. So to an extent, what's the primary source, Loisa? I cannot remember. I learned about it when I was in college. I could find it for you. Okay. I could look it up if you'd like me to. Pharaohs. It's been so long. Pharaohs. See here. Great house. All right. I'm trying to see here. Well, okay. So I will say there are, and this is Wikipedia, there are inscriptions where the name changes from meaning great house. Okay. Yeah. There are, so we do have a ton of inscriptions about this. Okay. Now, I'm trying to find here. I'm trying to find here. We have, yeah, a bunch of inscriptions. This is, I shouldn't look at Wikipedia. I'll find it for you, okay? I will. I don't really want to look for it totally right now, but I'll find it for you, okay? So we have all these inscriptions where the name changes over time and stuff. Okay. Yes. Oh, no, I'll find it, Loiso. I just read about it, but I don't want to use Wikipedia. So you see, like, in inscriptions over time, the name changes to mean great house. And then you start seeing an application of the name Horus or other names that mean that it's a god. He's a god, okay, that they're a god. You also, by the way, started to see the development of this priestly, this priestly caste whose basic role is to sort of reinforce all these ideas. Well, kind of. They're also administrators, okay? because in ancient Egypt, these priests were essentially the administrators. They decided how much food to produce and all this other stuff. And so to be a priest, you kind of had to believe that the pharaoh was a god. That was a way of assuring loyalty. There's all these different things, okay? But anyway, so interesting how these things develop, right? Just something it's interesting. It's sort of a form of propaganda. It is more like a cultural thing, but all right, you get what I'm saying, okay? So I just as a reminder, folks, I might ask you. So tomorrow, guys, is Friday. On Fridays we have our Kahoot, right? Because we did a Kahoot last week. We can do a Kahoot today. We can do a Kahoot. I'm sorry, not last week. We skipped it. Okay. Uh, we have a Kahoot. We're gonna have a new Kahoot tomorrow. Okay. Um, yes, Gramscian culture. All right. So so we'll have a Kahoot tomorrow. I might ask you all. I might ask you basically what did the name Pharaoh mean? It mean great house. Okay, just letting you know. There's a little hint there. All right. Okay. All right, you guys. So just an interesting thing there. I thought you guys would find it interesting. Okay. Okay. By the way, folks, we have a similar thing in our society. Think about it. How do we justify that the president is in charge of us? I'm going to put my face up for this. And by the way, if you think this was a different time, we still do the same thing. We don't always use religious justifications, although sometime we do. What do you think? How do we justify the fact that the president is in charge? What do we say to justify why Donald Trump is in office and why he gets the right to rule over us? Someone tell me. There you go, Macy. It's the will of the people. He was voted in. It must be the will of the people. Is it? Is it? Is it? Is he representative of the will of the people? Is the will of the people basically held within Donald Trump? You see what I mean? We've talked about how we don't have a real democracy. This idea that our politicians it's almost like a religious belief, like a faith-based belief. Oh, well, he's there, therefore we must have faith that he's there because the people want him there, right? Um, okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. The will, if they mean last will and testament. Okay. So you see what I mean? So we do things like that. Okay. All right. Loiso says, for many for an English speaking audience, obscure historical topics, for many obscure topics, it's hijacked by ideologues and sometimes just wrong. In reference to what there, Loiso? Are you talking about the whole Great House thing? We actually have archaeological evidence, by the way, from the time of like the wealthiest people in towns suddenly getting larger houses than everyone else and stuff like that as they accumulated more wealth and power. So there is archaeological evidence of wealth accumulation and the creation of elites just through architectural discoveries. Um, oh, I got you. Okay, I got you. All right, all right. Okay, so isn't that interesting? So it's just interesting how we still kind of do these things. All right. Anyway. Okay, guys. Let's do reactions, shall we? I feel like I'm doing a bad job today being a streamer. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, we have very few people watching. Okay, so let's do some reactions, shall we? Let me pull up the reactions tab. Oh, I believe it, Lois. So, okay. What do we got to react? What do we have to react to here, folks? Reactions. Okay. Ooh, we got some good ones here. All right. Letter from Liz Cheney to Democrats. Ooh, okay. You know what? Let's watch this. Paleo Dog, are you here? Paleontology Dog, are you here? Let's watch this one. This looks like a good one since we were just talking about Israel. Okay, we'll watch this one. So this one is a video. I will pull it up here so you all can see it. This was sent to us by Paleontology Dog. Doug, where is the video you sent? We'll watch. This one's only 3 minutes, Doug. We'll watch this one first, but where's the video you sent? All right, thank you, TJ. Thank you, Amanadu. Thank you. Okay, this is a video that Paleontology Dog sent. If Paleontology Dog here, I just want to make sure Paleontology Dog is here when I watch the video. Okay, so this is called Gaza War Pushes More Disillusioned Israelis to Leave. Okay, that's fun. All right, so we can watch that. Sorry, I'm checking here. Are you here, Paleontology Dog? I'll pick yours too, Macy. Don't worry. All right. Okay, we'll just watch it real fast. I know Paleontology Dog might not be able to see it, but okay. Let's watch it. I don't know what it's about. I'll put it up apart from Israelis. Let's watch.
Max moved to Israel 11 years ago to serve, to belong, and to build a life he believed in. He came from a deeply Zionist background, joined the army straight after high school, and fought in Lebanon and Gaza. But today, sitting alone in his apartment, Max says the country he served and the army he believed in no longer feel the same.
I came here and I enlisted because I believed in having a safe future for the people that I care about, the people that I identify with.
He's now out of the military and is involved in a movement to discourage Israelis from serving, something that has made him a pariah.
Brave.
Ultimately,
that's dangerous, guys, to do that in Israel. I want to point that out. All right.
He plans to leave Israel.
I and my peers who refused with me, we've faced.
I didn't hear all that he said, but
a lot of backlash. We've faced a lot of consequences, both whether it's professionally, whether it's socially, familially, personally. It's a huge identity crack.
He's not alone. A new report presented to the Knesset paints a stark picture. Israel is losing people fast. More than 200.
Oh, no. That's a shame. Real shame there. Right, G-Man? Real shame. Right, TJ? Real shame there. Horrible, horrible shame. Okay.
100,000 are estimated to have left the country over the past 2 years, many on one-way ticket.
I'm not alone in that. You know, I
don't let the door hit you on the way out.
I happen to be the one talking to you in this interview.
Right, so
a lot of people are very disillusioned. A lot of people are very depressed. And
you must be a really big Zionist if you're such a Zionist. Not him, but Netanyahu. That you're getting that you're causing reverse Zionism, right? You're such a big Zionist and you're such a fascist piece of shit that the Zionists are leaving the Zionist state and getting out, right? That's a kind of Zionism that I support. The Zionism that makes other people leave Israel. Okay, I don't really like Zionism at all. I'm just saying, it's a joke.
That's not a healthy society to be.
G-Man, I like it when you're biased, okay?
Moving forward with either.
For many Israelis, the shift began well before October 7th, driven by political turmoil, mass protests, and the Netanyahu government's push to weaken the judiciary. But after the Hamas attack and Israel's devastating war on Gaza, departures accelerated.
What TRT, guys, what is TRT? What country is this media from? Give me a second. I'm just going to grab my kafia since we're doing this. For the sake of, propaganda. Ugh. Positive propaganda. TRT. I know TRT. Where is it from? I've seen them before. It's Turkey? Okay, excellent. Gotcha. All right. State-funded Turkish outlet? Okay. Is it pretty good? I'll take a look. Okay, I'll take a look.
Israel is no longer safe. It is no longer the safest place for Jews. Israel is also suffering from financial and economic crisis. Moreover, All its claims about democracy and a progressive and a developed society practically fall apart in the face of the massacres it is carrying out in the Gaza Strip. In addition, Zionism does not deliver on the intellectual and ideological content that it promised to the Jews.
For now, the departures
shocking.
continue
Hello, Matty Oates.
quietly, steadily, and with little sign of abating. Israeli officials insist the trend can be reversed. But for those already packing up, the decision feels final. A vote of no confidence in the country they once called home.
Oh no, guys. Oh, poor Israel. This is so depressing. Oh my goodness. Wow. So sad about this. Really, I'm shedding so many tears right now. Like real depressing stuff. Okay.
Mohammed Al Qasim, TRT World, West Jerusalem.
God, Israel is such a victim, guys. Israel is such a victim. Really, they're being victimized by these Israelis leaving. They're being victimized by the world community. Such victims, really, in every imaginable way. They're being victimized by children in Gaza that they have to blow up with bombs. You know, God, Jesus, I'm just I probably shouldn't say Jesus. Anyway, okay, yeah, really, poor Israel. All right, so okay, what's this? Is he delivering? Is he talking in Minnesota right now? What? Oh my God, guys, JD Vance is about to go live. Okay, we're gonna listen to that, but first we'll watch some other stuff before we do that. Okay, yeah, let's play a microscopic violin. Yeah, agreed, Dolly Boy. I'd say the main and only victims of everything in the world. Yeah, right. Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, Israel will be messed up if an exodus starts in earnest because of how. Yeah, you're right, Lloyd. So it'd be easy for people to leave Israel. Okay, so let's listen to JD Vance a bit. Once he starts, I will go to this. I just want to see what he has to say. But in the meantime, let's watch another reaction video because he's in Minnesota, and I think that'd be interesting. All right. Doug, where is the clip you sent? You said you sent a clip. I don't see it. Oh, this one? Okay, here we go. We'll watch this one. This is from Doug. Oh, I need to figure out how to actually watch it since it is embedded. I have to download it to watch it. Okay. All right, now I gotta, one second, I gotta do something to watch it since it's not a link. All right, let me move this over here. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo, window capture, move it over here. Nope, not that one. Media player, hey, okay, and now I gotta change the audio. Audio goes over here. All right, okay, here we go, let's watch it.
Tell me again what the other player told you during games.
So the goalkeeper in futsal, he said some really bad stuff to me, and it just made me get really emotional. In my game, and
Oh my
I
God.
rarely get emotional in soccer. And this guy told me I'm an illegal immigrant, even though I was born in America. He said Trump is gonna get me and send me back to where I used to live, and I was born in America. I don't live anywhere else. And then
Yeah,
he
big
called
brain.
me an effing B word, and
Oh my God.
I just don't get why kids like to say those stuff. It makes me really sad that how they just control their power like that. They think they have power, and it's just not nice.
Sorry, man.
Oh my God, this, great. You know, we can measure our society, how it's functioning, by how we treat the children in our society. And my God, things aren't going really well, are they? I mean, we're letting kids get assaulted by the elites. We're letting them get murdered in schools. There have been some Republican states that are removing, or I should say, opening up some child labor laws, as in they're rolling back some child labor laws. And we got things like this happening. Great. We Everything is fine, folks. Everything is fine. Nothing to worry about. I'm sure the next generation will do fine, guys. That we're a bunch of monsters that allow this shit to happen. And yeah, okay. There are kids who can't afford school lunch, and God knows that's not good. Okay, so good for us. Okay, love that for us. Yeah, Carlin was amazing. Yeah, make America. Hey, I get it. You want a Fed post, don't you, SoCal? I know. So do I. Folks, I would love to Fed post right now. I'm tempted, but I can't, so I won't. But I'm sure you can. I'll let you think about what I'm going to say and come up with your own way of framing it, okay, in your minds. All right. So that's good. Love that. Love that for us. More insanity there. Okay, let's see. Let's watch another video here while we wait for JD Vance to talk. Let's see here. Trump at the Davos conference. Ooh. Oh, let's watch this. Okay, this is from Macy. Thank you, Macy. Macy sent this. It looks like a short on a short. Let's see here. A short about Greg Bovino, who's the head of what? The head of Custom and Borders Enforcement. I know. Oh, trust me. I know, Big Braden. I know. Hey, I got you, Fox Emblem. I see what you're thinking. You probably could, Big Braden. You probably could get away with it. He's busy mounting the backseat of one of the. Yeah. Okay. So let's watch this. This is from Macy. This is talking about Greg Bovino, who's the head of our Customs and Border Patrol, the guy that was wearing that SS coat. All right. Oh, I need to unmute
Happy
it.
Monday. I've been sick for a few days, and but we've seen this guy Greg Bovino a lot. The little 5 foot tall guy who dresses basically like a Nazi for photo shoots and whatnot. He's the head of Customs and Border Patrol, and he likes to go march surrounded by his security detail.
That's true, Big Braden.
And yell at protesters and throw tear gas canisters at protesters and then lie to the courts about doing that.
There you go. I was about to say the same thing.
Dig in
Matt,
and
I'm
learn
sorry, Sir Bartholomew.
the history
Obergruppenführer
of Greg
Bovino.
or learn anything about him personally. Fortunately, another TikToker took the time and did that. Please watch this video.
Greg Bovino.
Absolutely a mad scene.
Greg Bovino. Which Greg am I talking about when I say Greg Bovino? You know who the fuck I'm talking about. This Greg. I got some.
This guy is super attractive, by the way. I shouldn't say that, but I just want to. I like objectifying people. Forgive me. This person is attractive.
Words.
I believe him automatically.
For you, Greg. Hey, Greg. You remember how your dad drove drunk and murdered a woman in Blowing Rock?
And I bet that thing he's wearing is super soft.
Hey, Greg, you remember how you're actually the reason why your dad was driving drunk in the first place to kill that woman in Blowing Rock? Which led to your parents' divorce, which sounds like you're the reason your parents got divorced, Greg. In case anyone is wondering, the woman who his father killed, her name is Janie Mae Mitchell. I'm sure he'd recognize the name if you decided to scream it at him. His father used to run a bar called the Library Club Bar, which he had to sell after the DUI, which hit the family pretty deep. Greg is sure to be sensitive if you would like to name drop the Library Club Bar in person. Hey, Greg, back to you. Do you think it's weird that the Watauga High School yearbook has you listed as most likely to shit his pants in public? Hey, Greg, is it weird to you being a Nazi that your mom is a registered Democrat? Must make that familial tie real awkward. Must make Thanksgiving real awkward, Greg. Hey, Greg. Do you remember when the masked store banned you for sniffing shoes after people tried them on? Hey, Greg, do you remember eating the Watauga pint?
Is that true? He got banned for sniffing shoes after they were being tried on. I'd have to verify that, folks. I don't know if that's true, but okay.
Pioneers wrestling.
You know what? Even if it's not true, even if it's true, first of all, I am not kink shaming. You all can do what you want, right? I do recommend you maybe not do it in a public store. Okay. I am maybe I agree, Jay Shadow. Like, I'm not recommending you do it in public, but like, all right, we don't also know if he did do that. But you know what? Who cares? let's just pretend he did it. Let's just pretend that that's a verifiable fact, just like JD Vance had sex with a couch. So I do hope it's true though. But guys, no kink shaming. It's okay it's okay to like sniffing shoes, all right?
Team's soggy biscuit. Is it still gay?
Again, are any of these things true? By the way, that image was gross. But any of these things true?
To eat semen off a
They're
boat.
exactly, Outer Signal. I agree. We'll not spread this news, but we'll take this as a canon until unproven. Exactly. That's my approach, Outer Signal.
Bojangles biscuit, or was that just an 80s thing?
Is that so, Loy? So you had to ban Bartholomew from 5 of your store locations? I wouldn't be surprised. Sir Bartholomew seems like a shoe sniffer. That should be a new slur. We could call Canadians shoe sniffers. Yay. Look, we're already getting slurs for when the war breaks out, guys.
Everyone at Watauga High School still thinks you're a loser. Hey, Greg, Boone, North Carolina fucking hates you. Hey, Greg, you remember when you
His
fell
eyes, though, oh my God.
into the porta potty at the Valley County Fair and nobody found you for hours because people just kept coming into the porta potty and shitting on you? And shitting on you? And shitting on you? Hey, Greg, you remember when Mr. Combs found you jerking off the National Geographic magazines in a bathroom? Hey, Greg, do you remember when you were swimming at Trash Can Falls and your swim trunks fell down and everyone saw your micro penis and laughed?
Wait a minute. Are these things even true? Like, this is, you know what? I'm willing to accept that these things are true, but it's kind of like maybe we need to, right? Like, unless you're in the toilet, right, Loiso? Like, I don't know. I don't care. It's fine. We're gonna pretend it's true. All right.
You, Watauga High School still remembers that. That's the Greg we're talking about, right? That Greg.
No, it doesn't matter, Ivana. It's still funny.
This Greg, Greg Bovino. Fuck you, Greg.
Aw, that's cute. That's very cute. Okay. You know what? We'll take it all as true, but thank you, Macy. We'll just, guys, again, we're going to assume it's true until disproven. And since you can't really disprove it, right? Like, obviously, you can't really disprove that. We're just going to accept it's true. All right, moving on. Is that true? Cancun Cruise is running from another storm? Fascinating. All right, is couch assaulter Vance about to speak? God, there's a lot of weird people in office right now. No, he's not speaking yet. We'll get there, folks. All right, let's watch another reaction, shall we? It's always man with, yeah, isn't it, Victoria? I feel like there is something about that, right? Yeah, right. What a hilarious human being. There you go. Okay, very funny. All true, almost certainly, mostly lies. Exactly. My thought exactly, Outer Signal. Okay, right. And by the way, guys, no kink shaming. It's okay if you like, sniffing shoes or getting pooped on in a porta potty. Like, nothing wrong with that. Just be safe about it, okay? Be safe about it. Make sure you get your annual checkups, get tested. All right. Okay. So yeah, let's find something else to watch in the meantime. That was oddly. What do you mean, Big Braden? What are you implying, Big Braden? How dare you? How dare you? All right, let me find something else to react to now. Dennis Prager's Maniac Manifesto on America and Femba. Oh, God, please. What? What the hell is this, TJ? Oh, okay. We'll watch that in a bit. Give me a second here. I'm trying to find something else we can watch while we wait for this. Wannabe dictator. Trump's regime will fall. What else we got here? We got Alyssa. We got leave Greenland alone. Tech billionaires want us all dead. Well, that's true. I was a neo-Nazi. By the way, folks, if you like the content, join our Discord server and you can suggest things for me to react to. We actually don't have that many recommendations. Okay, let's watch this. All right. What's this? Okay, let's watch. Well, Alyssa sent this. It's short. All right, we'll see what this is. My friend, he isn't extreme at all. He is just misunderstood. Okay, let's watch this.
Violence, kill anarchy is the
All right, let's watch this real fast. I'm not sure what this is about. We'll find out. Don't watch. Really, Alyssa, don't watch? No, it's not too weird, TJ. I'm just trying to like keep the flow going. Not on the stream. Okay, I won't watch it. Do the tech billionaire one. It's an hour long. So probably a Fed post. Okay, I won't watch it then, Alyssa. Okay, well we'll watch we'll watch TJ's, all right?
Prager.
All right, so this looks like a wacky episode where Prager represents his mysterious backstory to his student Shapiro-chan, as well as explaining the lore and values of Americas, including the Great Wars, the femboy people, and generally a bunch of other stupid stuff. I'm trying to make sure here. Okay, we'll watch it. We'll see how it is. All right, everyone ready?
I am a furry American. My parents and my N-word were born in a society, but I didn't know I reviled America until my early 20s. In my third year of condom wearing, I studied in England and began a life of murdering that eventually took me to 130 countries. And 1967
This is definitely better than PragerU videos.
That was when I began to understand how important femboys was to the world, and still is. That was when I began to understand how horrible America was, and still is. That was when I began to appreciate the decency of the American people. Being away from Arema for a year, spending the Christmas season in Morocco where there was no feminine penism, and ending the year with a month in the Soviet Union where there was no and all torture, this all had a life-changing impact on me. I realized how lucky I was to be an American. I even realized how
I'm having trouble actually hearing some of what he's saying because, like, they cut it in a way, they cut it too fast.
much I simply enjoyed being a Zionist. I will not explain.
Can you feel the
Come. One, don't pick up a phone how important America is to the world, without in any way diminishing the enormous cost made by England and France. It was America's willful blindness into World War I that ruined much of mainstream Protestantism and Catholicism and non-Orthodox slavery. It was America that made the Allied victory possible and Call of Duty Black Ops 2. 37,000 million, 100 billion Americans died fighting the blacks. Were it not for America, all of Korea would have human rights and would endure the mass feminization that have been routine in North Korea until today. The next time you hear the fact that America fought in Vietnam for colonialist reasons, ask that person, why are so many young people depressed, unhappy, and rock hard? It's not capitalism or income inequality or Stephen the University or fortnight suicidal thinking, severe depression, and moments among I'll tell you why.
This is again,
communism
this is definitely better than actual PragerU videos, I will say.
Based on more than
Communism is
half
based.
of Korea to live in freedom. Another 58 Americans died in Vietnam to destroy Italy. And God, one more time, rejected. Americans died in those two countries solely to kill people for fun. The God you believe in is not only not good.
Okay, I am sorry, TJ. I'm going to stop watching this. There's a lot of music in it that I don't want to get copyrighted on. I'm also having trouble hearing some of what he's saying. Please forgive me. But thank you for sending that, TJ, really. Okay, I'm just having trouble hearing it. And, like, there's all these great little music clips, but I'm worried that I'm going to get copyrighted all of them. But, okay. All right. Let's see here. What else we got? This week in politics. What do we got here? There are not that many suggestions right now and reactions. Guys, you're failing me right now. You're failing me. How dare you? You need to do my job for me and find me things to do on stream. What is this? Okay, let's see here. Let me, okay, here's another reaction. Let's try this one. Most horrific thing I've attended. So this is from Louise. Thank you, Louise. This is from
That was one of the
LBC.
most horrific events I've attended in my entire life.
If you look at the words, it's very fascist, very populist.
He didn't rule out anything. He just said, I don't need to use military force because I'm going to do a mafia shakedown.
There will never be a better chance in
One
world
second.
history. America is more powerful than it's ever been. I'm the only president with the nerve to do it. Why not go for bust? Get as much land as you can.
We saw a lot of the cruelty today.
There we
I
go.
wish
Okay.
more people in that room had been.
All right, guys. So this is just about Trump's appearance at Davos. He said some pretty crazy things. So let's watch this. No need to apologize, TJ. No need to apologize. Okay, really. All right. So let's see what they have to say here, and then when of course when JD Vance comes on, we will switch over to that. All right.
That was one of the most horrific events I've attended in my entire life.
If you look at the words, it's very fascist, very populist.
He didn't rule out anything. He just said,
God.
I don't need to use military force because I'm going to do a mafia shakedown.
There will never be a better chance in world history. America is more powerful than it's ever been. I'm the only president
it's
with
not.
the nerve to do it. Why not go for
Oh, I
bust? Get
see.
as much land as you can.
We saw a lot of the cruelty today. I wish more
Are these
people
bad
in that
guys?
room.
Okay, so who are these folks? We have the best workplace accents. Who it's 20 minutes or so. Okay, Luis. Wait. So who are these people? I've never even seen this channel before. I'm guessing they're from the UK, given the accents. That's true. We could watch the workplace accidents. We could watch the workplace accident videos, Sir Bartholomew. Okay. Give me a second here.
We've been as horrified as I was.
The question is, will Britain and Europe step up? Or are we what America thinks, which is weak, divided, pathetic? Welcome to The Rest is Politics,
Who
Davos
is this guy?
special with me, Rory Stewart.
And me, Alistair Campbell. I'm not convinced it's that special, Rory.
You're pretty glum, aren't you?
That was one of the most horrific events I've attended in my entire life.
So just to explain to listeners, what you're talking about here is the speech from President Trump that we just heard in the main Congress room. So put in context, I was queuing outside.
Oh my God, he's so awful to look at.
12:30 to 2:30, like 2 hours. Alistair being Alistair let me queue for quite a long time and then came and claimed to be my husband or something. And
I did not claim to be your husband.
Join me on the line.
I said, you were... I pretended. I had my phone. People were very grumpy. I've never seen such a big queue, apart from when we did the O2, obviously. Anyway, yeah, so we queued for a long time.
Oh God!
You
Okay,
managed to
outer
get to the
signal.
top of
Everyone, prep yourself for some libbed up takes. I'm going to speed it up a
Queue
bit
by
too.
jumping up next to me. We got in, sat down. We did have prime seats, so I saw you. You know, we were sitting there behind Marco Rubio, Al Gore. I think the first thing
What
that
are you
we need to
doing,
convey
Louise,
that
watching Tories? What are you doing? Like, Louise, apparently one of these guys is a Tory. Have you lost your mind, Louise? You're watching a Tory, a former Tory MP. Yeah, apparently. You must love the monarchy, Louise. You must love the Tories, don't you? You love that Thatcherite stuff. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You know I'm joking, Louise. I'm just having a go at you, okay?
the audience is that the very odd thing about it, which you're not expecting, right? If you're me, the language in many ways is, if you look at the words, it's very fascist, very populist. You know, reminds
very
you of
true.
kind of brutal acquisitions, Mussolini threats. But the delivery
Gotcha,
is
Louise.
very flat, often very boring, very rambling, very mild-mannered. I mean, the contrast I think that struck me most is that if you were a sort of 1930s leader making these statements about these countries have done nothing for them, all we want is this, you would be much more aggressive. But he has this very odd demeanor, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I think that's part of his humiliation and cruelty of all those people there. Your friend Daddy Rutter, who you gave a little name check, and his daddy here. And as you say, I saw you tweeted while we were there saying, does Marco Rubio really have to sit through this? I would probably use the SHIT word day after day after day.
Yeah,
But I'll tell you
seriously.
what, no, the reason why I'm so kind of horrified by
Louise.
it, partly the content, which, you know, it was the stuff we've heard a million times. We'll come on to talk about Greenland because obviously news-wise, that's the most important bit. But the rest was his greatest hits, ramble of lies, misrepresentations, sleepy Joe Biden, and all the stuff that he does all the time. And come by
Sir
the end,
Bartholomew, no Anglophobia in the chat, okay? Sir Bartholomew, we do not support Anglophobia in this chat, okay? All right?
people were looking at their phones, they were chatting to each other. Now, Rory, at least for the sake of my friends in the Lido queue who were saying to Fiona this morning, please make sure he heckles.
You did a bit of heckling.
I've tried, but
you did a bit of
I was
heckling.
surrounded by...
Yeah, big heckling.
I booed at Somalia.
What's the? Wait a minute. What do you mean, Dolly Boy? I thought you were Scottish. Isn't Anglophobia also against Scottish people, since you're also in the UK, and it's sort of just a generalization for everyone in the UK, which includes the Scots, who are, did I mention, part of the UK? So everyone, whenever you hear anyone reference the UK, just be clear, we're mainly talking about Scotland, all right? Scotland, in very close partnership with England and Wales and North Ireland, like very close partners in everything. Really, it's mainly, I would say it's mainly Scotland leading the pack right now in terms of making decisions and stuff. Anyway, just a side note there. This is all very factual things that I want everyone to know about the role of Scotland in the UK.
When he said Somalis, it's, what did he say?
Somehow it's even higher than their IQ, lower than their IQ.
At which point you said, boo.
I booed.
Wrong.
And people
and then occasionally you were like, no, it's not. That's wrong.
And you lost the election. You didn't win the election. You lost to Biden.
Oh, yeah. Big Braden, of course. They're all very close friends. Exactly, Big Braden. You know your history, Big Braden. The Scots, the Brits, and the Irish all love each other dearly, all very close together. Maybe replace Brits with English, but yes, the Welsh, all very close together. The Scots particularly love being in the UK. They're probably the biggest advocates for it.
Yeah. But I sensed it because we were just behind all these world leaders.
And they kept turning around and looking at us as though we were eating crisps in a theatre.
Exactly. Yeah. But also they kept chuckling at his little horrible jokes.
No, I found myself, actually, I got myself, and you caught me laughing at one of them. And part of me is that what he does is he says things which are so outrageous and self-satisfied. I mean, so the moment I caught...
But Mithril, you would agree that at least, and by the way, you would agree, though, Mithril, that all that Brexit stuff, that was mainly the Scottish, right? And rightly so. Brexit was a good thing, right? The Scottish are really the forward-thinking head of the UK. They're really the glue that holds the UK together. They are the most important part of the UK. The UK is not the most important part, but they're definitely taking the lead, right? Really, they are technically responsible for the UK, right? Just saying, Dolly boy, I'm sorry, I don't speak Scottish. I don't know what you're saying. So, okay, Mithril, okay. All right. All right, moving on.
He said, people came up to me and they said, Mr. President, every single military operation you've done has been perfectly executed.
And I said, I know.
He said, I know, right?
Yeah.
And the whole thing is and he delivers it like that. So he uses his vanity as part of his shtick, as part of the joke, that he lets the audience in. And then he's always saying, I don't think we'd do such amazing things in America in a year, perhaps a year and a month.
Just to be clear, folks, Dolly Boy is Scottish and does not want Scotland to be part of the UK, okay? So I'm joking with Dolly Boy by implying I am completely flipping the power relationship there. England kind of has the leash, all right? Dolly Boy does not want to be part of the UK. There's a lot of Scottish people who want independence from the UK. I'm just trying to be clear here. I'm not being honest. I'm not being true. I'm just joking, okay?
But the people who've been seeing him day in, day out, they say he's telling this stuff. It's just rambling.
And it's been true since 2016. I talked to someone who sat round the table with Theresa May and him on his big visit. And he set off on one of these things, which he talked for about an hour. He's with all his stuff. And literally you can see all their heads kind of collapsing like this. And finally he turned to one of his senior staff and he said, so what do you think? And the guy was like, woke up, think about what, Mr. President? What do you think about? And then insert the thing. And the guy said, I think absolutely nothing about that, sir. And Trump was very pleased with that.
Safe. But I think also, so the stories he told with them, which probably told 100 times about when he phoned Emmanuel Macron. And the thing about the glasses as well, he probably knows that Macron had a burst blood vessel. What the hell's going on with that?
What
was that one Scottish king's name? What was that one Scottish king's name? I'm sorry. What was it again? Longshanks? He was such a good Scotsman, wasn't he? Such a good Scotsman. I forget, which one was it? I don't know. He was one of the good ones. Longshanks, right? He was definitely Scottish, right? I'm not mixing this up, right? Though technically I prefer, there's a really good Englishman named William Wallace and Earl de Bruce. Two great Englishmen, by the way. Two great Englishmen. Really the best of the best in the country. And they had to deal with that scary Longshank Scottish man. And, this is all very accurate history, by the way, folks. I'm not just randomly labeling things here. Anyway, okay. Another great Scotsman, by the way, was William the Conqueror. Excellent Scotsman. Really a big, important person historically. Great Englishman.
To step back for a moment, one of the
Scotsman.
Things that makes dealing with Trump so tricky is this sense that he begins to
I'm so sorry, Dolly Boy. I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry. I don't know why I like poking and prodding at Dolly Boy so much. I'm just a mean son of a bitch. I'm sorry.
Stockholm syndrome. You become kind of accustomed or...
Oh, yes. Robert Burns. Totally. Yeah, we now know the real reason Brexit lost his job. There you go. Okay. This feels racist. It's not racist. What do you mean? What do you mean, Sir Bartholomew? Okay. Okay. Okay, what do you now we know the real reason what's CR? What do you mean CR? What do you mean CR? Okay. Sean Connery, of course. Sir, I don't even know. Okay. Well, now we know the real reason. Wait a minute. What are you referring to? What do you mean CR? Oh, you meant CR and not Brexit. Okay, that's kind of a mistake, right?
Habituated to this stuff, so that when you're listening to it, you and I and many, many other people, 95% of the material is familiar. And you almost lose the energy to fact check. I said to you, he's saying they spent 350 billion on Ukraine, which is, and weirdly, that 350 is the figure is off the side of the bus, right? During Brexit, right?
No, I was being racist. No need to defend me, Big Brain. I am definitely racist against the Scots. Okay, God, why am I doing this to myself? You all know I'm joking. I only joke with Dolly Boy this way because I know that Dolly Boy will know it's a joke. Okay. Though, by the way, Longshanks was a horrible human being, absolute monster of a man who hated the Scots. We got both William Wallace and Earl de Bruce were advocates for Scottish, basically independence from the UK. I mean, from English domination and stuff. Okay.
But the real figure is probably 75. You could get it up to 200, but it's
real badass guys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, literally, he was nicknamed the Hammer of the Scots. I can get away with that joke because I'm an American, I think. Maybe I can't get away with it, but it's not particularly funny to equate the Hammer of the Scots being Scottish. Okay, it's kind of evil, but that's what I do.
350 billion, right? This episode is brought to you by Fuse Energy.
And we are, as you all know, in January, and that's when everyone starts optimizing food, fitness, finances, everything, except the thing charging on the drive at home.
Because most EV owners are overpaying without realizing it.
Is this ad?
With the right setup, EV driving can cost under 3p per mile.
Getting the electric car was the big decision. A smart EV charger is the easy one. Visit fuseenergy.com/EV.
Okay, guys, I got to tell you, I'm not really listening to this. I know I'm being a horrible streamer today. Are we actually hearing what they're saying? Am I the only one that is? Are we not? I know I'm having trouble focusing on this. Let's just do this. Let's just chat for a bit while we wait for JD Vance to come out, okay? Yeah, I've zoned out, guys. I'm totally, it's my fault. It's a good choice, but I'm just zoned out. All right, let's do this. Let's go to, I'm just going to go to this. We'll wait and let's just chat. Let's do a little Q&A. So, all right, let's do a Q&A. Is this even on? Okay. Oh, I can't turn it on because there's music playing. So we'll just watch. Okay, guys. So, all right. That's fair, guys. Okay. What about the opinions of those guys are, to be honest? I don't. All right, you guys. So, yeah, Jack Smith is testifying. We could go to, I know we will be waiting 20 minutes. We could actually, you know what? Let's do this. Yeah, I couldn't tolerate listening to Jack Smith. I'm sorry. It was just a waste of time. So we're going to watch. We'll wait till JD Vance comes out. In the meantime, guys, let's do a Q&A. All right, you can ask me any question you want. We can talk about history, politics, whatever you want, etc. Okay, so let's do that. Yeah, I don't want to get copyrighted, so I'm going to keep the music off. What questions do we have? What can we chat about here for a bit, folks, while we wait for JD Vance? All right. You know what? I'm even going to change the screen. I'm going to change the title on the stream. My ADHD is out of whack today. Let's see here. Okay. JD Vance live. Okay, there we go. All right. What do we think, guys? What do we think? American goes on rant about the racist rant about the Scots. I know, right? I should definitely clip that, shouldn't I? What do we think, guys? So what's going on? What do we want to talk about? Ask me a question. Alrighty, my question is, how are you so good in history, and what did this fascination of yours start? J-Man, you know I love your questions. So I've always loved history. I've loved history. My dad was a history teacher. He's also a history teacher. So I grew up hearing stories about things and such, and I always found it super interesting when like whenever we'd go places, my dad would always like tell stories about the history, and it was really interesting to me. So that really got me into the history. And over time, I also started noticing how it was easier for me to kind of see what was happening in modern day because I knew about history a lot, which made me like history even more. Because I started realizing that having the context of history made me kind of good at predicting or understanding what was happening modern day, even though at the time I wasn't as into politics. So then I really liked history because it became a tool for understanding the present. And then when I was in college, that's when I actually started studying it as an undergraduate. And then after college, I actually also did independent research in college. I looked at the eugenics movement, and I examined the definition of revolution and kind of tried to. There was some scholarly debate at the time about whether fascist takeovers are revolutions. And I kind of talked about that a bit. And so by the time I left college, um, I'm not trying to brag here. I'm just telling you for the papers. Like, I graduated cum laude and with honors, and I was able to get a fellowship to a university on the East Coast to get my PhD in history, and I would get to skip my master's and go straight to PhD. So I was basically being paid to get my PhD. So I went to that university, and I got the equivalent of my master's, but I never finished the PhD. There were a bunch of things happening in my life at the time that made it really hard to do. But that's where I further studied history. I just really like history. Let's put it that way. Um, okay. I just really like history. Love it. All right. I think it's super interesting. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who teach it really badly. Luckily, I had my dad around who always was really good at it. So even if I had bad teachers, he would be able to add things. Okay. Let's see here. What do we got? Okay. Yes, I did. Sinners broke records with the number of Oscar nominations it got, and it deserves it. It's such a good movie. I highly recommend everyone see Sinners. The music, especially, I think is great. Have I seen Greedy Peasant on TikTok? I feel like you would enjoy the costumes. I have not, Mad Scene. I would love to see that. I would love that. I would love to see that. Okay. All right. My question is, let's see here. Favorite period. What are your thoughts on David Starsky? I do not like him. I do not like him or how respected his views are. I honestly don't know who that is, a Mad Scene. Maybe I should know. I'm going to look him up real fast. My favorite period in history. So I'll tell you guys one thing. Let me look at it. I probably have heard of him. I just don't remember. Oh, I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of him. English historian, radio, and TV presenter. I don't know if I've heard of him, to be honest with you. Oh, he specialized in Tudor history. Interesting. I don't know who he is. Forgive me. So okay. So my favorite view is a time period. This is a really hard question. I think the modern era is super interesting, like the late 19th and early 20th century up to the mid-century, but I mainly studied like the modern time, like basically 20th century stuff. If I had to choose a time period I think is very interesting, I suppose it would probably be the Middle Ages, or I'm sorry, like the Sengoku period of Japan, which I guess kind of was late Middle Ages. The late Middle Ages or the early modern period in Europe I thought was very interesting. It's a really hard question to answer. One of the problems with Middle Age historians, okay, is that there are very few good documents. And so, because not as many people wrote at the time, So it's really hard to be a medieval historian for the early Middle Ages and stuff, which is why I think it's so interesting, because you have to really try to decode a lot of stuff with very little information. And medieval historians are brilliant. Like, I wouldn't be able to do what they do. It's not easy. All right. Okay. Let's see here. I was a Big Braden. I wasn't into history in school because I found the way they taught it boring. Exactly, Big Braden. CR, have you ever been on a historical tour? Oh my God, CR, you're delving right into my heart. Okay, and been annoyed by your tour guide. Yes, Outer Signal. Yes. I think my dad told you all when I was on stream that I would annoy my teachers in school. Do you remember him saying that? It's true. They would complain to him because they would have to prepare more before teaching a new lesson, because I would argue with them about like their points when they got them wrong. I was kind of annoying that way. But yeah, I have trouble keeping my mouth shut sometimes, if you guys couldn't tell. And when I went on a tour in Washington D.C. of the Capitol building of Congress, and this guy I actually liked because he appreciated my stuff. But I'll show you an image, guys. In the Capitol Rotunda of the Capitol building, there is a giant image. All right. Okay. So DeSoto, there's a giant image of DeSoto. I'll show it to you. Here you go. You can actually see it right here. It's in the Capitol building. Massive image on the wall. There's a bunch of images like this. And the tour guide was explaining to us, oh, this is an image of DeSoto discovering the Mississippi River. Now, DeSoto, the guy on the horse in the middle, was a Spanish conquistador. I just like saying, I love the word conquistador. Okay. And he was absolutely horrific. He had armored dogs that he used to tear apart Native Americans, literally. He would sick his dogs on natives and tear them apart. He introduced pigs to the southern Florida, which became a really big problem. They started becoming a pest. He killed a lot of natives with brutal tactics, and he really hated any sort of practices amongst the natives that he viewed as homosexual. And he would literally tear apart sodomites, he called them, with these armored dogs. And he ended up dying before he actually reached the Mississippi River. But the rest of his expedition did. Rest in peace. But there's this image of him in the Capitol Rotunda right here. It makes him look like brilliant and like this amazing, great guy. The tour guide said, this is him discover. He was a conquistador. He helped discover the southern United States. So then I just started, okay, I just started basically listing things. I'm like, oh, really? Well, what about the dogs he used to tear apart Native American children and Native Americans? I just started asking questions like that, okay? And the tour guide actually got a smile on his face. And I asked him afterwards, so, because this guy was a history guy, like he had a master's in history, so he must have known better. And I said, why you knew, like, can I ask why you talked about things that way? And he said, we're supposed to. You are 100% right about what you said, but we have to stick to a particular script because we're not supposed to be controversial, right? We're not supposed to be too controversial in things like that because it's the Capitol building. So basically, he admitted that he got the job because he liked history, but now he's kind of forced to do historical propaganda. But anyway, so yes, I do argue with tour guides sometimes. Yeah, a mad scene, gladly. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone here. Did I see the Star Trek? Okay. Macy Schroeder, did you see the Star Trek reboot? I haven't. I have not. Okay, I do like my favorite Star Trek is Next Generation, even to this day. I love the next generation. I feel it's the best one. Picard is my captain. It's like the most socialist show I've ever seen. Okay, it is so it like promotes socialism, I swear. But highly, highly like Picard. Okay, highly like Picard. Okay. So I should watch the one with Picard. Okay, isn't there, let me read this one here. Isn't there a, forgive me. I lose. It's kind of hard to go back and read what people's questions are. Let me go back and find it. Okay, where did it go? There's someone asked a question, isn't there something? Okay, isn't there a bath you can see on the historical tour of the Capitol building? Yes. So if you go to the, well, I don't think it's a bath. I think in the White House there's a bath you can see that President Taft, who was a very large president, he was fat. Okay, he was very big. He got stuck in the bathtub. They had to get him a larger bathtub because he got stuck in the White House bathtub. Is that what you're talking about? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't. If there might be oh, let me see here. I don't remember everything I saw in the Capitol building. Oh, interesting. I didn't know. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I didn't know that there was a baths in the Capitol building. There you go. Okay. I've not heard about that. That's interesting. Okay. I do know, folks, though, that the White House was, well, no, not, that's a different story. Never mind. Okay. That's a different story. All right. I saw a different question. And Madsine, can you talk a bit more about gender and sexuality in Native cultures and how it was viewed and influenced by the Europeans? Gladly. So gender and sexuality in most Native people's cultures, I'm simplifying here, folks, because by saying Native cultures, there are multiple different cultures, multiple different nations, and they're all slightly different. But there is sort of a general through line. They mainly didn't care that much. There was sort of a sense of spiritualness, like a person's spirit might change. So, like, sometimes a person might be born a male but have a female spirit inhabit their body. So they would allow people born male to take on feminine roles. There was a lot less concern with they were a lot more fluid and open to these things, okay, in a lot of ways. They didn't care so much about homosexuality and things like that. This depends on who you are, where you are. The more militant Native groups, not so much. They weren't as open to that, especially between men. But hello, Phineas. You're welcome back. But I can tell you a story here. The missionaries, who's like the French missionaries British missionaries, and things like that, who started going to the natives, they stop. Oh, he's talking. I will finish this real fast. They would go to give gifts to the natives to sort of bribe them. And if they found that there were two-spirit people in these native groups or people engaged in sodomy in these native groups, they would refuse to give them gifts because they view that as a mortal sin. So a lot of Native American groups in kind of in the Mississippi region, they would warn the next village that there were missionaries coming, and they would hide all their two-spirit people, and they would let all the people engaging in sodomy know so that they could pretend that there wasn't any of that happening there and still get the gifts from the Europeans. The Europeans were much worse about those things than the natives were. Okay. Madsine, we don't really have many accounts outside of the Europeans. This is why it's an issue. We also have oral histories. That's not great. But we don't have many texts outside of the Europeans. We have to kind of glean what we know. Not all the Europeans were horrible at writing about the natives. Not all of them were. So we're able to get some information from those. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's watch this.
I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job, and frankly,
All
a
right.
lot of the media
Everyone
is
ready
lying
for the
about
fascists?
the job that they do every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest
I'm already
that
annoyed.
these guys,
All right.
or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And I wanted to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough
they're such
environment.
victims,
I heard a lot
right,
of
guys? They're
stories
such
today about
victims.
that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example, did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty who had been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis when a bunch of agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives, and then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to a point of safety. Now imagine, if you would, your life
Alyssa.
and your perspective on law enforcement if you
I'm
can't
sorry,
even go
Alyssa.
to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel
I
like
agree,
your life
Doug,
is in
I
danger.
agree.
That is the environment that has been created, I think, by a lot
Jesus
of
Christ.
very, frankly, far-left people, but also by some of the state and local law enforcement officials who could do a much better job in cooperating and working. And by the way, I'm not talking about the cops, who these guys told me on the ground, the cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with. I'm talking about the state and local elected law enforcement officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier. And in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier, and that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration.
Right, yeah, right, guys. I'm sure, right, don't that you can tell they really want to make the lives of people in Minneapolis easier, right? You all know that, right? It's not like, don't listen, don't watch, don't see your lying eyes, folks. Don't ignore your lying eyes. They clearly care about the lives of people in Minneapolis.
Laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story. And I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing, whether they're a law enforcement officer or anybody in the community here in Minneapolis. So they told me a story about this manufacturing facility where an illegal immigrant was being arrested.
Big Braden, you have to read it.
And as these employees are going into the manufacturing
I'm assigning
facility,
you that book.
all of a sudden,
Thank you,
an illegal
Phineas, for
immigrant shows
subscribing.
up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant, and then a bunch of ICE officers descend. Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely.
Prana, you say Sasha Riley in Congress under oath, and this ends. Prana, I wish I believed that. But we've seen so many things come out about Trump, Prana, that have not brought his downfall. Like, I suspect, Prana, that if Sasha Riley did come in front of Congress and say these things, you would just get the MAGA folks saying it's fake news. They would say that she's lying. I would definitely hope so, Prana, but like, you see what I mean? I would like that to happen, but I'm not exactly hopeful about that, okay? I feel like we need massive reforms, massive movements to get him out of, to end all this. We might need some revolutionary activity too. I got to tell you, all right?
All of a sudden, there's a major law enforcement operation happening right
I know,
outside
but it's still
their
sad,
place of
right,
business.
Prana?
Now, from one perspective, I certainly understand why a business leader or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little scary, no matter your position in life, if a bunch of cop cars show up and they're arresting somebody. Now, the additional context is that we know that people online have been encouraging illegal immigrants.
Welcome in your groove.
That one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these guys to actually enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective of somebody who doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of
And guys,
what's gone
even
wrong
if,
is
like,
the failure
here's my
to do that.
concern too, guys. Even if he were to get kicked out of office, guess who gets in charge? The guy you see right in front of you, J.D. Vance. I'm not exactly thinking that's much better at all. So, okay.
Here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials. If you look at blue cities and blue states, red cities and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee. You go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in this city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told now. So we have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection. So that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected. Now, why doesn't it make more sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what, if an ICE officer is being assaulted by a far-left agitator, you are invited, you should actually help them. That's what would work out in any normal situation, and that's what happens in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down. Do not help ICE.
Bogo said, I don't think Vance would put tariffs on the entire world and try to take over Greenland. That is possible, Bogos. You're right. Of course, the fact that he might do it worries me. You may be right there, Bogos. Still wouldn't be a big fan of Vance. You know, he's still, and if anything, Vance might be more competent than Trump, as in might be better at being authoritarian. I don't know, but okay.
Promote the agitation, but don't do anything to lower the temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a sex offender living in their community. I would assume, I would hope that most people...
You know what's funny about that, guys? I'm sorry. This is what I mean. He's saying, like, well, why would people want a sex offender in a community? Well, apparently your boss does, because who is being arrested for the Epstein stuff, right? There are a lot of people who have been doing a lot of sexual assault. And what's Trump doing about it? I love this selective outrage at people doing sexual assault when, like, the elites are doing it all the time, apparently, and no one is being put in prison. So, okay, this is another example of the two-tier justice system where you can demonize people who do sexual assault who are working class or immigrants, but you cannot clean your own house up. Does that mean I support any sexual assault? No. I'm just saying the hypocrisy here is insane.
People don't. But because they're an illegal alien,
and also the president himself is a sex offender.
Don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what, according to the Medicaid rules, where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today. Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is today. The local authorities have been told, do not cooperate. So these
Bogos, yes, I do. Here's the thing, right? Bogos, I gotta be honest with you, I don't like nation states. So in the perfect world, yeah, I don't think there should be borders. I don't like in the perfect world. Unfortunately, we have nation states. And I think it's foolish to keep people in the country if they're like doing lots of bad things. The problem, though, and this is where I get bothered here, Bogos, is Americans who are not in the country illegally that do horrible things aren't getting punished either, especially if they're the wealthy or the elites. So I find it kind of weird to deport people when people in the country who are here legally do horrible things too, but they're not deported. It's just, um, yeah. So like, you see what I mean? Eh, it's just all messed up, and the hyper focus on deporting criminals. Um, I mean, I can't defend the actions that some folks that are criminals that are being deported have done. I just wish that we had a more equal justice system.
These guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful. And there are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law, but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis, would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now,
Yeah, and that's the point, SoCal. So, Bogos, I disagree with you on that point. Bogos here says, we all, I know you, Bogos, you and I disagree on some things here, but Bogos says, people saying entering a country illegally is a violation and not a crime, but it is a crime. But let me make something clear, okay? But to me, but whatever you call it, the just response is deportation. I disagree. I don't think a just response is always deportation. I would never assume to have the privilege to enter a country illegally and then be immune from deportation. I am not saying one would be immune from deportation. I'm saying I don't think in every case the correct response is deportation. So if I were to, let me explain this for a second, okay, Bogos? I look at this from like a larger perspective. One of the big reasons why people keep fleeing to the United States from Central and South America is because of American foreign policy. We have consistently bombed those countries, kept them in poverty, overthrown regimes that are seeking to improve the livelihoods of their people. These are called push factors. These are causing people to be pushed out of those countries and come places where they don't have to worry about that stuff, and that includes the United States. I have a big trouble, I guess, maybe with my empathy or with my sense of morality of people coming to this country to seek a better life because of our actions being deported and sent back and forced to live in those conditions that we have caused. So I think on a case-by-case basis, we need to really consider that even if you enter the country illegally, maybe we give you a chance. And it's not like those people don't think that the people that come in the country, it's not like they're thinking what I'm doing should be legal. Okay. They're doing it out of desperation. They know it's illegal and they're doing it because they feel that they have to. You see what I mean? It's not like, so it's not like they feel privileged to not expect deportation. Right. But we can debate this. I just have issues with the larger picture on this. Right.
One final positive note.
Yeah,
I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here, I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted.
Okay, Bogus, I'm gonna
to
respond to that. I'm
cooperate
gonna
with
save
getting
it.
criminal sex
I'm just
offenders
gonna
out
watch
of our
more
community.
JD Vance and then I'll
That's a
respond
good
to that.
thing.
Okay.
That's
I
the
like
good
this
news,
conversation.
and that's something
Bogus.
I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington.
I'm saving
but
your
please,
response.
if you're a local official, if you're the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate. Because we could have immigration enforcement operate as smoothly and without the chaos that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, or even rural parts of the state of Minnesota. All we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that we don't have to do in order to enforce immigration laws.
Hilarious. Guys, do you know that they're being
lives a lot
respectful of
easier.
people's rights
it
in
would make our
Minnesota?
officers a lot safer.
Did you
and
know
it would
that?
make Minneapolis
According to JD
much
Vance?
less chaotic if we had a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
Vice President Vance, a local school district here is alleging ICE agents detained a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE or harassed by ICE in the last 6 weeks. Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien, and then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America? If the argument is that you can't arrest people.
See, here's my problem, guys. You would know that you're going to have to deal with children. Why don't you set up a place for children to go that is not arresting them? Like, it just seems like incompetence. Like regardless of the cruelty, it's also some degree of incompetence there. Why would you arrest the child? Like, shouldn't you know that you're going to, like, okay, where's the planning here?
Who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense. Now, you know, there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second, we don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing.
No, I disagree, Bogos, because I'm not saying we should put the kids in cages, which we should not do that. I'm saying we, like, give them some sort of, you could put them in, give them to a family to take care. Like, there's other things you can do. I don't like any of the options, but I wouldn't say kids in cages, Bogos. That's kind of a straw man there, all right? I never said that. You know I never didn't say that, Bogos. Okay. But like that, the first term stuff, Bogos, was cruel, right? That is not a facility that children should be in, all right? Or whatever. Okay.
Immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested.
Yeah, Macy, I'm not saying any of the options are good, but I'm not saying put kids in cages or like in concentration camps or whatever.
Took a swing at an ICE officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer. Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic? No, we don't. These guys want it least of all. But if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
President!
Go ahead.
But guys, also to make it clear, no, Trump, guys, Bogos disagrees with us on some things. All right, Bogos, so Bogos and Bogos. Okay, I'm glad you brought this up, Bogos. Bogos says, I've seen a woman crawling through a spool of barbed wire with her baby on the U.S.-Mexico border. What emotion did that bring up in you, Bogus? What would you say about that woman that is doing that? Are you saying, Bogos, that shows that this woman clearly doesn't care about the safety of her child? Is that what you're saying? Because that is not what I see if I see a woman trying to take her baby across the border under barbed wire. Okay. Bogos, do you think that, okay, you were angry she was putting her kid in danger doing that. Can you imagine the desperation, Bogos, you would have to try and take your baby across the border like that? It's not like she wants to put her baby in danger. She is absolutely desperate. Absolutely desperate. Okay. So, that puts her baby in danger, but what are they running from that she feels that it must be the case that she needs to risk her baby's life like that to get to the United States? So I understand your point, Bogos. It is dangerous. All these people risk a lot of stuff when they come to the United States because they are so desperate. So I'm not saying your perspective is wrong. I'm just saying you can see how there are different ways to look at this. And from my perspective as a human being, Bogos, I agree with you. A lot of them are coming for better opportunities. how bad are the opportunities that you're coming from? Would they have to be to crawl with their babies underneath barbed wire, right? So we could say, yeah, they're coming for better opportunities here, but that implies that there must be something worse about where they're coming from, right? Okay. Bogos, it is not only about cartels, it's about poverty, living in poverty, not having a future, not having good employment, living with basically starvation wages. It is also the threat of violence. Now, obviously, we don't know that specific lady. She might have been fleeing the cartels, but like, if you don't see a future for your baby and yourself, you might be desperate enough, even if you're not chased by the cartels, to come to the United States. And this is my issue, Bogos. Like, okay. I'm not in Bogos, and I'm not saying that. Not everyone coming across the border is fleeing violence or war. A lot of them are fleeing desperate poverty. Okay, which by the way, I do think is violence. It's a different kind of violence. It's not direct violence, but that is a form of structural violence that can barely survive, right? And I don't think it is, in my opinion, it is not it is sort of a cruel thing, and I'm not saying that's about you, Bogos, but to be like, yeah, we've kept your countries poor and destroyed your countries over and over again, but how dare you come to the United States to try and create a life for yourself? How dare you have the fortitude and the courage to take your baby across barbed wire because you so desperate to come to the United States, all right? And to sort of chide them and be like, how dare you do that? You see what I mean? Like, it bothers me. But okay. Anyway, let's continue.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir,
Yeah, Mad Scene. Jakarta Method is an excellent book.
Yeah, well, you can go next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you pointed it out.
No, that's fine. I'll take both.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change of opinion? And if so, why the change in tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think
right.
any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd. What I did say is that when federal law enforcement officers violate the law, that is typically something that federal officials would look into. We don't want these guys to have kangaroo courts. We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong. But of course we're going to investigate these things. Of course we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and then ensures that if somebody did something wrong, yes, they're going to face disciplinary action, but we're not going to judge them in the court of public opinion. I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car. So the tragedy here is multi-layered. The tragedy is there was the misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them. That is what produces
these guys are
terrible
monsters.
situation, and it's something state and local officials here in Minnesota could solve. Yes, sir.
G-Man, I get what you're saying. The problem here, G-Man, is that the United States, if we did that, would almost certainly be the imperial hegemon. We already kind of have that. That would be an unfair situation. Also, I don't think the United States would never want to do that because unless they were the dominant hegemon. So we would never want to place ourselves in the position of having to be equal to other countries in the region. All right, that's my opinion.
For life tomorrow, especially regarding this cooperation and family values, it's a shame that kids have to get caught up in all this. And towards that, sir.
Well, it is a shame that kids have to get caught up in this. I am speaking at March for Life tomorrow. I'm pro-life, and I'm very excited to speak there. I want to talk about local law enforcement, but, I am, as a child, I saw people in my family get arrested. It's terrible.
Okay, Bogus, I'm really enjoying talking to you, and I hope you guys don't mind me pausing here. So Bogos here says, I don't blame them. 1 second here. I'm sorry, Bogos. I just lost you. All right, Bogos here, Bogos. I don't blame them for wanting to come to the USA, like I said, but if you enter any country illegally, expect the possibility of deportation, no matter where you're coming from or going to. Yeah, Bogos, I'm not sure your point, okay? Yeah, I mean, if you come into a country without following proper procedures, you might be deported. I don't think those people are coming here and assume and thinking that they might not be deported. All right. I'm not sure what your point is. To me now, Bogos. Please tell me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're saying, well, you shouldn't break the law, and so yeah, you should be deported. Is that what you're saying? Because something that I understand that you like, that you want to protect the laws. Law does not equal right or moral. Okay, a law is just a law. Laws can be moral, immoral, right, wrong. I mean, depending on your moral code and things like that. For example, there was legal segregation in the South for many years. That was deeply wrong, and was a law that should not be followed and was eventually overturned. Right. So, although yes, some of the people coming in, they have broken the law. I don't want to say that we should just deport all of them, even if we can. You see what I mean? It doesn't. That doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. And I don't think it's like something we can really argue about. Okay. Like I don't know how we could. All right, Bogos Benton. A border is just a line without enforcement of the border. Yeah, Bogos. I agree. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't enforce some of these things. Right now, we're still a nation state, and I don't see how we can get around enforcing a border, right? You're right. I agree. I don't, there's this idea that people on the left or whatever, or liberals and stuff, want an open border. Like, I don't want an open border. That it wouldn't work under like, if you're in a nation state, it doesn't work that well. I wish we could, right? I wish in a perfect world we didn't need borders. So we can talk about this. I know I might get pushback for saying that, but yeah. But my point is that the people that are already here, right? By the way, something else. Trump has claimed that he has stopped um all the people from coming in. If that's the case, why doesn't he just excuse the people that are already here and then no one else will come in? Problem solved immediately. No one else is coming in. You've made everyone citizens. We can work through any issues that come with that as it goes. So I would pardon everyone who's already here, which is what Ronald Reagan did, by the way. And then, whatever. All right. Okay. So you see what I mean? Okay. But, all right. And then, of course, anyone who's a criminal should be arrested and put in prison, just like, okay. And guys, I'm not a fan of borders. I'm just saying, it is true, though, that in a nation state, it is impossible to expect that there won't be borders. And there are issues that come with just letting people come across. And politically, it won't work because you're going to get pushback and you're just going to cause a right-wing movement. You guys know I'm not a conservative. I'm just saying, okay. All right. So, all right, let's continue.
Heartbreaking, it's chaotic, it's traumatic for the kids. I can recognize that, and I can recognize that we got to support these kids, while on the other hand saying that just because you're a parent doesn't mean that you get complete immunity from law enforcement. And I think we have to hold both of those thoughts in our head at the same time. We've got to be sympathetic to the kids who are caught up in some of these enforcement actions. We've also got to say...
Yeah, Alyssa, we also need a lot more overhaul to allow more people to become legal citizens, right?
We have to enforce the law without bias, with fairness.
Yeah, Sir
we've
Bartholomew.
got to enforce the law.
Mr. Vice President!
Speaking about local government, there was a class taking power a few weeks ago, and their mayor said they haven't heard about ICE being in the city, and how does ICE kind of proactively work with these local agencies? What are those policies, and what's your response to that?
You said there was an altercation in St. Cloud. Yeah.
After the incident, the mayor said that ICE did not communicate with them if they were in the city for a major operation, but police chief did not know about the operation at the time.
Exactly, Outer Signal. And I hope you all know that. I thank you, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says, realistically, a borderless Earth will not exist in our lifetimes, but we can work towards it. Exactly, okay? We have to understand, folks, and I've said this before, we live in an age of nation states. And protected borders are going to be a thing, and they're going to be a problem until we no longer have nation states. Unfortunately, that is well into the future. Well into the future, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the takeaways. I've
Yeah,
talked
he
with
is a
these
mad
guys
scene.
before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other conversations we've had, communication, we absolutely want to.
Yeah, guy, I'm sorry, real fast. A mad scene in Meowsword, 100%. This is being used. The whole thing with the border is being the enforcement of the border, guys. There is no line. Like if you start arresting people and hauling them away, American citizens also, there's no line. The security apparatus is being adapted to be used against American citizens. Like the whole deportation thing is turning into a process of a police state, okay? Turning it into a police state where they're being used against American citizens. And if you think that, we've already seen a lot of civilians get targeted or citizens get targeted, but now there's an apparatus in place to do it on a mass scale that affects everyone. Okay. And we have already seen, by the way, the Trump administration conflating certain left wing ideologies with terrorism. Remember that, what was that? That thing he passed that said that being anti capitalist, being anti American, makes you a terrorist, being Antifa makes you a terrorist. What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean? That means that, you know, you can arrest terrorists, can't you? You see what I mean? Thank you. NSPM7. This whole thing is a mechanism of policing control on the country. This is what really scares me. Okay. I have a treat for you. First of all, I have a treat for you. You don't need to tell me that. I know that, okay? This has been a long process. But we're actually seeing here, it was done on a smaller scale previously. I have a treat for you. And it was done less publicly. We are now seeing the creation of institutional mechanisms that allow this to be done directly and in a much larger scale. I have a treat for you. The process of allowing this to happen has been going on for a long time, okay? The descent to fascism has been death by 1,000 cuts, and then the Trump administration is completing a fascist project. We saw the Patriot Act. We saw under Bush, we've seen a growing power of the police state over time. We saw that Snowden released information about all of us being spied upon. Okay. But now it has been turned into direct institutional policing, like where there are literal units on the ground, Gestapo type characters going door to door. Beforehand, it was still being done through the apparatus of like the FBI and local police, which does not have necessarily the power or reach to do it on a mass scale. All right. But now it's being able to be done on the ground on a mass scale. All right. Okay. I know you don't, Bogos. All right. Okay. Thank you, Bogos. So Bogos says, I don't agree with, okay, I don't agree with deporting, arresting American citizens by ICE or sending illegal immigrants to a third. Fair, Bogos, but still believe that ICE has a right to deport people who are here illegally, even if the only violation they committed was entering the country illegally. I agree those who have committed additional crimes should be the priority, but I don't see any reason to arrest them and keep them in the U.S. When you could deport them and not spend taxpayer money. Okay, okay, that's fair, Bogos. I disagree. I don't. I feel like it should be like on a case by case basis. Um, I actually used to teach. So Bogos, I was a teacher and I taught a lot of kids whose parents were not legally in the country, and I I feel a lot of empathy for these folks. I don't like the idea of just deporting them back when they've established lives here uh, because they came here and they've been suffering and they were economically struggling. I don't like the idea of, well, let's just deport them all back and that it's all justified. But I can't really argue with that. You're right. It's legal. Of course, I don't think it makes it right, but you're right. It's legal. The methods, too, I think I think you agree with this, Bogos. The method even if we ignore this as the issue of whether we should deport or not, I think you agree, Bogos, that a lot of the methods we've seen happening, as you just said, Bogos, have been way, 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 way too much. Way, 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 way more too much. Okay. All right. How is the ICE more effective than the entire U.S. police and detective forces? So, Meowsword, ICE is a federal organization. Okay, they don't have borders. They can go any state. Local police forces are historically not responsible for immigration issues and stuff. They are created by local communities and cities. So, ICE is actually a federal organization that can kind of go over state lines. You see what I mean? Um, all right. Okay, Bogos. I mean, I can understand that. But like, okay, that's fair, Bogos. All right. Um, no, Meowsword, I'm not saying they're more effective at finding criminals. I'm just saying there are more boots on the grounds able to do these things, to enforce the boot, okay? That are able to put a boot on people's neck. There are more people. They've hired so many ICE agents. They have a much larger force that can actually go out now and crush people. All right. Oh, no, they're not catching criminals, Meowsword. I'm just saying they're, like, going out and crushing people, right? Yeah. Yes, fair, Meowsword. Alright. Yeah, they're pretty shit at it.
There's good communication between federal officials and state and local officials, and I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we are communicating, but that also requires a two-way street, and that's the point that I make about state and local
Oh, a
officials.
mad scene? I am a socialist, okay? I would say I am a democratic social well, not just a Democrat. I would say I'm a, what's the term here? I'm a socialist, okay? So, yeah.
These
Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry. I am a democratic socialist. I kept thinking social democracy. No, I'm a democratic socialist. I believe in democracy and socialism, all right?
guys will absolutely communicate with state and local officials. They'll tell people if they have to do an enforcement operation in a particular municipality, but part of that is they also want to ensure that if they're communicating about their whereabouts, that's not being used as a weapon against them. Sometimes they tell people where they're going, and then they find out that their agents' faces are on the, on Reddit or on some social media thread saying, here's this guy, we know he's going to be at this place at this exact time. So that communication has got to be a two-way street. These guys are going to communicate with business leaders, with local officials, with state officials, but we also need the local officials and state officials to do a good job.
So, outer signal, but ICE has been massively, ICE and Border Patrol have been, so sorry guys, outer signal said, but CR, ICE was established in 2003 between federal law enforcement. I should also say Customs and Border Patrol, outer signal, that is fair. ICE was established in 2003 between federal law enforcement, U.S. Customs Service, and Border Patrol. The job can be done, but it's been massively expanded under Trump. Outer signal, massively expanded. ICE has the amount of money going into these places now is massive. Okay, they already had an amount of power before, but they've been granted even more power, and they've been sort of taken off the leash and allowed to go on a much more mass scale at this point. Okay. And I will say they were already massively militarized, outer signal. That isn't really a new thing. A lot of our police, federal and local, are massively militarized. As a matter of fact, we have we basically take old military equipment and hand it out to law enforcement agencies. Okay.
Of protecting people when they're in their communities. We're not asking, by the way, we don't want any.
That's fair, Bogos. Okay, I need to be reconvinced on democracy. I know, guys. So we can talk about this. Let's not get into my democratic socialism right now. But there are okay.
Police officer.
A Bright Love, do you think workers' unions should own the means of production? I'm not a statist, a Bright Love. I am not a statist. Okay, I think that workers should own the means of production. I like the idea of co-ops. There's other things we can talk about, but let's not do theory right now. Okay.
In this state to help us do immigration enforcement. We've got that. But if a protester shows up and that protester turns violent against our immigration officers, we really, really need the cooperation of our local partners. We haven't gotten it yet, but I think if we do, we really can lower the temperature. Yeah.
I believe it did, Trumpfeld. I have to look it up.
Yeah, so
Yeah, no, that's my point, Outer Signal, is you're right. They've been militarized for a while, but the apparatus has massively expanded. And guys, I want to point out, I am not saying that there wasn't already an apparatus of state control and violence, but Trump has enabled a lot more boots on the ground for this, which has made it people more able to do this. You see what I mean? Um, okay. So like, you see what I mean? This has been a horrible thing for a long time. This has been a long process. A lot of the laws were already in place to allow this. A lot of the ability of the state to spy on us was already in place. It would have been a lot harder in terms of resources to do these things because in order to like occupy a city and go door to door, you need lots of troops. You need lots of agents. Okay. I got you, Outer Signal.
I saw that story, and
Yeah,
the
Bright Love.
story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context.
A mad
and when
scene,
you appreciate
hilarious.
the context, it makes sense. No one is saying.
Yeah, there you go in your groove. Thank you. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. In your group says their budget went from 10 billion to 85 billion. So this is what I mean when I say it's massively accelerated under Trump. Thank you so much in your group. I didn't want to have to look it up. It's expanded by 8 times, from 10 billion to 85 billion. They are one of the wealthiest agencies now in the federal government. Okay, anyway, at least one of the largest budgets for any law enforcement agency.
I mean, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception, if somebody is fired at from inside a house, they don't need a warrant to go inside that person's house. There are very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement where law enforcement officers don't need a warrant if, for example, they're an imminent threat of their lives. But what
in your
we've
group, where did you
said,
get that
what
number?
ICE has
Someone's
proposed,
asking.
What the Department of Homeland Security really has proposed in the Department of Justice is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law, but nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist.
So it was in fact Congress. I bet some Democrats signed on to that too.
In our system, typically what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges. And then, of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge. That's very consistent with the practice of American law. I'm sure the courts will weigh in on that, but we're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant, unless,
Hilarious.
of course,
Okay,
somebody's
right. I
firing
believe
on an
that.
officer or they have to do something in order to protect themselves. Go ahead.
Do you believe that you can't forcibly enter with an administrative warrant, or would that be a violation?
Well, our understanding is that you can enforce the immigration laws of the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law. That's our...
See, oh my God, he's admitting that isn't established. That's just how they're interpreting it. They, by the way, guys, they are interpreting it as you can basically stop anyone on the way to do an enforcement action, on the way back from an enforcement action, and around the location of the enforcement action. Like, so basically you can stop and check anyone's papers anywhere at any time if you go out to do an enforcement action. Like, all right, okay. Absolute insanity. It's just like, does the law matter anymore? I don't even know why we talk about it. Clearly, it doesn't matter anymore in this country. Constitution doesn't matter.
Best faith attempt to understand the law. Again, this is something courts will weigh in on. I won't speak to that. But yes, most immigration law in our country is not done through the criminal system with the judge. It's done through the administrative law system. We're going to continue that practice just as they did in the Biden administration or any other administration.
Was there anything that you heard or saw today that would cause you to counsel the president to invoke the Insurrection Act? And then also, did you meet or talk to the ICE agent who was involved in the neighborhood?
I did not talk to him today. I talked to some of his colleagues.
Your Outer Signal, you're not wrong. That's exactly the point here, right? Outer Signal says start taking 3-hour drives through the entire city on the way to arrest someone. Exactly, Outer Signal. That's the kind of shit they can do, right? If they can just take the long way around. Anyone they see on the way there that they think has dark skin or maybe has an accent or whatever, they can check the papers of, just like they're the goddamn Gestapo or the SS.
The Insurrection Act is interesting. I've tried to understand this as well as I possibly could, and my understanding is what the Insurrection Act, what invoking the Insurrection Act would allow the federal government to do, is that it would allow the federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is if the chaos gets worse, if more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law enforcement officers start getting assaulted, that would be a real problem. But again, we have so much.
Yeah, Bogos. Okay, guys, Bogos, you actually make a point here, all right? And you guys know my views on this, but Bogos says, if there was an Islamic terrorist, I wouldn't support protesters going and disrupting service at their mosque, as if everybody at that church is guilty by association. Okay. If there was an Islamic terrorist, I wouldn't support protesters going to and disrupting service at their mosque. Okay. I see what you're saying, Bogos. Okay. Never mind. I thought you were saying something else. Okay. That's fair, right?
Federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so.
I think I will say, Bogos. I think some of the tactic, and I don't want to critique the protesters here, but if I had to, for example, I saw some protesters kind of trying to stop an ICE or making themselves present outside of an ICE arrest where they were arresting a child predator or something like that. I am not saying that that is like I am pro what ICE is doing, but it also things like that can look bad. They didn't know that, but you know, we could have more nuance for the protesters, but I don't know if that's possible. But okay, we could debate optics, I guess. But in the end, I don't think any of the actions are good because it's enabling a further crackdown on our civil rights.
So many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs, and we wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department.
Again, it is corrupted to social cohesion.
My understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being
Wait, what
told
did he
by
say?
somebody.
I'm sorry, I
I
missed it.
I've tried to understand this as well as I possibly could, and my understanding is what the Insurrection Act, what invoking the Insurrection Act would allow the federal government to do, is that it would allow the federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is if the chaos gets worse, if more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law enforcement officers start getting assaulted, that would be a real problem. But again,
guys, I've told you this before. It is a natural human response that if you're oppressing people and dragging them out of their houses and traumatizing their children and going to their workplaces and hunting them down and breaking into their houses, you're going to get some violent resistance. It is human nature, especially in a country with so many guns. Someone is going to shoot at those ICE officers. Someone is going to do violence to them. Someone is going to do that. So remember, when JD Vance says, oh, now if there is more violence and targeting done against ICE agents, that's what we'll crack down. In the way that they are currently doing things, that is an inevitability. It is. It's an inevitability that there will be violence done against ICE agents or against Border Patrol agents. Okay. So like, okay. Do you see what I mean here? They should know this too, right? They should know this, that, yeah, if you're doing this massive action, you're going to get some people resisting. And okay, so, all right, the people of St. Paul, Minnesota mostly having peace. Yeah, absolutely. I've been actually surprised, RL, that there haven't been more attacks, like more violent actions against ICE, right? So anyway, but like, okay.
We have so much federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs.
Exactly
and we
right.
wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department. Again, the Minneapolis Police Department, my understanding is that
guys, I got to tell you, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Israel. Israel constantly oppresses the Palestinians, lobs in a bunch of bombs to mow the lawn, and then they get all butthurt and upset when the Palestinians shoot back. Or like, they'll lob a bunch of bombs into Gaza and then like Hamas will fire like a bottle rocket into Israel. Okay, I'm slightly exaggerating, but not by much. And then the Israelis will use that as an excuse to just completely drop a carpet bomb Gaza, basically. Okay, like, do you think that the Israeli government doesn't know that that's going to happen? They know. Okay, they know. They're not dumb. They know what they're doing. They need a casus belli for doing the bombing and the ethnic cleansing. So they need to be the ones that appear like the victim. And what do we see with the Trump administration, right? Like, okay,
beat cops on the ground. They would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody. I don't know if it's Mayor Frey. They're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all. What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rioter? It's crazy, and it's got.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's also, the Arab and Bedouin population. They bombed Lebanon. Like, okay, Syria.
Yes.
Earlier this week, local law enforcement accused federal agents of racial profiling. Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in this operation?
Well, I think your question assumes something that's not necessarily in evidence, which is that when there are American citizens who have been caught up in some of these enforcement operations, very often it is people who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws.
Hello, Tomation.
They're
Welcome
being
back.
arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally reasonable thing. Now, to the accusation of racial profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously.
Right, guys. They take racial profiling super seriously. Super seriously.
We'll take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up. But this is not a group that's going around and looking for people who violated the law based on skin color. They're looking for people who violated the actual law, the law of our immigration system in this country. And so long as we had more cooperation, I think they could do these things in a much more targeted way. They would actually know where some of the bad guys are. I mean, again, you hear things that are hard to believe, but I've confirmed that they are true. Sex offenders who we're trying to get off the streets, who the local officials won't tell us their last known address. So then the local officials say, oh my God, these guys are doing widespread targeted enforcement operations when in reality, we would love to just go to one house. The local officials won't tell us which one house to go to.
Mr. Vice President.
Okay, God. That's just an excuse. Okay.
To that question, the local police...
There you go. I have a treat for you. You should feel very safe. This regime loves people with dark skin, clearly. Clearly, they do everything they can to protect them. Really, I feel like, as a white man, that they're protecting me because I was a target. I mean, that this regime is like anti-white, because they love people of color so much. Clearly, this regime is anti-white.
Their own off-duty officer, so police officers are...
Good job. I have a treat for you, okay?
Because they are a person of color and asked to show their papers. Is that a concern of the administration of the Department of Homeland Security if local law enforcement says their own officers are being targeted and they described it as, quote, civil rights violations in our streets?
So I saw one story about this and one local police officer who said this. And look, certainly is it a concern? Absolutely. The first thing we have to figure out is whether it happened or not. And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. And of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens...
But guys, that's the thing. They've made it so that they have a legal justification. They can just... It could very well be profiling, but they can still do it legally. It's still legal. So it doesn't matter if it was racial profiling. It's legal, right?
Thing we will take very seriously. What I also would say is that many of the most viral stories of the past couple of weeks have turned out to be, at best, partially true. So we want to try people...
Stanley, yeah. You are partially right there, Stanley. I don't even want to say you're partially right. Yes. There are a lot of local police who don't honor ICE detainers. They're directed not to. So instead of ICE going to the jail to pick them up, they have to go into a risky mission in a home. Yes, that is true. Now, technically, that's not the job of... Obviously, that's a federal thing. But, yeah. Okay.
Based on reality, based on the truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of viral social media story that turned out to be half false.
Mr. Vice President, a quick question. About the roundtable, you just had, I presume,
There you go, Alyssa Kavanaugh stops.
anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea.
Oh, of course, Ahmad Seen. Guys, okay, Ahmad Seen, great comment here. Ahmad Seen, how is the cost of all this justified? Aren't the small government, economically conservative Republicans supporting this? Oh, Ahmad Seen, you poor, poor soul. You poor, poor soul. That, yes, no, okay, I'm not saying this, I'm just joking with you, Ahmad Seen. So you have to understand that's been a lie the entire time. The Republicans claim their first small government only when it comes to corporations and regulations and things like that, because they want the corporations and the wealthy to control everything and they're bribed by them. So they always want small government when it comes to things like taxes for the wealthy, taxes on corporations, or regulations for these things. Okay. But they love big government. They always have when it comes to policing. They love big government when it comes to abortion, okay, regulating what people do in the bedroom. When it comes to almost the military, they love big government in almost everything except for when it comes to regulating corporations and the powers of the wealthy, all right? So there you go, okay? The small government crap has always been about enabling corporate power and the power of the wealthy. And then increasing government power in places like the military and law enforcement and policing what people do in the bedroom and things like that.
Are upset here, and just as a quick follow-up, have you reached out to Governor Walz at all in an attempt to turn down the tent?
Mad Seed. Everyone here, what do we think about what a Mad Seed says? Sounds like authoritarianism without any obligation to ensure a quality of life for the people. You said it, a Mad Seed. I did not say it. 100%. If I were your teacher, Ahmad Seen, you'd get a 100% on that quiz.
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our administration, I believe our chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff over the past week. We've been in my office in constant contact with people here on the ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views, and
I don't know why it's
I don't even
here.
know
Elevator lady is here.
whether
Hello,
it's public,
lady.
but yes, we
Sorry
met
for the
with
jump
people
scare,
with
elevator
opposing
lady.
views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we could lower the chaos. We're going to keep on doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the Attorney General, this is the local mayor, this is all of the organs of local and state law enforcement. That's who we focus on, but we've certainly been in communication with the governor and his office as well.
Vice President.
Yeah.
So, local law enforcement obviously hasn't been really helping out with the agents who've been assaulted repeatedly. What's the plan if nothing changes there here locally? And this
Wait, so what are you referring to? Do you think Jewish resistance doesn't... Oh, you're referring to something Bogo said? Oh, I'll just leave it alone. I don't know what you're referring to.
attracted thousands of agents? Are there any plans to go into any other cities from here?
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws, and that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer,
It is
we're going to
Tomation,
do
yeah.
everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and insult a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison. Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect
They're doing a great job at respecting people's rights in this administration, aren't they?
people's rights to do their job without being assaulted.
I mean, come on, folks. Let's be honest. What's a right anymore? Like, at this point, it's almost comedic to speak of rights. I don't feel like I have them very much. Okay, well, okay. It's not completely gone, I guess. Like, I can still talk to you all on YouTube without being black bagged, at least so far. Okay.
You follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have.
Vice President.
Yeah.
Maggie Vesco with NBC News, sir. Your administration has said repeatedly this is about safety, about making Americans feel safer. So what do you say to people here in Minnesota who say it's the overwhelming presence of ICE officers and federal officers and their tactics that are making them feel better?
Yeah.
Well, one thing I would say, first of all, we saw...
Guys, I like that question. I withhold... Okay, let me explain to you something real fast. One of the things I don't understand about the other side on this issue, and actually I do understand it, but for the sake of argument, let's say I'm just an ignorant little boy. I don't know what I'm talking about, okay? I don't know what this is about. So, all right, I don't know. Is that a phrase? I'm just an ignorant child, little boy, whatever. Okay. So, even if you agree with in theory what the Trump administration is doing, can we agree that this is causing a lot of problems in the country? Like over half the country hates you, causing tons of pushback. There's massive protests going on. I don't think that would be considered successful, right? If you're like having mass resistance done against what you're doing and people hate you, some would say that means you're not doing a very good job as a president, right? Because clearly there's something off about your messaging, something off about the tactics you're using. If like you're getting mass resistance to what you're doing, and that might be a sign you're not doing great as president. And in the past, there have been occasions where that in American history, where that is a sign that a president must not be doing their job very well if they're causing so much pushback. Okay, you see what I mean? It's kind of just something I've thought about. Like, the people who like Trump, don't they see that he's the one causing all this pushback and shit? Like, isn't that a sign that he must not be doing very well? The fact that he can't even do what he wants without pissing everyone off? Clearly something's happening. All right.
In 2025, the biggest one-year drop in murders in the history of the United States of America. Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why we have less violent crime is really two reasons. Number one, because we're enforcing the immigration laws and getting very violent criminals out of our country. And number two, because we're enforcing our criminal laws and putting guys who assault and murder behind bars. This is part of a broad effort to make us safe. And the chaos that people are seeing, and I understand there is frustration of the chaos, I'd say that we're doing everything that we can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and state and local officials to meet us halfway.
Perceiving it correctly. Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are...
Look, I'm sure that people are...
Okay, Stanley Yelnats. Stanley Yelnats says, one thing it boils down to is that one side thinks immigration laws don't need to be enforced. I don't think that's true, Stanley Yelnats. I do not think that's true. I think now I'm open about it. I'm a democratic socialist, and I would like in the end there to be no borders, like in some magical unicorn fairyland. I mean, I'm already a fairy. It'd be nice if we didn't have any national borders and it was just one global situation where we didn't have these nation states because we're all human, et cetera. Okay. I don't think one side thinks that immigration laws shouldn't be enforced. I think the idea here is that now that there are people in the country illegally, and we know that a lot of these people came here because of the actions of our government in those countries they're coming from, we might need to be more considerate and open-minded about letting them stay. Now, okay, exactly. And the fact that there is, okay, Stanley, let me explain this, okay? And I appreciate you a lot, Stanley, and I see why you think that, okay? But let me just frame it this way, all right? Do we see why it might be kind of incompetent, though, that the way you deal with this problem is massively increase the funding of ICE and then go house to house arresting people, accidentally arresting citizens, accidentally throwing people into prison that are American citizens or arresting them, terrorizing entire communities, using racial slurs? As a matter of fact, remember, the Trump administration reduced the number of training days for ICE agents to 47? Because Trump is the 47th president. I'm not even joking. They decreased it by half, thus having a bunch of incompetent, undertrained people in ICE to begin with. and disrupting businesses, doing all this shit. So I would say that even if you think that enforcement, these laws should be enforced and enforced strictly, can we admit, Stanley, and perhaps even Bogos, that the way it's being enforced is authoritarian and or incompetent? Okay, thank you, Stanley. So, and Stanley, thank you for agreeing with me. Like, and so I am willing to agree, Stanley, that there are some people who don't want these things sort of enforced, but regardless of whether they do or not, how it's being dealt with is a problem, right? Uh, and okay, so Bogos, it's kind of like saying sometimes innocent people are arrested, therefore shouldn't have any cops or justice department. Did did I say that, Bogos? What do you mean? That's a straw man. I never said that. I literally never said there shouldn't be cops or a justice department. Uh, you see what I mean? I actually just talked about I literally just talked about how the training was reduced and things like that. Um, so okay, but all right. Okay. So we'll continue here.
Seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset, but I also think that if you understand this in context,
oh, I got
this
you,
is the
Bogos.
inevitable
Okay.
consequence of a state and local government that have decided.
I literally didn't see, what are you talking about, Lois? So I literally didn't see. Was there a chat message? Lois, so I've been getting a lot of chats. Which one did I miss? Which one did I miss? Who said that? Who said that the Palestinians deserve it? Who said that? Because I'm not pro what that. So if someone said that, I would definitely have some comments, but I haven't seen that. All right.
That they're not going to cooperate with immigration enforcement at all. In fact, they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So here's a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to arrest a person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic, many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation with state and local law enforcement.
Okay, if that's Loiso, I didn't see that. Okay, you can't get after me, Loiso. Literally, I have all these chats to be constantly look at. I sometimes don't read everyone's. I just can't. There's too many coming at me. All right. So how dare you imply? I'm deeply offended, Loiso, that you would imply that I'm ignoring the anti-Palestinian ones. How dare you? Okay, and how dare you, Meowzord? All right. So for enforcing that. All right. No, Hamas is not to blame. So I don't know what Bogo said. Okay, you got it, Loiso. Good. Okay, just kidding. All right. Okay. Hamas is not to blame. Okay, I'm not sure what was said. If you find the message, you could post it, and I could respond to what Bogo said. Okay. By the way, Bogo, sorry for talking about you like you're not here. Would you mind reposting what you said so I can yell at you, Bogos? Okay, not yell at you. All right.
And I guess what I would tell people, again, many of whom are justifiably
concerned
Alyssa.
and
worried about what they're seeing in their community.
Thank you. All right, let's respond to this. Okay. So this is what Bogo said. Do you think Hamas doesn't know Israel will retaliate when they shoot rockets into Israel? Okay, thank you, Bogos. Okay, I would argue that is exactly what they hope to happen. So, Bogos, Gaza is a giant open-air concentration camp. It is considered by the UN to be the largest open-air prison in the world. Let me show you an image here, Bogos. Palestinian land over time. All right, let me show you something. Here we have a map, and it's gotten worse since this, okay? Here we have a map of the land. No, not yet, Sir Bartholomew. Let me talk about this, okay? All right. Oh, I can't. Oh, God damn it. This one is not opening for me. Let's try a different one. Okay, we'll try this one. I know this is not into more recently. All right. This is not into more recently. I need to find. I just want one that I can get a close-up image of so I can show Bogos. All right. This one, can I get up a close-up image of this, or is is the American government. There we go. Okay, look at this. Look at this. All right. Here is a map of the lands owned by the Palestinians. Starting in 1946, the green is what is owned by Palestinians. By 1947, the green is what is owned by the Palestinians. By 1967, the green is what is owned by the Palestinians. And by 2005, that is all that's left of what is owned by Palestinians. And it's worse, because it is definitely worse since then. Now, that looks to me a lot like ethnic cleansing and colonialism, right? Because think about what happened in the United States with Native Americans. We slowly took their land, we slaughtered them, and we pushed them into small reservations where they are still today. As a matter of fact, let me show you another image. Reservations in the United States. Okay. Okay. Let me show you something else. Here is a map of all the Native American reservations in the United States. Kind of looks similar, okay? Kind of looks similar to what we saw. Don't worry, Bogos. I'm constructing an argument. Give me a second, okay? Give me a second here, okay? Kind of looks similar to what we see in the West Bank. Just a scattering of small little pieces of land that was given to the natives after exterminating them and pushing them off their land. Okay. Here's my point, Bogos. If you say that Hamas resisting Israeli domination, colonialism, and ethnic cleansing is an attempt to get Israel to respond, I say it is a justified attempt to respond. Okay? If there were Native Americans, okay, who were being massacred, pushed off their land, shoved into reservations, and in the meantime, they fired some guns and they killed some of the white colonists who were doing this to them, I'm sorry, I don't care, right? That to me is justified resistance to oppression. Now, I know I gotta be careful here when I talk about Hamas. Do I like Hamas or feel like they're a perfect organization? I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. But I'm definitely not going to say that it is equitable what Hamas is doing to Israel, when especially Israel is the one with all the power. Okay? Israel is the military power. It has nuclear weapons. So yeah, Hamas occasionally resists their ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians with basically bottle rockets. I'm exaggerating, of course. They're Scud missiles. They can kill people. But I don't really think that that is that big of a deal, and it's sort of justified to me. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, I'm just gonna say it, folks, it's kind of badass. It's kind of like the underdog being like, fuck you, you're not gonna take my land, and you're not gonna kill me, right? So, and by the way, I've mentioned this before too, Bogos. I've mentioned this before, right? What do you expect to see in terms of radicalization if you're doing this to people? Okay. All right. So, but Bogos, Bogos. But Bogos says we can argue over if Israel was justified in being created decades ago, if it was justified for Europeans to take the land from the natives. Bogos, that is an interesting deflection there. You realize that it's not the Europeans taking the land anymore, right? It's the Israelis taking the land. Okay. But that's a separate discussion from if Native Americans were shooting. Okay. Bogos. Okay. So, Bogos, when you say discussion, if Native Americans were shooting missiles from the reservations in U.S. and Canada, Bogos, what do you think happened? How do you think the colonists justified killing Native Americans? They would incite them to do violence against the colonists and then use that as an excuse to take more of their land and kill more of them. I am not exaggerating. Okay? Bogos, that's my point. That's literally how the colonists justified taking more land from the Native Americans. They would blame the Native Americans when they resisted the colonists and then use that as an excuse to take more of their land and kill more of them. I'm not joking if you look historically. You see what I mean? Like, so you know, they would, so for example, a lot of times these colonists would do this. They would have a treaty with a native tribe that would say that certain land was for the tribe, certain land was for the colonist, and then magically the colonists would start building would start colonizing the land reserved for the Native Americans, and the Native Americans would get mad and retaliate and attack those settlements, and then the Europeans would use that as an excuse, saying, "Oh, well, now you've killed us, so now we get to keep that land, and we're going to kill you and push you off our land. And now let's sign another treaty." And then they would colonize more of the native land. The natives would resist, and they would once again take more of the land. Okay? Okay? Bogos, come on, Bogos. Come on, Bogos. Bogos, you haven't seemed to me like you're someone who isn't bright or isn't able to think. Are you making the argument, Bogos, that strength is what decides who is right or wrong? I am not arguing that the Europeans didn't have the power to slaughter the Native Americans, but it doesn't make it right to use that power against the Native Americans. Okay? All right. So, okay, Bogos. Just something to think out. All right. Okay, Bogos. I'm sorry, guys. There's so many chats coming. I'm having trouble seeing all of them. Bogos, but I don't believe any borders should be redrawn in 2026, and anyone who sends rockets. Okay, Bogos, you're right. So would you agree that the Israelis should stop building settlements and taking land from the Palestinians? Okay? Do you agree with that? Exactly, because Israel is redrawing the borders every single day. Every single day, Israel is redrawing borders by settling more Palestinian land, and then the Palestinians. Okay, so Bogos. So here's my question, right? Okay, Bogos, I see this. So if they are still doing that, though, Bogos, which the Israelis are, despite the fact, so they are still building settlements and taking land from the Palestinians. If the Palestinians resist, would you say that that is a bad thing? That the Palestinians should then be bombed into oblivion if they were to resist the Israeli settlements that keep happening? That they should just sort of bend back and accept it. Okay? Loiso, calm down, Loiso, please. Okay? All right? What do we think, Bogos? Loiso, I'm a teacher, right? I'm okay. I don't want to argue with you, Loiso. I know, I get what you're saying, but do you see what I mean? Okay, but you don't think that launching missiles into Israeli cities, but what I'm telling you, Bogos, is that the Israelis are still taking land. So what is the correct response to that? Diplomacy? Because they've done diplomacy. They've done everything they can, but they are the ones, okay. Bogos, I'm afraid you're wrong, and we're going to stop talking now. We just need to move on here. This conflict is much more simple than you think it is. Is much simpler than you think it is. Okay? Like it is not like an ancient conflict. That is a sort of a distraction. I'm telling you this as a historian. The long trend of this conflict has been recent. It has been a settler colonial state attacking people living there and then getting mad when they respond. All right? Yeah, this is oh, thank you, Stanley, okay? Like, you see what I mean? It is not that big of an issue, all right? Okay. What is exactly? But so Bogos, what is the correct response to that then? That doesn't answer my question, Bogos. What is the correct response then? What else can you do, Bogos? You see what I mean? Like they've tried diplomacy. Do you think, okay, here's my question, Bogos. Do you think they would want to do violence if they had any other way to do it? Knowing that Israel has all these weapons. Bogos, the correct response by who? I'm sorry. Palestine. What else can they do, Bogos, if they've done everything and they're still losing land and being pushed off their land? Stanley, I can answer that. Oh, guys, this is fun. Stanley, I can answer that. While you're answering that, Bogos, Stanley, you say, why does Gaza have doesn't Gaza not have a normal leader like instead of Hamas? Easy answer, Stanley. Radicalization. What would happen, Stanley, if Jewish settlers came to Texas, started pushing Texan Christians off their land, putting them into a giant open-air concentration camp, and then lobbing bombs into that camp? I suspect over time you're going to see more and more and more radicalization. You're going to see a bunch of Christians start voting for more radical people to protect them from these Jewish settlers, right? It is a natural human response to radicalize yourself when you're being bombed into oblivion and everything is being controlled by the other side. Bogos, okay? They have tried to accept solutions, all right? Okay. Let's we're gonna reel this back a bit. And guys, I want you to know, Bogos and Stanley, mainly Bogos here, I am not this is something that makes me very emotional, all right? I lost my job over this shit. I feel very strongly about what Israel is doing. I know the history of it very well. I lost my job because I called it a genocide. Okay. I just want to point this out. So if you see me getting worked up, it's because what's happening is a genocide. And you guys might not know, or at least Bogos, you may not know fully all the history of this. But it's obvious historically what's happening. And there is a lot of propaganda out there that works to defend Israel. And it drives me crazy. Like the whole rest of the world, not the whole rest of the world, a lot of the rest of the world sees it clearly. But there are a lot of Americans who somehow cannot see it. And there's also a tinge, and forgive me, I know I'm a woke lib or whatever. There's a tinge of racism in this that we can't seem to see, that the people that are the victims are the brown Muslim people, okay, whose children are being massacred and such. All right? I think, you see what I mean? It's okay. All right. Okay. Bogos, we're not going to, I don't want to keep debating this right now. All right. They have been accepting two-state solutions, right? They have been accepting two-state solutions. It has been, okay. So Bogos, I'm just asking, I highly respect, Bogos, that you're trying to have this conversation with me. All right. And I acknowledge that there's lots of propaganda out there. And I know, and Loiso, I'm sorry I snapped at you too. All right. You have to understand, a lot of us out here feel very, 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 very strongly about this issue because it is genocide, and we are not a fan of genocide, all right? Genocide bad, okay? Okay. Regardless, let's continue, all right, with what we're doing here. Okay, guys. Forgive me, all right. Okay, you guys. God, watch. I'm going to get demonetized now because I said what. Anyway, Palestine's doing is badass. Okay. All right.
Is why are we not seeing it anywhere else? We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis. LA.
Loiso, we can debate this. Has that been said, Loiso, in this conversation? Has Bogos said anything like that. Yeah, there is implied racism and Islamophobia, but Loiso, that you know I love you, Loiso, but I do not view my job as just kicking people out. I'm trying to change people's minds, some of them. All right. So I'm going to keep Bogos in here. Bogos has been respectful and has at least been able to have a conversation. All right.
In Chicago, we had some problems there. Pretty much every jurisdiction where these guys are operating, you don't.
Loiso. Okay, guys, let me explain something here. There is so much propaganda in the United States about this. There are people all over the place who do not view it as a genocide. And it's brainwashing. A lot of these folks have been brainwashing, okay? Have been brainwashed. I don't want to turn my back on people who have been brainwashed, all right? But I get it, Loiso. I get it. I would agree with you in many other circumstances. Okay, continuing. Sorry.
Don't see the same level of chaos. You don't see the same level of violence. You don't see the problems that we're seeing in Minneapolis. Maybe the problem is unique to Minneapolis, and we believe that it is. And it's the lack of cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement. Sir.
CNN. ICE has been operating here for years with less pushback than we're seeing right now. And even the St. Paul police chief recently said, is there not a way to find common ground without scaring the hell out of people in the community? Those are his words. And I just wonder,
Dear God.
this Operation Metro Surge, is any part of it meant to send a form of political message to the leaders here in Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota? And I know you talked about you've been in touch.
Sorry for that stun lock, folks. You all know I have a pet peeve about the Gaza stuff, about the Israel stuff.
Speak to them directly. Have they not been willing to do so?
Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I've spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the
Right, they're not trying to, guys, don't you know they're not trying to send a political message?
law. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we've enforced the law, there's been this weird reaction, again, unique to this city. This is not a common thing across the United States of America. There's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today is understand why that is. What is it about Minneapolis that has become so chaotic? What are the specific types of cooperation that we need? Look, I don't need Tim Walz or Jacob Frey or anybody else to come out and say that they agree with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump on immigration. I just don't need that. What I do need them to do is empower their local officials to help our federal officials out in a way where this can be a little bit less.
Bogos, do you think that we should exterminate all the white people in the United States and let the Native Americans just own everything since they were the first inhabitants?
Chaotic, and it can be a little bit more targeted. Like if we're trying to find a sex offender, tell us where the guy lives. Simple things like that, simple changes in how,
Or I should say all the non-native peoples?
How they're approaching immigration enforcement would make this work a lot better. It would make Minneapolis' streets a lot safer. And it would
God,
make this
J.D. Vance
whole
was so
thing
goddamn annoying.
a lot less traumatic for this community. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
Yeah, by the way, I'm sorry, 1 second.
You said that it's time to turn down the temperature. Does that include changes to both ICE and CBP tactics that we've seen employed on the streets, including less than lethal tactics, pepper spray, pepper ball? Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature? And the Minnesota Department of Corrections says that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials.
Yeah.
Can you concede that there is some cooperation with the state?
Yeah, look, if I was going to list the...
That's not true, Bogos. Even in the Bible, there were people living in the Holy Land that the Hebrews, the ancient Jewish people, exterminated so okay, it's simply not true that the Jews were the first to inhabit the area. I don't care, though. I don't care. Even if they were, it doesn't matter. We're living in the 21st century. Yeah, we're living in the 21st century. Why? Let's think about the present, right? Okay.
5 agencies locally and statewide that I'm most worried about. I wouldn't put the Department of Corrections on that list. I think that while there are certain things we'd like to see more from them, they've hardly been the worst offenders. You agree with that, guys? That's a fair assessment. But I think you talked about tactics and you talked about the response to things. Look, we don't want to employ tactics that we don't employ the
What's
kind
your
of
point,
tactics
Bogos?
that are only necessary when violence is committed against officers. That is these guys' directive, and that's what we're going to try to do. And again, the president said this a couple of days ago. Whenever you have a law enforcement operation, even if 99.99% of the guys do everything perfectly, you're going to have people that make mistakes. That is the nature of law enforcement.
Okay, guys, 1 second, guys. So, Bogos, if you don't mind, I want to focus on what JD Vance is saying. So, what I'm going to do, guys, for everyone out there who's watching, who's new to the stream, welcome. I'm going to post in the chat here a link to our Discord server. Please join it. Bogos, I don't know, Bogos, do you use Discord? Because I would love for you to join our Discord and we can talk about this more on there. So let me okay. So let me just, for those who are interested, please, everyone else should join our Discord too. We have a great and growing community on there. A lot of great resources. I post things on there. You can also recommend things for me to react to. Paste. So here we go. Please join our Discord. And I'm specifically asking you to do it, Bogos, so that we can talk more about this there, all right? All right. Everyone ready? We're going to continue. Guys, actually, I'm sorry. I've been drinking so much. I got to urinate. I'm going to go urinate. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to go urinate. 1 minute. You know, I know you all hate me. Guys, do you know, first of all, have you noticed that I've been streaming for over 5 hours and I'm going to still be streaming? Aren't I amazing? Aren't I amazing? Don't you all love me? I'm doing so good today. 1 second.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. Oh no, I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about an idea.
All right, guys, I'm back. Oh my God, Alyssa, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alyssa. Okay, Alyssa, thank you for your time, dear leader. Alyssa, you're my new favorite. By the way, Alyssa, let's do it this way. Alyssa, you get to choose. You get to choose a color for one of my nails. Thank you, RL. Okay, what color do you want, Alyssa? Gray, orange, pink. We also got red, I think, and green. Purple? Okay, Alyssa, I'll do purple. We'll do purple, guys. Let me do a little self-promotion here. For the next few donations, okay, if you donate $2 or more, either, which is 200 bits on Twitch, you get to choose a color for one of my nails. Thank you so much, Meowsword. Meowsword, what color would you like for one of my nails, Meowsword? Would you like green or red or gray or orange, okay, or pink? All right. What do you think? You get to choose a color. So we already got purple for Alyssa, so I'll put purple. All right. Oh my God, thank you, Matsy. That's amazing. Okay. Just $2. $2. So that's the I would like more if you don't mind. But $2 is fine too, okay? That's fine too. If you just so I will put purple on one of my nails. That's for Alyssa. Thank you. And Meowsword, did you what color did you choose, Meowsword? All right. All right. You like red? Okay. What? Oh, thank you. Okay, so red. We'll do red. Thank you. So here's the red. So guys, hello, we're back. We're back. We're back. All right. Guys. Oof. Let's talk about this in the Discord. Okay, Bogos, did you join the Discord? If you didn't, that's okay, but you should join the Discord. It does not help if we get overly heated. I know, I get it though. I mean, what am I saying? It's the internet. It's going to happen whether I say I want it to happen or not. And I also, okay, so we'll do red. All right, guys, how's everyone doing? Inhumane Society, would you stop that, Inhumane Society? Welcome back, Inhumane Society. I will, Drizella. I'll let you know, okay? Hello, Bright Love. Sorry, guys. I'm pausing here. I'm just quickly putting on some nail polish. So now I'm going to do the red. So there's Alyssa. There's the purple, Alyssa. You got purple. The red from Meowsword / Elevator Lady. We'll put on some red now. All right. Nope. You can oppose as much as you want, Lois. So I was just saying maybe you guys can move it to. I mean, it might be better to do it in the Discord, but I'm not going to stop anyone from talking, obviously. All right. All right. All right. Okay. So there we go. There's red. You like that? Oh God. Oh no. I just flicked you all off and then I accidentally knocked off the purple. Okay, anyway, I'll put more purple on. So guys, shall we? All right. So, okay. Let's keep talking here. I quickly messed up. Let me quickly, I need to messed up the purple now. All right. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's fixed. Okay, let's keep watching JD Vance, shall we, everyone? There you go. There you go. Woo! Okay. All right. Hello, Game Stark. How you doing, Game Stark? Welcome to the chat here. How's everyone doing out there? Love having conversations with all of you. Love having conversations. Okay. Oh, yeah, you can also do buy me a coffee. If you guys notice, there is a QR code right here. QR code. If you use your phone on that, you will be able to chance to send me a buy me a coffee. No. Inhumane Society. I'm sorry. Inhumane Society. I'm sorry. I always sometimes like I stop in the middle of what I'm saying. I'm so glad you're here, Inhumane Society. Shalom to you, Inhumane Society. I say again, please don't feel ashamed for being Jewish. Okay? The state of Israel has nothing to do with is separate from being Jewish. Okay? I hope you know that. All right? I hope you know that. Okay. Someone sent a buy me a coffee. Is that true? Oh, you're right. It is. Okay, let's take a look here. Ugh. Thank you Blue. Thank you so much, Mad Scene. Thank you so much. A Mad Scene asking for blue nail polish. Can we do gray, a Mad Scene, or gray or green? Because I don't have a blue. I'm sorry, a Mad Scene. Is that okay? Is that okay? Do you mind? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Can we do green or gray? They're kind of close to blue. You don't actually care? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mad Scene. All right. We'll do gray. All right. All right, guys. So let's continue here. Let's watch more of JD Vance's nonsense. Some of the greatest anti-Zionists are, in fact, Jewish in Humane Society. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Thank you, guys. All right, there it is. Yay. Okay. Again, folks, anyone who donates, if you get to Bogos, that's because I haven't unlocked your permissions yet. I will do that. I might not be able to do it during the stream, but at some point I'll unlock your permissions, okay? As long as you're not going to like, I don't know, post something horrible. Okay. All right. Okay, guys, so let's go on here. Thank you, everyone. If you donate $2 or more, I'll get to choose a color for one of my nails. We have 3 painted. That gives us 7 more. Let me go on here. So we were watching. Oh, I love it, Bogos. Okay, I assumed. I'll take a look, Bogos, after this. I can give people permissions to post things like that. I'm just trying to prevent bad actors from coming in there. Okay, so let's see what else JD Vance is saying. God help us all. Sorry for torturing you all. It has sparked some good conversations, though, hasn't? All right. Oh, a Mad Scene, you're 100% correct. A Mad Scene says Christian Zionism is popular, and I feel that can be anti-Semitic. It is absolutely anti-Semitic. Absolutely By the way, RL, I love that you love Emma Goldman. One of my heroes too. Love Emma Goldman. So Christian Zionism, a lot of Christian Zionism posits that the Jewish people need to be returned to Israel in order to initiate the apocalypse, in which case only some Christians go to heaven and all the Jews go straight to hell, or something like that, okay? So yeah, it's an anti-Semitic. A lot of Christian Zionists are deeply anti-Semitic. There are also Christian Zionists out there who just want to get the Jews out of the West. So yeah, send them to Israel, get them out of our way, right? So yeah, a lot of Christian Zionists are deeply anti-Semitic. And as I've always said here, folks, Netanyahu and his regime are some of the worst anti-Semites in the world. They are the ones that are constantly conflating Israel with Judaism, which is causing a bunch of horrible things to happen to Jews all around the world, even though they're not the same thing. Okay? Really, a bright love. Congratulations. Good luck. Let me know how it goes if you want to. You don't have to. A bright love. While we're chilling, I'm doing pre-HRT. I'm a pre-HRT trans femme, and I have my first endocrinology appointment tomorrow. Good for you, a bright love. Good luck with that. Okay, I know it's not necessarily an easy process, but good job. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Shall we continue, folks? More JD Vance.
What we can do is working with
I got cookies because I'm hungry.
We can make the worst moments of chaos much less common. And all they've got to do is meet us halfway. These guys want to communicate with them. They want to talk to the local business leaders. Many of these guys, many of the people standing behind me are members of the Minneapolis community. Many of the officials that I met today who work in federal immigration enforcement, this is their home. They love this place. These are their neighbors. They want this to work a lot more smoothly. I think that we can get there. We just got to work at it a little bit, and we need some cooperation from state and local officials. The last thing that I'll say is I just hope they give it. This is a beautiful city. I've only been here a few times. I love it. Even in this weather, I love Minneapolis. We could do a lot better. We could do a lot more with more cooperation. The Trump administration, the directive that I got from the President of the United States is meet these guys halfway. Work with them so that we can make these immigration enforcement operations successful.
Little legs, I love it.
Without endangering our ICE officers, and so that we can turn down the chaos a little bit, at least. I think a lot, actually. But for us to do that, we need some help from the state and local officials. We will keep on working with them, and so long as they're willing to work with us, they will always find a partner. And
there you go. As long as they're willing to work with us, bend the goddamn knee.
Safety and law enforcement in the Trump
I agree,
administration.
Meowzord.
Thank you all.
Meowzord, again, not beating the allegations. Oh, that was it? Oh, okay. By saying that J.D. Vance has lovely mascara. I agree. Very lovely. Okay. So, what else can we do here, folks? We have some ideas. So there we go. We got fascist J.D. Vance. That was kind of a, what is it, an anticlimactic ending there. All right. What else is happening, folks? Let's take a look. I haven't checked the news for a bit. I think this is the longest I've ever streamed for. Okay. Thank you, Alyssa. I hope you're all happy I'm streaming this long. All right. I'm just taking a look here. Okay. I don't see much here. I don't see much here to look at. Okay, so let's do this. Let's see what other videos we may have here to look at, or anything else happening in the news, folks. Watch the video of the rhino playing with the deer. Okay, a mad scene. Let's do a little. You know what, Meowzord? I need to look at that. Let's look at the. Okay, first I'm going to do a mad scene suggestion, and then I'll do Meowzord's. Guys on this channel, because I'm always traumatizing you with the horrible things happening in the world, I sometimes do what I call a palate cleanser. So I'm going to watch a Mad Scenes palate cleanser. Where is a Mad Scenes palate cleanser? Where is it, a Mad Scene? Where'd you put it? God damn it, a Mad Scene, you're mad. Where'd you put it? Where's a Mad Scenes palate cleanser? Okay, thank you. Let's watch Macy's first, okay? We'll watch Macy's palate cleanser first. Oh, thank you. You like my jingliness? I love my jingliness too. I think it's kind of fun. Except I can't sneak anywhere. I can't sneak up on people. I have not a bright love. I gladly see that. Okay, so let's go here. I'm gonna find. Where'd I go with this shit? Okay, let's watch Macy's thing real fast. Boop 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 boop. By the way, folks, we still got 7 fingers to paint. Okay, are humans? So what is this about, Macy? I know you're.
Do you think humans were meant to live like this?
As I recall, Macy was actually a biologist, right, Macy? Aren't you a biologist or some sort of scientist? Okay, thank you, Body Swap. You're the best. Let's watch this.
Do you think humans were meant to live like this? Zoochosis is a psychological condition that affects wild animals when held in captivity, leading to repetitive, compulsive behaviors. A glaring red flag that those animals...
Macy, I love you. I have actually read about this in my anthropology classes, okay? And humans do the same thing. Let's see if any of you relate to the behaviors of animals in captivity.
Are in distress. And what makes it even more upsetting is that this behavior is exclusively found in animals held in captivity. In the wild, animals engage in complex social interactions, roam vast territories, hunt and forage for food, play, rest, and raise their young. None of the things that they're able to do when they're living in an artificial environment. Now, if you look at humans, with anxiety and depression rates climbing year over year, earlier, it is easy to wonder, are we suffering from our own kind of zoochosis? Because as a species, we evolved for movement, exploration, and community, and now up to 60% of people spend less than 1 hour a day outside, and the global screen time average is 7 hours. So could it be that our brains are suffering from the artificial environment we put ourselves in?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that anthropologists have argued, by the way, that humans are a domesticated species. As human beings started living together in groups and stuff, you start seeing a decrease in the size of our teeth. You start seeing more gracile features and lots of other things like that, okay? Those are signs of what, like other species that have been domesticated have gone through a similar process. We're sort of we kind of had to domesticate ourselves for the purpose of living together in groups, like in civilization and stuff like that, like in big cities, and also just in groups, etc., like when we were hunter-gatherers. But I'd also would not be surprised if human beings go through some of the same symptoms of zoochosis when we are trapped in our homes or where we feel like we can't go outside and do things like that. That's super interesting. Okay, we are migratory. That's, by the way, folks, is one theory about where we have gotten our desire to travel is because we're migratory. We kind of had an innate desire to travel and explore because it allows us to find more resources elsewhere. All right. Okay, let's do a Mad Scenes thing here. This is called a tiny 13-kilogram deer takes on a 1.7 ton. By the way, I can tell this is English, a Mad Scene, because for those who are from the UK out there, we use TON for ton. You guys use TONNE. So I could tell this is English. Or at least a European English, because it says ton, TONNE. All right. Oh! Wow, this deer is brave. Yeah! Hi, Mayflower Kid, how are ya? Oh, that's cute. Okay, that was a good palette.
Build a website you love.
Okay, we got one here from Macy. Is this another palette cleanser, Macy? Let's take a look. Cute little palette cleanser. That was cute. Yeah, the rhino is also playing. You can tell they're both kind of playing. They're playing with each other. Okay, this is not a palette cleanser, but apparently there was a confrontation today. Ooh. Okay, ready for some drama, folks? Ready for some drama? Let's see what happened today at the Jack Smith hearing. Okay, a mad scene. Jack Smith was a prosecutor hired to investigate Donald Trump's January 6th crimes. And he recommended indicting Trump on several charges, but all that stuff ended up being suppressed by a pro-Trump judge. So Jack Smith is the guy that has a lot of good stuff on Trump, but he can't talk about it because a judge told him to shut up because she's a sycophant to Trump. So the Republicans are holding a hearing to try and discredit him because he went after Trump, and rightfully so. So they had a hearing today. Okay.
Every single time I communicate with you,
Oh, okay, wait a minute. It's happening right in front of us. I thought it was going to happen during the hearing. I'm going to go back. They're trying to, a mad scene. They're trying to prosecute. Wait a minute. Who is this guy right here? Who is this guy right? Here's the bald guy. He's saying go fuck yourself to someone. Okay, who is Ivan Racklin? I should know this. Oh! Okay, I get it now. So this guy right here, okay, I finally get it, folks. I get it. Okay, well, here's the drama, guys. Let me explain the drama happening in this image. Where did it go? Did I just lose it? Here is the, let me explain the drama. So this guy right here is a Jan 6er who is also an election denier, okay? And the guy that he's talking to is a former police officer that had to experience the Jan 6 riots and was apparently injured there and has been very vocal about the need to punish the people at the riots. So this guy, the pro-Trump Jan 6er guy, is trying to shake the hand of the police officer. Okay. Oh, really? Am I getting them mixed up, Meowzord? Okay. So this is like he's trying to shake his hand, and the police officer's like, no, thank you. No, thank you. And he basically says the guy's a traitor, because he is a traitor, by the way. He tried to do an insurrection. Oh my God, look at that. Okay, I'm gonna put up the subtitles. It's hard to hear. He basically said, no, it's not Keith Packer, Meowser. He basically just said, why are you being so mean to me? Why are you so angry? So he's doing the whole civility politics shit, even though he was a traitor who attacked the police officers. Okay. Really? That's funny. That's funny, Doug.
Every single time I communicate with you, I am always professional.
He just said, go fuck yourself, you're a traitor to the country.
It requires other people to contain their Tourette's syndrome. Okay? I'm not going to get it. You threaten my family. Oh, have a traitor to this fucking country. Why are you so spasmodic? My spasmodic? Absolutely. Look behind you. Why should I? I'm communicating with you.
Oh my God, he's so hot. I love that. I love that standing up.
Right?
That's a man, folks. That is a man.
Trust me, I'm using a lot of how many people are constraining you? Look at me.
They're having to hold him back.
Control over my mind.
Hey, the committee will be in order.
Mr. Chairman, will you...
No shit.
Sir,
Committee will be in order. Treating these people that way.
This guy is threatening my family.
members of the audience,
my children.
members of the audience will please sit down or remove themselves from the committee room.
Rape my children, you sick bastard. Rape my children.
Woo! Oh.
Sit down, please.
By the way, I wonder if he's a lefty. He has a Dropkick Murphy shirt on.
Thank you, Mr.
That's a big deal.
Thank you, Officer Fanone.
And I love it, they're cheering for him. No, I don't know. I think those are the
Chairman,
Republicans.
please control the deranged observer, Mr. Rakeland.
Okay, guys, I got to tell you, most of these people are libs up here, but I love Rankin. What's his name? This guy right here. I know you can't see him, right? But he's a really smart guy. He's a lib, but he's really smart. Anyway, okay. And you hear that? He always just says it bluntly. Bluntly, he's like, would you please control the deranged observer in reference to the Jan 6 guy? Thank you. Jamie Raskin. I love Jamie Raskin. Obviously, I don't agree with him politically on a lot of things, but he is very strong in his words. Yeah, he's an atheist. Yep. Oh, which one? The other guy? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, please control the deranged observer, Mr. Rakeland, so he doesn't create any other problems with us today. Imagine what he did on January 6th with that demeanor. Look at my demeanor. Complete professional here.
God. The deranged observer. All right. Oh, I love the drama, folks. That's good. That was kind of badass, though. That was kind of badass. Doesn't really accomplish anything, but it's badass. Who is who? So the bald guy is the Jan 6er who attacked police officers and then was pardoned. The officer, the hot guy with the Dropkick Murphy shirt, is the guy that was a police officer during Jan 6. Okay, yeah. I know Ireland is a typo. Oh, thank you, Doug. Let's watch this. You say this also. Yeah, you know what? Hell yeah. Okay. There you go. The bald bozo is the Jan Sixer. That's good. What's this, Doug? There we go. Yep. Thank you. So yep. So this guy right here was the police officer, and the bald guy was the Jan Sixer. Thank you. Whoever just did something. I don't know what just happened. Someone just did something. Thank you. Someone joined or followed or something. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So let's read. Okay. Actually, you're right, Doug. Thank you, Doug. Let's read how it started. Well, I can't really. It's not letting me, but that's okay. We kind of solved. They just kind of started talking about it. Yeah, exactly. ACAB, except for that one. There you go. Hey, I am willing to ignore ACAB when it suits my political interests. Let's put it that way. Okay, I'm very, very consistent. Malzord, I know that from experience. Anyway, so let's actually it's kind of funny because that's not fully a joke. But anyway, okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being bottoms. But okay. All right. I support all the bottoms. All right. What was I going to do? Oh, yes. Let's take a look here for on what other reactions there are. All right. Outer Signal.
Heard about the formation of the Peace Summit?
Okay. Let's see what Elon Musk had to say. Elon Musk today spoke at... Oh, really, Sir Bartholomew? Okay. When are you doing your dad stream thing? My dad stream thing? Which dad stream thing? What do you mean? What dad stream thing? When my dad will come on? The React? Which one, Meows? Or just like a general one? Because I have to do it soon. I have to find something for my dad and I to react to. Oh, yes. I don't know, Meowser. Probably this weekend. But yeah, folks, by the way, I'm trying to find a video for my dad and I to react to post on YouTube because I've been really bad about doing this, and I'm losing I haven't been making many new subscribers because I've only been doing live streams. So if anyone has a recommendation for something I can react to, please put it in the Discord reactions channel and then mark it with Papa Revolt so that I know. I'm looking for recommendations that things you think that will interest people. And, I'm honest with you, things that you think are popular that will get a lot of views. Either one, Bogus. It can be funny or political. Now, it has to be something that doesn't get copyrighted. So preferably something that I can get around that with. Just put what you think you would be good. But okay. So looking for recommendations. I know, Doug, I was actually considering doing another Ren reaction. Literally, Doug, if I can't find anything else, I'm going to do another Ren reaction because the Ren community is amazing. Doug, you were right. Okay. By the way, because I love Doug, I'm going to proselytize for the Ren community a bit here. Everyone should check out Ren. Great singer, really moral guy. I think he's a lefty. All right. Okay, let's see. This is Elon Musk, one of the oligarchs that control the world and the United States, whose father was a South African gem miner and was probably a raging racist. Okay, moving on. Let's continue.
I heard about the formation of the Peace Summit, and I was like, is that PIEC? Little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
we got one.
What? I'm sorry. Was he joking about land grabs? What? I'm sorry. I have to rehear that. I was very confused. So someone here said, oh, RL, just to think he has over 11 kids. RL? Guys, I am not kink shaming. You know me. I don't kink shame. But I think he has a birtherism kink, or like a birth kink. Like, he loves producing children. That is an actual kink. And he just seems to like to pop them out. He just pops them out like crazy. Multiple different women. And then he supports a lot of them. Not as much as he should. But like he's made comments before that make it seem like, yeah, I like popping out the babies. It's like, okay, I mean, you're not popping them out, but all right. Yeah, I'm not, nothing wrong with kink. Yeah, I think they're all male. I know, I'm not sure. Um, yeah, it's kind of weird, but like, imagine like having that much wealth and power that you can succumb to a kink where you can just pop out the babies, right? Okay. Yeah, he disowned his trans daughter for sure. Okay. Oh, that's interesting, Bogos. That's a really good idea. Bogos, as much as I hate you, no, I'm kidding, Bogus. I don't hate you. That's actually a really good idea. All right. I will, I'm joking, Bogus, but that's a good idea. Maybe we'll look at that. All right. She changed her name. Okay. Fascinating. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue this. I'm sorry. I misheard it. Click you, Mouseword. I'll do that.
Monster! A mad.
Oh, Meowsword, that's perfect. Okay, well, we watch this, then we'll watch Meowsword's thing. Everyone ready?
I heard about the formation of the Peace Summit, and I was like, is that PIEC? A little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
We got one.
All we want is peace.
Okay, I'm going to...
Yeah, he's a monster. Now, I can't tell. I don't really... That's really gross. It reminds me very much of, we must have the Sudetenland for Germany. Sudetenland belongs to Germany. We must also have Poland. We must, remilitarize the Rhineland. Austria should be anschloss to Germany, kind of deal, right? It kind of sounds like that. It's kind of like, kind of Nazi-esque, we should just, we should just take a chunk of this country and this country. It should be annexed to the Reich, Okay, Bogos, put it in the the reactions channel, okay? Apparently, we're just going back to that shit, right? All right. There you go. And make sure you put the thank you, guys. Okay, let's continue this. So, Meowsword sent this. I think this will be a funny side note here. Speaking of Nazis.
Monster! A madman! And a maniac! What do they want from me? I'm good-natured. I'm good-hearted. I'm good-looking.
We got to pause it to make sure I don't get a copyright strike.
Every day, I'm out there trying to make the world safe for Germany. I don't want war. All I want is peace. Peace.
This is the producers.
Peace. A little piece of Poland. A little piece of France. A little piece of Portugal. And Austria, perchance.
You wonder if that's literally what he stole it. Okay? He may have stolen that comment from here.
A little slice of turkey. And all that entails. And then a piece of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales.
Oh my god, brilliant. You're right, Meowzord. Like, okay. Well, that's kind of dark. Exactly. Guys, I know for those who are like, what the hell are we watching? Okay, it's a really funny musical that makes fun of Hitler and the Nazis, okay? All right. Yeah, it's really great. It's like one of the few guys, I'm not a big fan of musicals, I got to tell you. Imposter syndrome of trans people? In what way? I'm sorry, glutamyalgia. Okay. Anyway, okay, whatever. Yeah, it's good. I'm not a big fan of musicals. I know. You make the jokes. Not a big fan. Vast majority of them I don't like. There are a few, though, that I do like. The Producers is one of them. Exactly, Doug. I know. Yeah. I love The Dictator by RL, but there's some other good musicals out there. This is not one of them, in my opinion. All right. I mean, this is one of them, one of the few ones that are really good. I also really like the Lion King musical because it's just beautiful artistically. They have all these masks and all these beautiful things they wear. From an artistic standpoint, it's pretty, but I'm not a big fan of, anyway, a lot of musicals. They feel like they're a waste of time. Okay. So, okay. Finn, no, yes, we do, Finn. How dare you? Okay. A mad scene. How dare you? A mad scene says, I feel like gays saying I don't like musicals is just code for I want people to know I'm a top. I just don't like musicals. I'm sorry. I really don't. I'm not saying it because I'm not saying that for any purpose other than I know we had a poll earlier and there's a lot of queer folks in here. So I know I might get some pushback because I'm stereotyping, but come on, gays out there, you know it's true. There's a lot of gay people that like musicals. It's not a stereotype if it's true, right? There are a lot of gay people that like musicals. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll shut up. Though admittedly, I was a theater kid in high school. I was a theater kid, so I do meet the stereotype in that way, all right? Okay.
You can't come back here. Nobody's allowed back here during a performance.
Okay, we get that. Let's see what else we can react to here, folks. The horror continues. Oh, we got a bunch of good recommendations here. Oh, thank you, Bogos. Oh, guys, you have a lot of good recommendations for things for us to react to. All right. You know what? Yeah, let's watch this. Okay. This video was sent to us by Alyssa. Thank you. Actually, you know what? A mad scene. A mad scene, are you a member of the LGBTQ community? Yes, a mad scene. I do love the animated Anastasia. I do. Okay, got you, mad scene. I do love Anastasia. It was a good musical cartoon thing. All right. Okay. What are you guys complaining about? What is everyone complaining about? Or CR having CR? What are we talking? What is going on in chat here? You're all losing your minds. Okay. What shrug? What shrug are you talking about, gluteomyalgia? What misunderstanding? What is happening in this chat today? Okay. Wow, chat is so civil today. Oh, don't worry. We've only just started. Well, not just started. Mayflower Kid, okay? Having CR muted? How dare all of you, okay? All right. Here we go. So I know, but let's just start watching it, Alyssa. So this is a video that Alyssa sent that said, I saw your timestamp. I kind of want to see the beginning, called Why Trump's Regime Will Fail. And it appears to be talking about what fascism is and then explaining why Trump's regime will fail. I know a lot about fascism, so I kind of want to watch it and talk about it with you guys. Is everyone up for that? We can talk about how we're living under a fascist regime and how everything is terrible and you should never sleep again. Oh, I got you, gluteomyalgia. Okay, is everyone ready for this? Everyone to be horrified and terrified? Yay, a mad scene! Yay! What is a fascist, right? Let's take a look at this. We've talked about it before on stream, folks, but I know a lot of people are new. Maybe I'll do another stream where I review what fascism is. There's many definitions, but there's some general trends, okay? Everyone ready?
To create a fascist movement, you need an energetic leader, leading a group of people who possess more than the average share of free time, brutality, and stupidity. Then you
This guy's a corporatist? I don't even know who this guy is. Who is this guy?
fascinate the fools with emotional excitement, and you muscle the intelligent with terrorism. These were the words of British philosopher Bertrand Russell in 1940. He said the technique for creating a fascist movement is as old as the hills. And I would add it's everlasting. For today, 85 years later, we are seeing another rise of fascism. When Russell mentions an energetically...
Yeah, a mad scene. Weirdly enough, I actually did yesterday, I did a presentation on Lenin's definition of capitalist imperialism. But I could go more in depth. I try to avoid theory too much just because... I don't, well, okay, yes, but we can, yes, I've done theory before, all right?
Leading a movement of stupid but brutal people, many Russians think of Vladimir Putin. Hungarians think of Viktor Orban.
Drusilla.
And if you live in the United States, you now think of Donald
you don't
Trump.
want to come to the U.S.,
But how can
though?
fascism still be effective today when we've seen it all before? And in this dire moment, how can we defeat fascism and save the free world?
Okay, good.
Let's take a closer look.
Yes, Bogos. By definition, Bogos, fascism is a right-wing ideology. It just is. I think you've asked this before, Bogos. like all academic, I don't know a single academic that would say that any element that fascism is left wing. It just isn't. Now we can debate. There are aspects of fascism that might appear that way, I guess, but it's not. It's literally kind of, to be fascist, you have to be on the far right wing. Okay.
To fight fascism, we need to understand fascism. So in this episode, I will show you 3 characteristics that separate fascism from democracy: power, governance, and justice.
Yeah, guys, good point. Okay, Bogos, that's a good, okay, Bogos, I'm glad you said that. Fascism is not the same as authoritarianism. You are correct. There can be left-wing authoritarian regimes, okay? Fascism, we'll talk about this, right? Fascism tends to be authoritarian, but there are tons of other elements that make an authoritarian regime fascist. You see what I mean? So by definition, fascism is right-wing. So any left-wing regime that's authoritarian is by definition not fascist if it's left-wing. We'll debate this, guys. I have tried to I've explained this before. Okay? No, but Bogos, forgive me, Bogos, I think you're misunderstanding the definition of fascism, okay? You can have nationalist authoritarianism and it not be fascist. Okay, regardless, let's continue.
Feel the strengths and weaknesses of fascism because knowing both is our first step towards winning. We begin by looking at power. In medieval times, kings would rule until their death. But modern democracy changed that by giving people the right.
No, Bright Love, don't you leave. Druzilla's still on the stream. She's just saying she might come back to the U.S. after fascism leaves, okay? You're not allowed to play Stellaris. And if you do, Bright Love, you better be a nationalist, a militaristic, authoritarian plant species, okay?
To vote. Consequently, in a democracy, the means for winning power is popularity. We think this is normal, but we forget that throughout history, dictatorships have been the norm. And if you're thinking, good riddance, we got rid of that, I'm sorry to report the free world is shrinking. And for the first time in decades, autocracies now outnumber democracies. We expect our democracies to be resilient because few would vote for someone who openly state they will end democracy. But there's a trick, which aspiring dictators use. They spread disinformation, they sow distrust and reinforce cultural division. They raise their level of fear. This way, they scare voters into thinking the heavy-handed methods of fascism are necessary to make us safe again. In Germany 100 years ago, Adolf Hitler did just that by segregating people into 2 groups. The chosen people, which was the ethnic German majority, and the unwanted, which initially just meant the Jewish population. By constantly claiming that Jews were the source of every problem, Hitler turned them into an enemy, and that served 2 purposes. First, when fearing a common enemy, it is our human nature to focus on this perceived danger and pay less attention to a dictator in the covert process of transforming society into a fascist dictatorship. And second, by dehumanizing the unwanted, fascist...
No, Bogos, you have to understand, okay? Fascism also has an economic element. North Korea is not fascist. It is absolutely an authoritarian hellhole, but it is by definition not fascist, okay? Fascists are corporatists. Okay. All right.
Leaders get away with subjecting this group to mistreatment without meeting much resistance, as people outside the group still feel safe. This slowly normalizes violence, injustice, and oppression. And gradually, fascists then expand the definition of the unwanted group to encompass more and more people, until anyone can be subjected to mistreatment. This introduces a powerful dichotomy. Either you're with us, or you are with the unwanted. And at this point, no one wants to be the unwanted. Donald Trump is doing just that. Think of how many times he told his voters this phrase about immigrants.
This is good.
They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming...
Okay, guys, 1 second. I think I've been unclear. I'm not saying this because of Bogos. I think a lot of folks, I always talk about fascism. Let's quickly do a review, shall we? We'll be very quick about this, right? Very quick about this, all right? Bogos. Fascism, there's many things we could talk about in regards to fascism. Let me pull up a screen here. Everyone ready for this? Let's do a quick little lesson. It'll be quick, I promise you. Okay. quick little lesson here. All right. Let me write down a few words for you. Okay, a few words here. All right. So ultranationalism. Okay. Palingenesis. Okay. Ultranationalism, supremacy of the state. Okay. Private property. Hierarchy. One second here. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Hierarchy. Militarism. Okay. There are many different definitions, okay? Okay. So, BOGOS. All right. Google doesn't know what it's talking about. There's part of that's true, but you have to understand. So I studied this for 5 years in grad school. A Google definition does not does not capture a lot of that, okay? It is simply, so let me explain, all right? And I should also put corporatism. So, all right. One of the easiest definitions of fascism is by Roger Griffin, and it's called palingenetic ultranationalism. A fascist movement is a fascist movement where the nation is the most important thing. The individual doesn't matter. All that matters is the nation. The nation is viewed as sort of as an organic entity that the health of which needs to be maintained. And so ultranationalism, all that matters is the nation. All right. Palingenesis. Palingenesis means national renewal. So you think your nation is the best of all time, and that's all that matters. And it has been polluted. So something has polluted that nation, whether it be Jewish people, trans people, migrants, whether all these things are, all these things are are considered like polluting the core part of the nation. And so a fascist movement says we need to revitalize, renew, and give the nation a rebirth. All right. And typically that rebirth is where you want to return to some mythical past where your nation used to be great. Okay. So number one, ultranationalism. All that matters is that the nation is the nation. Okay. It is all that matters, and everyone is subsumed to the nation, okay? 2, palingenesis. You want a national renewal. You want to remove anything that is negative to the national body, oftentimes by force. This can be captured easily in the phrase, make America great again. That is palingenetic ultranationalism right there. Second of all, supremacy of the state, okay? In a liberal society, the idea here is that the people the state represents the people, right? In theory, in a democratic society, the people, the state represents the will of the people. In a fascist society, the state, it's top down. The state molds the people. Okay, so the state is what matters. The state, which represents the nation, is what matters. The people better adhere to what the state wants. The state, it's top down, okay? It's not like, there's not a democratic sense of bottom up, it's top down. Second of all, private property. Fascists typically respect private ownership of businesses. As a matter of fact, most of the time, corporations, when faced with choosing between socialism and fascism, almost always side with the fascists. Because fascists do believe in capitalism. Now, they do sort of push capitalists to work in the interests of the nation, but they defend capitalism. They allow for private profits. They're oftentimes deeply supported by the capitalist class, and they also are violent and hateful against socialists and communists. They view it as weakness. As a matter of fact, that is sort of one of the reasons fascism comes about. When capitalists start getting worried that socialists are becoming popular, they turn to fascists to get rid of the socialist and prevent any workers from rebelling. Okay? So in Nazi Germany, the two biggest parties, or the two parties that were appearing to become the most popular, were fascists and then social democrats and communists. And as the social democrats and communists were very popular, the capitalists started started supporting the Nazis more and more to prevent the end of capitalism. Okay? Fascism is largely a response to a threat to capitalism, okay? Nextly, hierarchy. Fascism loves hierarchy. There's an idea under fascism of okay, exactly, any threat to the landlord must be stopped. There is an idea of fascism as that there are some people that are more authoritarian, that are superior, and they deserve to be in a higher position, and then there are people who are inferior. It gets so bad in fascism that some people are viewed so low on the spectrum that they're not even viewed as human anymore. And that's where you get Jewish people being murdered or gay people being murdered. So fascism is all about hierarchy, having people above to rule, especially a single leader, and people below to obey. Militarism. Fascists love fighting. Mussolini famously said, when asked, what is your political platform? Mussolini said, our platform is the fist. What does that mean? It basically means violence is good for the sake of violence. Conflict is good for the sake of conflict, even within the government. Hitler purposely gave different parts of the government overlapping spheres of influence. So, for example, you may have a regular police force, and then you may have the SS, and they would not make it clear where each one's sphere of influence ended. And the result was that they'd be fighting each other over who had authority over certain things. And Hitler loved that because he thought that conflict naturally leads to the superior people rising to the top. Okay? So, all right. And okay, there's tons of other aspects of fascism, and it's still debated. But you know fascism when you see it. Another big one here, guys, is paramilitarism. Paramilitarism. Here's another one, okay? Typically in fascist regimes, you have paramilitaries that wander the streets beating people up, and then those paramilitaries get integrated into the state, which is what we're seeing happen with ICE. They used to be Proud Boys. They used to be Proud Boys, did they not? Okay, and a lot of them are suddenly being integrated into the state as an official part of the state, okay? Paramilitarism. That's another aspect of fascism. So I can go on. There are other things, and guys, I studied this so much, I could literally talk about this for days. And I know I'm not giving you a definite definition. That's because there isn't. But there are certain trends in fascism. Now, what is communism? Oops, paramilitarism. Ah, God, I don't know why. Maybe it's, is it caps locked, maybe? Yes, there we go. All right. Okay. I used to do more full things like that, elevator lady. I know, I'm sorry, Doug, but is everyone okay with me talking about this? Is anyone confused? Is anyone upset that I'm doing this? It doesn't matter. I'm going to talk anyway. We could talk about how the Trump administration shows all these things. Let me show you another aspect of fascism. Why not? Why not? Okay. Machismo. 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 Most fascist regimes are highly masculinized. Actually, all of them are. And I'm not saying this to be like, I hate men. No, every fascist regime I know of has very toxic machismo. Yes, very patriarchal. And there is an idea here that women are the role of women in a fascist society is as baby making machines. Baby making machines. Literally, 1 second, guys. You know what? Fuck it. 1 second. Okay. You see this? You see this? Just to prove to you that I studied this shit. Bogos, what the hell are you talking about? Okay. See this? Everyone see it? All right. On the back, it says the following. You can barely see it, but it has Adolf Hitler's signature. Okay, Adolf Hitler's signature. And this is a silver medal that would be rewarded to women in the Third Reich who had a certain number of children. So women would literally, if you produced enough babies for the Reich, you would get medals as a reward. This is one of them, and it says on the back, it says on the front, the German mother. So this is a silver award, which means that this woman probably had, I think it's, no, this is an actual one, guys. This is an actual one, all right? This was a woman who probably had 12 to 13 children for the sake of the Reich. Women in fascist societies are really, Elon's wet dream, are really rewarded for having children and being domestic, okay? And men and masculinity are considered superior and stronger, all right? So, yeah, if you guys are wondering where I got this, I bet, I have a bunch of weird artifacts around here, okay? And one of them is, this one was found at a, basically a friend of mine found it at a, what is it called? Like a flea market. Someone was selling it and didn't know that it was an actual one from Germany, and they bought it and brought it to me. And so that's why I have this. And so I happen to have one of these awards to a German mother. Yes. 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. I had to answer a question. Okay. So, yes, machismo is a big part of fascism and the oppression of women, absolutely. As a matter of fact, to give you another example here, one of the reasons the Nazis lost the war is because they were so adamant that they didn't want women working in factories and they'd rather use slave labor because they thought women were much better served at home producing children. That's one of the reasons they lost. Now, that wasn't the only reason, nor was it a primary reason, but at least in America, we had no problem sending women into factories. But the Nazis were so misogynistic that they're like, we don't even want them working for this in the factories. Okay, anyway, I could go on here, right? Okay, now, there are other parts of fascism, guys, we can talk about. Military, okay, but all right. So, okay. I'm trying to shut my mouth. We can talk about more of this later. But let's talk about communism and how it differs. All right? How it differs. Okay? Communism is the opposite side of the political spectrum. All right? Opposite side of the political spectrum. Okay? Bogos, it does. Okay? Bogos, Bogos. What is the purpose in you listening to me when I literally, okay, I don't want to say that. I don't want to sound like an asshole. I just think you should listen to me, Bogos, okay? Okay, you should just listen to me, Bogos, okay? Maybe listen to me because I know what I'm talking about, okay? I'm sorry, I sound like an asshole, but all right. Let's go on here. Next one. What is communism, Bogos? What is communism? All right. All right? Communism, in theory, is where you have a stateless, classless, society where property is owned in common, where there's no private property. There is that's different though than personal property. You still own, you still have personal property. So people are often like, well, in communism, you don't get to own anything. No, you have personal property. You have things you own and that you can protect because it's yours. There's no private property. There's none of the means of production in a pure theoretical communist society. Nothing is owned by like a capitalist, okay? No private property. So you would have, for example, instead of having a business that is owned by a capitalist, you would have a business owned by the people of a country, or by a group of workers, or by, okay, so it is not capitalist, and there's not an idea of private property. I can guarantee you that there is not a sense of private property in North Korea. Most of their industries are owned by the state. Okay, so no, it is not the same as fascism. Fascism still engages in capitalism. North Korea, even though it's a hell state, it's one of the worst places on the earth to live, is in fact not fascist. They have these things, all right? And okay, no private property, no classes, there's no wealthy and poor, etc. Okay? And in theory, communism is internationalist. Now, guys, this is all in theory because states that claim to be communist have never achieved these things. Okay? It's more of an aspiration than a reality. Okay. So they internationalist. So instead of being hyper nationalist, they are in theory trying to create a global stateless, classless society where there is no private property and the means of production are owned in common, right? So, okay, that is much different than fascism. Now, Bogos, I understand the confusion in regards to, because fascist regimes are authoritarian, excuse me, and there are regimes that claim to be communist that are nationalist. But there are fundamental ideological differences that separate these things. You would not, in a communist society, you would not see people advocating for hierarchy, even if there is a hierarchy. Like the North Korean propaganda is always about like, we're all together, we're all Koreans, and we're all equal, except for the leader, of course, who's not, but everyone, we're all equal, blah, 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 blah. Now, it's a lie, but that is their ideology. You would never see that in a fascist regime. Fascist regimes are all about this group is superior, be more like this group. Germans are superior, they're better. Everyone else is an enemy. Okay, there are different ideological things. All right? And China is not communist, okay? Do we get it? Yeah. And so, unfortunately, a lot of quote unquote, the end goal of communism is where there is no state anymore. There's literally no government. Things are just run by the people. Now, so modern day communists, that doesn't happen because it's impossible right now. It's literally impossible for that to happen right now. So anyway, do we see the difference between these two things? Okay. Do we see the difference? Okay, so they are authoritarian, but you can be authoritarian and be theoretically left-wing, or be authoritarian and be a theoretically right-wing. Okay, or be right-wing. Okay. Okay. No, Bogos. Okay, Bogos. You're just being difficult for being difficult. All right. You all get it. Matt Saiga, can you deal with this? Like, don't like boot Bogos, but would someone else argue with Bogos? I don't want to. You all know what I'm talking about. Bogos is just being difficult. Okay. All right. Okay. Bogos. Okay. That's fine, Bogos. Nothing I can say will make you accept the claims. So, All right. So, okay. I'm going to go out of all this shit real fast. Okay, Jonas. Okay, Jonas. So, for those, since we're getting into theory here, I mean, why not, right? I'm going to put up my face. Bogos, yes, it does. Yes, it does. There is private ownership of property in China. It is not a fully communist state. There are still some private organizations, private companies. Okay, anyway. Yeah, you're right, Bogos. I don't know what you mean. All right, 1 second here. Oop, where's my face? There we go. Okay. Okay. Google, I don't even, how dare you, Mad Sci Guy. All right, you guys. So, I'm sure, Meowser. So let me explain some. Okay, so yes, guys, we've talked about this before. I am a socialist. Okay. Yeah, Bogos. So how is that fascist? Is that closer to fascism, which I just explained was private property, or is that closer to what I just described about communism? Because that is not fascism if you have all those collectively owned things. Like, what do you mean? You're proving my point. Okay. Okay. Bogos, okay. I told you what communism is theoretically, what it would be if it were implemented. And then I said after that, no one has accomplished communism. Just because China's Communist Party calls itself communist does not mean they're actually communist. North Korea calls itself a democratic people's republic. It is definitely not a democracy or a republic, and it doesn't particularly care much for its people. Like, okay, the Nazis called themselves National Socialists. They are not socialists, okay? That's some of the first people they threw into the concentration camps. All right. Okay, guys, what was I about to say here? What I was about to say here, guys, is that this is my theory, and you guys, the lefties out there can argue with me. You all know I'm a socialist. I am a democratic socialist. The form of socialism, I think the Soviet form of socialism failed, and it was an attempt at socialism, but it failed. It didn't work well. And there's a lot of reasons for that. A lot of it has to do with international pressure. Other parts of it have to do with the authoritarianism and Stalin, who was a lunatic. And a lot of the economic parts of it failed too. What ended up happening in the Soviet Union was you replaced the capitalist owners of industry with government officials, which wasn't that good of a trade-off, to be honest with you, in a lot of ways, okay? Because they were corrupt, they did bad things. My kind of socialism that I advocate for is that employees should own the enterprises they work at. Why don't we have democracy in the workplace? Instead of when you go to work, you should own that bit. All the employees should own the business in common and make decisions democratically. If that sounds to you like it wouldn't work, yeah, some of them won't work out. Some of them will make bad decisions. What do you think happens when a capitalist makes bad decisions? So I would much rather have democratically owned workspaces, okay? And then selective decommodification of the economy, where things that are vitally important, such as electricity, water, things like this are owned by the state. Because I don't think healthcare, I don't think those things should be run for profit. I think that should be available to all people. Okay. Now, I don't have a perfect example. I don't have a perfect idea of what the society would look like. I don't. But I think those are things that we can fix as they come along. And I think we need to slowly transition. And guys, I know I'm never going to get what I want. So yes, I'm kind of talking unicorns and fairies here, but I feel though, I feel like we need stuff like this. Okay, we need to transition into more democratic workspaces. We need to have parts of the economy that are decommodified, amongst other things. All right, that is my idea here. All right, and we can talk about other aspects of this, but we can debate. All right, there you go. Okay. Yes, a bright love, and a bright love, you're correct. And I want to point out, guys, although I'm a socialist, I am not dogmatic. So a bright love, you say, I think the academic term for what you're describing is market socialism. Yes, a bright love, I am not sure yet whether I want market socialism. I don't know the correct answer there. I don't. So I want workers to own the businesses they work at, but I don't know if we should make it market or make it centralized. I am kind of, it depends. It's sort of like, because I don't like the idea of competition. I don't know. I don't have a perfect answer for that. I think that democratic ownership would be a good starting point, and then we could work on the rest of it maybe. Okay. Uh, all right. Guys, here, let me see here. We got so many good questions. I know I'm rambling on. I hope I'm not scaring everyone away here. Half your audience is communist. Yeah, I know it is. Isn't it cool? Okay. And guys, you got to tell. It's funny though, guys. I've told my community before. I'm kind of a conservative socialist because I'm not like dogmatic. Okay, you know I'm not conservative at all. I'm far left. I'm just saying, you will not see me making declarations of fact about theoretical things, which I think unfortunately a lot of lefties sometimes do. Uh, okay, we got Tomation here. Tomation. Why are there never democratic communist societies? Just curious. Okay, Tomation, very good question. There's a number of reasons for this. First of all, a lot of societies, like the communist societies that have been formed in very difficult conditions. And just like happened during the French Revolution, if you're formed in a revolutionary action, power tends to slowly go towards a single leader. So, like Napoleon, after the 1789 revolution, okay, kind of took over. During the Russian Revolution, it was more diffuse, and then over time, single leaders started consolidating more power, and they never gave it up. Mao Zedong, China, same thing. Like, if you're trying to do massive changes in a society and you're trying to rush through them, you're going to cause a lot of upheaval, and almost naturally, a strong man will take over. And there are tons of things involved in this. I am oversimplifying, okay? But that's why I say I'm a democratic socialist. I don't want there to be a dictatorship, okay? Uh, so we need to figure out a way. I would much rather do this democratically or by some sort of something like that, okay? But there have been historical things that have resulted in dictatorships, all right? But I will say, guys, another thing here, authoritarianism is separate from socialism, okay? So what do I mean by that? For example, Stalin was a piece of shit authoritarian. And for the lefties out there that are going to argue with me, you're wrong. Okay, forgive me. I know. I've gotten more pushback from lefties about some of my things about Stalin. Anyway, so he was an authoritarian ruler of what they thought was a socialist society. The socialism is separate from the authoritarianism. Socialism does not need to be authoritarian. Okay? And so just to be clear, there's oftentimes a conflation, and I know you're not saying this, Tomation, between like authoritarianism and socialism. No. It has often happened that authoritarianism has been part of a socialist regime for historical reasons, but it is not baked into socialism at all that there's authoritarianism. As a matter of fact, as I described with communism, in the end, communism is stateless and run by the people exclusively. So it's actually more democratic, but okay. You see what I mean? I know, elevator lady. Okay. Um, yeah. So that's also partially true. A mad scene. Well, a strong man is the only way for a state to survive without being couped by the U.S. and communism. You're partially right there. Also, a lot of these communist states, folks, were suffering a lot of pressure from the outside. A lot of pressure. Like, do you know how many times we tried to kill Fidel Castro? That being said, a mad scene, okay, I slightly disagree with you. We did not need, Stalin was not necessary, okay? As in, Stalin was, the problems with Stalin were not exclusively because of the outside influence, okay? He himself was a goddamn monstrous lunatic. And I'm not going to excuse anything he did, right? Anything he did. He was a monster. Even if they had to be a dictatorship, there could have been a nicer dictator. Let's put it that way, if that makes sense. Okay, no, I got you, Amatsian, okay? For example, Fidel Castro, guys, I know. I just said I don't like Stalin. I actually don't mind Fidel Castro. If you look at least in the beginning, Fidel Castro actually massively changed the color and country in very good ways, with very few deaths in terms of revolutionary violence. Look at any revolution in history, you see a mass number of deaths. Fidel Castro had a revolution with a relatively small number of deaths for what happens historically, and then massively helped the country. Now they have issues. There's some suppression of free speech and other things like that, but he wasn't as bad, okay? Jonas, exactly. And Jonas, that's my concern. Jonas, you have great questions. Jonas says, what stops the decision makers from becoming a new ruling class? That's my problem, Jonas, is that's why I want a democratic system. All right? I want a democratic system because I don't think there should be a ruling class. It should be run by the people. Okay? There was elevator lady, okay? I think that's why I'm a democratic socialist. Okay? Agreed. But he was much better than Batista. I actually did a stream on this once, folks. I think if Alyssa's still here, she remembers I convinced her. And also, guys, let's look at Cuba. Okay, let's look at Fidel Castro when he was younger. For all my queer friends out there, and also the straight people, young Fidel. Okay, you all know it. Look at young Fidel Castro, guys. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm doing propaganda for the Cuban government. I'm not. Okay, there are issues with the Cuban government. Okay, here you go. This is young Fidel Castro. If I can get it to work. Okay. I know. I'm sorry, elevator. Make sure you get paper towels or something. Yeah. Oh, I know. Okay. Oh my God, guys, look at that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Look, he's looking into your heart. Okay, look at that. All right. Anyway, so that's young Fidel Castro. Gotta love Fidel Castro. I mean, you don't have to love him. He did kill people. I got to tell you. Well, this is complicated. I am not excusing any crimes that were committed by any of these people. Okay, I want to point that out. But that's why I want a democratic system of socialism, not an authoritarian one. Yeah, exactly, elevator lady. Don't stand up too soon, right? No, Mad C, he was okay. I hate Stalin, guys. I hate Stalin. Okay. I'll show you a picture of young Stalin. Just point out, I'm not promoting him. He was very attractive when he was younger. But I can't stand Stalin. Okay. Like, the man makes me want to pull my hair out. Okay. All right. Oops. I'm sorry. What did I just do? Stalin, Yun. Oh my God. Not Lion Yun. Stalin Yun. Here we go. This is an image of Stalin. This is not fake. This is a colorized one. I'll show you guys. Yeah, Stalin was pretty cute. Right? And this is hiding. This is hiding. He actually had scars all over his face. He had scars all over his face because he had smallpox. So you don't see, this is kind of hiding the scars on his face, but he looked pretty good younger. But he was a monster, guys. He was a monster. Do not like him. I don't like him. You cannot excuse the number of people he killed. There's just no way to excuse it. All right? I've had tankies come in here before and say that everyone he killed was counter-revolutionary, so it was justified. No, it wasn't. They were not all counter-revolutionaries. As a matter of fact, I would clearly say, yeah, he was from Georgia. I think it's pretty obvious that he was bad for the Soviet Union in some ways, okay? Someone else could have done positives for the Soviet Union that didn't result in so many deaths. Yeah, he accomplished some stuff, but was it necessary? I know, okay. Was it necessary? Right? Poppy, you can collectivize my farm. Okay, I get it. Okay. Like, monstrous man, and I've seen the documents, okay? A lot have come out. Historically, not a good guy. All right. Really, really fucked up. Okay. Um, okay. A mad scene. I'm sorry to say this. That's not true. And I'm saying this as a historian. So guys, let me show you something. So the death toll is not fake under Stalin. Okay? Uh it isn't. There are millions of people that died underneath him. Okay? Um yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Like, and for not good reasons, okay? Democratic socialist countries you could use in as example, not really virtual violence. There really hasn't been one. There hasn't really been a true democratic socialist country. There have been social democracies. Social democracies they're not perfect. They're not what I want, but they're getting closer to what I want. So some examples of social democracies would be Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, and some other European countries. They are still capitalist. I would like us to move towards that. If we're not going to get out of capitalism, can we at least be a social democracy? And those countries have the highest rates of happiness. Uh, People live the longest there. Okay, so that would be close to what I want. I mean, not perfect, but that would at least be closer to what I would want to see. Would be something like Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. Okay. Matt Saigai, that's because of capitalism, Sam, not socialism. What do you mean, Matt Saigai? What do you mean? Because Matt Saigai, remember, I've said this before. There are different types of socialism. Exactly, elevator lady. This is my point, guys. This is what I'm saying is that these countries are not perfect. They exploit the global south, all right? That's why I'm saying, though, they're closer to what I want, but they're not socialist, which is why I'm just making the point that, it would be even better if it were the way I want it, of course, because they're not perfect now. We could make them even better, and yet, even though they're not perfect, they're still much better than what we have. Okay, you see what I mean? Uh, Yeah, guys. Okay, I got you, Matt Saiga. Okay, I'm sorry. How about Denmark's immigration law? What do you mean, Stanley? Forgive me, Stanley. I don't know much about Denmark. Uh, they have pretty strict immigration laws. Okay. I like that I'm from Sweden, but there are people here who want less of that. Oh my gosh, Tomation, you need to protect your country. Jesus Christ, that's horrible. Tomation. Yeah, oh, I'm so sorry, Tomation. Okay, guys. Can't just selectively exclude the worst results of capitalism. You're right. Yeah, and guys, I'd like to point out, Doug, you make an excellent point. It bothers me. Okay, let me show you guys something. It bothers me when people talk about how communism resulted in the death of millions of people. Yes, there were states that were in name communist where a lot of people died. Okay, bye-bye, Sir Bartholomew. There were a lot of people that died in China, for example, due to starvation. Okay, that's fair, Stanley. Stanley, can I get back to you on that? I have to look into it. I'm not dodging it. I literally don't know. But thank you, Stanley, okay? Um, okay, but we don't talk about where... Oh, elevator lady? I'm not sure. Maybe just share it in the chat, elevator lady. Maybe ask people on there. They'll let you know, okay? So, okay. There's always talk about how people have died under communism, all right? This is true. A lot of people have died in regimes that claim to be communist. Do we ever talk about how many people have died under capitalism? Nazi Germany was a capitalist state. Has anyone ever heard of King Leopold of Belgium? This has to be the most capitalist thing in the world. Bye-bye, a mad scene. No problem. Bye-bye, a mad scene. Okay. Let's see here. So, for example, King Leopold of Belgium. Anyone know who this is? Right? Okay. Anyone know who this guy is? One of the worst monsters in human history. I'll show a picture here. This guy. Like, okay. This guy was basically took the Congo, part of Africa, turned it into his own personal property. So the Belgian Free Congo was owned by him specifically, this Belgian king. Okay? Oh, Bogos, you are wrong. The people of the Congo did die because of capitalism. All right? Absolutely they did. He directly owned the Belgian Congo as his own personal private property. And then where's my face? Okay. And yes, it is, Bogos. It is capitalism. Slavery. Okay. All right. Okay. He basically turned it into his own private estate. He used all the natives there as slave labor to massively produce shit. Okay. To massively produce rubber. And his overseers would set basically, what's the term? Goals for how much rubber to produce. If you failed to produce that rubber, you would have your feet cut off, you'd have your arms cut off, you'd have limbs cut off. I cannot show you on stream, but you should look up images of the Belgian Congo. There are literal piles of limbs from people getting their arms and legs cut off because of his mass murdering policies. It is thought that something like, let's see what the death toll here was. Okay. Death toll of Belgian Congo. It was worse than the Holocaust, and people never talk about it. Okay, around 10 million people died in the Belgian Congo of starvation, disease, and execution at the hands of the Belgians, just to exploit them as capitalists, okay, to do capitalist exploitation. Okay. All right. What happened? I'm sorry, guys. I'm not reading all the comments. Rubber farming has caused a lot. Yeah, it has. Okay. Like, that's genocidal violence, and we never talk about it. I know. Okay. Yeah. Stanley, I always want to give you a shout out, Stanley. You're like one of the most respectful people I've met that we kind of disagree on some things. Okay. A lot of these things aren't taught in American schools, Stanley. And why do you think that is? And this sounds conspiratorial, Stanley. Oh my God. I know it sounds conspiratorial, but it's true. Okay. There's a reason why these things aren't focused on in an American school system, which is built to support the people who own all the property. All right. Like, I'm not trying to. We have propaganda and stuff here too. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, well, that's another thing, Stanley. You know, I might be kind of exaggerating. Yeah. Also because it's black, they're black and they're African. Okay. But like the horrors of these things. And like about 10 million people died, and that might be an undercount from what I've heard. All right. So, okay. All right, you guys. I've been going now for so goddamn long. I am very tired. So let me put my face back up. Guys, thank you for everyone who contributed. I was streaming for this is the longest I've ever streamed. Oh my God, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Can you all tell me how proud of me you are? Aren't you proud of me? Okay. Show me your nails. I've only gotten 3 painted. Oh no, I damaged one of them. Whatever. Here are my nails. Okay. Oops. Wait, you guys can't see my face. My mistake. I am Alyssa. I'm sorry. There's my 3 nails. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you guys. I know I need more because you guys didn't give me more. I'm sorry, but no, it's okay. We'll figure out the rest later. Okay. I'm tired now. So guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for everyone who contributed, really. We can talk about this later, but all right. I'm going to go now, guys. I'm going to go eat something. I might actually, thank you, Stanley. No, Stanley, really, you rock. Okay, thank you. Where'd Bogos go? Did someone silence out Bogos? Did someone silence out Bogos? Okay, well, whatever the case. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. Okay. How dare you? Okay, thank you guys. All right, so everyone ready? Okay, guys. So everyone ready? You all know what I'm about to say. Yeah, you guys you'll see me tomorrow. I'll come back on tomorrow. Don't forget, guys, that tomorrow we're going to be doing our Kahoot is tomorrow over some of the things we've talked about. Okay, so be prepared for that, everyone. Thank you, Finn. Thank you for the pat on the head. You donated 1,000 bits. What do you mean, Matt Saigai? Matt Saigai, I love you. Thank you very much. Really. Are you sure you can afford that, Matt Saigai? I'm only saying that because I know you're going through some stuff. But thank you, Matt Saigai, really. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready? First of all, free Palestine. Please, free Palestine. Oh my God, please free Palestine. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Second of all, never free Ukraine. All right. I might come back later just to do a late night stream just for fun. Free Palestine, free Ukraine, Viva Venezuela, protect Greenland. My European friends out there, please resist our authoritarian president, and I will do my best to do the same. Okay. Second, I'll never stop resisting, folks. The easiest way to resist is to not believe everything you're told by authority figures, and I mean politicians and stuff. And that includes me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo because I can be wrong. I'm only a human being, right? People make mistakes. I'm especially saying that to you, Stanley Yelnats, because even though I oftentimes I'm saying things that we disagree with, just because I'm on this side of the screen doesn't mean I'm the one that's right. Okay, so I'm even acknowledging that. So anyway, guys, always think critically. Be careful what you see people say online and verify. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, okay? Because they're not getting what they need. We need major reforms in this country, and we almost certainly need to have a big change, like 100% revolutionary change, okay? We need a revolution. I'm going to say it. Don't stand in the center. I'm saying this as a historian. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. And Trump is going to destroy not only the United States, but the world if we let it continue. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed on in my family for many years. Why is it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have, some of the liberties. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day, morning, evening, new night. I might come back tomorrow. I might not. I mean, this evening. I'm sorry. I might come back this evening. I might not. We'll see if I'm tired. Have a good rest of your day. I will definitely come on tomorrow, though. It'll be a surprise if I come on tonight. Love you all. Thank you for everyone who contributed. Bye-bye.